Elector William Marovitz, please step forward and cast your vote. Just one vote for president. Elector Lauren Beth Gash, please step forward and cast your vote.
She has the temperament and the judgment to be able to make our country proud as president. Hillary Clinton may be the most qualified person ever to run for president, and I'm very honored to pass my vote to her.
Elector Kevin Duffy Blackburn, please step forward and cast your vote. Elector Jerry Costello, please step forward and cast your vote. Elector Carol Ammons, please step forward and cast your vote. Elector Mark Gately, please step forward and cast your vote. Elector Flint Taylor, please step forward and cast your vote. Elector John Nelson, please step forward and cast your vote.
My 87-year-old mother is very proud of me for voting in the Electoral College for the first woman to run for president. She's going to be sorely disappointed in both members.
Elector Flint Taylor. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Elector John Nelson. Oh, I completely lost my place. All right, Elector John Johnson, please step forward and cast your vote. Secretary Shirley McCombs. At-large elector Barbara Flynn Curry, and actually it's both your ballots. At-large elector William Brandt Jr. Please step forward and cast your vote.
Cast my vote for a friend of more than 30 years. I thought would be president, but I cast it even though it was a losing cause. With a great belief in the renewed vitality and vibrancy of the American democracy, the greatest political experiment the human race has ever known, which will survive and continue.
Pardon me? All right. Perhaps my instructions were not clear. If you only submitted your ballot for president, would you please step forward now and submit your ballot for vice president? If there's anyone who only submitted one ballot rather than two, please come forward and submit your second ballot. It's
Chairperson Tony Preckwinkle, please step forward and cast your ballot.
all the ballots having been cast, Secretary McCombs will now tally the votes.
It's my pleasure to announce that Hillary Clinton received 20 electoral votes for President of the United States. Michael Caine received 20 electoral votes for Vice President of the United States. Each elector is now required to sign 6 copies of a certificate of vote, which will be distributed to the proper authorities on behalf of. Well, that's Tony's.
That's all right. On behalf of Secretary Holmes. Staff will begin the distribution of certificates for each elector to sign. The electors should be at ease for a few minutes while the necessary signatures are gathered.
All right, everyone. While we watch the electors in Springfield, Illinois vote, I'm actually going to cut away from this for just a second and take you guys to Mississippi, speaking with one of the electors there now.
Great. So tell me about the vote here today. How excited were you to vote for President?
Really excited. Thrilled.
Did you receive any letters or any email about the possibility of changing the vote?
Over 25,000.
How many?
25,000.
And was that email?
Email. And random mail too.
So what's your response to that, to the overwhelming response?
I still don't want most of them. I still got thousands of them.
And so you were pretty adamant about supporting the president-elect.
Absolutely.
And why is that, sir?
I think he's by far the best qualified.
Anything else that you like about the president-elect?
I think he's going to turn things around, so I'm thrilled to support him.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thanks for talking to me. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hope you have a good day.
You're looking at a live feed of electors who just voted in Mississippi. We're going to take you back now to Illinois. And we're now going to cut out of Springfield, Illinois, because we have some interesting visuals from here in Arizona. Protesters here in Arizona protesting.
Hi.
We have some very interesting visuals. Steve Kraft is live on the scene. You guys are looking at the visuals of those protesters now.
Hey, Samia, can you hear me? We are here at the state capitol. I hope you can hear me. Let me know if you can.
Steve, you're live on News Now.
Good. So you can talk to me, and I'll talk to you, and I'll describe for you, Samia, what we're looking at here. We are in front of the old state capitol, and we are looking at a by Arizona standards, a large demonstration of people who are demonstrating against the election of Donald Trump. They're trying to convince electors, and this is a symbolic thing, no doubt, to not cast their ballots for Donald Trump, although, honestly, it's a done deal that they're going to vote for him. But they're making a stand, and they're taking a symbolic stand here. And there are a lot of people, and they're very upset about the election of Trump. As you see some of these folks walking by, I'm going to read to you some of the messages that I'm seeing. Let's see. Country before party, Trump the greatest liar, it all matters, protect our democracy with a slash through Trump. Constitutional duty to deny an unfit candidate, electors pledge unconstitutional. What would Hamilton do? Believe in the promise of America. Trump is a national security threat. And there's kind of a bromance thing here with Trump and Putin, ridiculing his affection for Vladimir Putin and singling that out as something that's very dangerous for the United States. What's up, Howie? Howie Fisher walking by. We're describing this live on Fox News now. Howie, of course, is a fixture here at the state capitol. He never leaves the Capitol grounds.
No, I am tied here. I am tethered here. No, it's always interesting. People come out, and it's nice to express their viewpoints. Does this change any minds? I would tend to doubt it.
Are you surprised by the size of this? It looks like we got a bigger demonstration than I anticipated.
Well, I guess that if this were truly a populist measure, you saw what happened during the immigration hearings and at 1070, and we had thousands and thousands of people. It's not a bad turnout, and they're handmade signs, so clearly they represent some folks who have some sincere views here, and it's not a question of organized. By the same token, I'm not sure what they expect to accomplish.
I think they want to get their opposition on the record and keep it in the public consciousness, so as the Trump administration unfolds, people remember that he took office against a backdrop of a lot of people expressing serious concerns about the direction of the country with Donald Trump in the White House. And I think that's kind of what this is doing.
Well, but then again, it's not like Trump is the only person to be elected president of a divided nation here. I mean, we've got the backdrop of the question of Russian hacking. Certainly that makes a difference. And the fact that you have a president who's denying the findings of his own CIA and the FBI. You also have a division in the Republican Party where you have Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell saying, we can let the Intelligence Committee handle it, and yet Senator John McCain, who heads the Senate Armed Services Committee, said, no, we need a select committee to really look at this. So it should be interesting to see what happens in Washington.
And a lot of the senators who've really been around for a long time, and Lindsey Graham's also one of those people, they're concerned about this Russian hacking. And I think that ultimately, once Mr. Trump is in the White House with Reince Priebus as his chief of staff, he's going to reluctantly sign on to an inquiry into what happened.
Well, I don't know that the president actually is going to have any say in what the Congress does. His basic belief is that the Russians didn't, and even if they did, it's irrelevant. Now, was it irrelevant? I don't know. I mean, we all know that the machines themselves were not hacked. Now, does the fact that they hacked the DNC and leaked that, but hacked the RNC, but did not leak that, suggest a favoritism? I think that's fairly safe to assume.
Pretty obviously, it does. And Hillary Clinton said that Vladimir Putin just hated her, had a beef with her. That was her words, and that animated a lot of this activity. And if it's true that the Russians hacked in, and apparently, according to people in Washington who really study these things, it is true, it's a pretty disturbing thing going forward.
Well, certainly it is. The question, though, becomes, look, we've got a long history in this country, going back into the 50s, of interfering with the affairs of other countries, so maybe it shouldn't surprise us that the Russians said, hey, didn't you guys do that in Nicaragua?
We are a country that is so technologically sophisticated. We invented a lot of the tools that are now being used against us. That's freighted with irony, is it not?
Well, certainly, but that's assuming that somehow that Russians and Chinese and Koreans and everyone else could not hack emails. I mean, heck, you get a bunch of third graders together, and I'll bet you, Steve, that they could get into your emails over at Fox 10. And the question is, what would they find there?
Rest assured, it wouldn't be very interesting. Good to see you, man. That's Howie Fisher, Arizona Capitol Times. He's a veteran down here of many wars at the state capitol of Arizona, and he has a lot of perspective over many, many years looking at this event today, which is now moving towards sort of, instead of marching around in something of a circle, people are now gathered together, and it's a very quiet demonstration. People making their points with a lot of silence, actually. It's a visual demonstration, not so much no yelling and screaming and no chanting in this demonstration. There's one man speaking. We're going to try to get closer so we can listen to what he's saying, or at least get a semblance. Hang on a second. I'm going closer to the middle of this.
I'm not in charge. I'm simply forwarding some information. You're very, very welcome.
What is the information you're sharing with folks? I'm sorry, sir. I'm right. Let's go.
And for viewers just tuning in, I do apologize. We can tell that there are some technical issues with that mic, so we apologize for some of the feedback you might be getting.
Looks like everybody's walking to the front of the state capitol, maybe the executive tower. I'm just walking with the crowd here to follow them.
Steve, how many people would you estimate are there?
100, maybe 250. It's a good sized crowd.
Steve, we're having some technical difficulties with your mic. It seems like it's scratching against something.
Well, it's not, so that's something, not something I can really tell you much about. It's treating it like I would treat any microphone. Hopefully, the sound will be audible to you. I'm walking, Corey, if you can see me, Corey, photographer, I'm walking along with this crowd in the group. We're walking around the state capitol to the front of the executive tower. I believe that the organizers feel that the electors who will be casting their ballots at 10 o'clock this morning are going to be entering that way rather than through the old state capitol entrance. Sammy, are you able to hear me?
Yes, Steve, we can hear you live on News Now.
Okay. Excellent. All right. I'm just checking periodically to make sure that the air quality is top-notch. So we're walking with these group of protesters chanting "Stop Trump." Corey, we're rolling on all this, right? We're saving it? Okay, good. Because we'll use it later on in our stories. Okay, we're live on Fox News Now with this crowd, a couple hundred people.
It says LOL.
And
Adding to the list of things that
I have the feeling that we're moving to the front, the other side of the Capitol.
you in Arizona. A president so good, he's helping our neighbors. Best sign in the bunch. He likes to see his name printed big.
Let's see.
Give him a chance.
We're giving you an angle now so you can see the group from a different angle. They're also chanting "Elect to Protect." Elect to Protect. Have you guys heard that the electors are going to be coming in this side?
We don't know. We haven't heard anything. We just that it might be over there.
But not coming through this way.
Either way, they have no information.
That makes two of us, but we're working on it. So it makes sense that the electors might not want to make their way through a hostile crowd.
We're not hostile.
Well, not hostile in a...
Politically hostile.
Politically hostile, that's fair to say. If I read all the signs, it's certainly not supportive of a Trump... Of a Trump presidency. So, sharp differences of opinion being expressed, obviously, in this group. And will we see many folks who feel the other way? I don't know. We'll find that out. But the very suggestion that there's any hostility here people bristle at that suggestion. But obviously, in a political sense, of course, it's a crowd that is not looking favorably on Donald Trump in any way.
Elect to protect! 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 Elect to protect!
Elect to protect.
Elect to protect! Elect to protect! Elect to protect!
Unfit national embarrassment. I'm reading the back of the signs here.
Elect to protect!
Help us, electors, your only hope. This is obviously a symbolic thing, but it's strongly symbolic. I can't recall another president taking office or soon to take office against a backdrop quite like this. Even when George W. Bush won the disputed election of 2000, there wasn't hostility against him or strong disagreements personally directed towards him. The disagreements were really about the way the election went down and the Florida recount. That's what people were upset about. Not so much the man himself, although obviously people disagreed with President George W. Bush, didn't support him. These folks aren't so much saying that Trump didn't win under the rules of our country, but they just think that his presidency will be disastrous, and they're imploring electors not to make a historic error. Of course, this is their point of view. On the other side of things are, I went to a number of Trump rallies and debates where there was a strong contingent very vocally in favor of Donald Trump. Now, those people I have not seen today at all. Thought I might see some of them. So far, I have not. I wonder if the electors are going to be sort of spirited into the Capitol some other way so they don't have to go through the crowd. And I don't know if everyone has left the other entrance. I can only be in one place. But this is the main entrance to the state capitol. We're at 1700 West Washington. This is where the governor walks in every day to go to work. I mean, if you walked in the front door to the executive tower, this is how you would do it. The crowd chanting, "Stop Trump." We're looking at some of these signs. In a democracy, the popular vote matters. 2016, the year democracy failed. Love, not Trump. The Electoral College, a disaster in democracy. So, this is First Amendment protected free speech, and this is the point of view of this crowd. I don't think you'd find a Trump voter in the bunch. Not this group, not today. Here's another sign that says Trump lost the popular vote by 2.8 million and growing. And this has been a historic election in many ways, of course. And one of the ways that it's made history is the number of popular votes that Donald Trump trails by nationwide, closing in on 3 million votes behind Hillary Clinton. But those are popular votes, and in our system, those don't really determine, they obviously don't determine who's the president. The presidency is determined by who wins the Electoral College. It's winner take all on a state-by-state basis. So Donald Trump could win, say, California by 1 million votes, or lose California, by 1 million votes, and yet win the Electoral College narrowly in other states. No rubber stamp. No rubber stamp is what people are chanting now. And what happened in this election is that Donald Trump won a number of states that have been safely Democratic. And that was a historic change in elections. He won them by small margins in Wisconsin and Michigan, Pennsylvania. But those tipped the scales. So to my earlier point, you can lose the popular vote by a couple million plus, but if you win states narrowly, and you win enough electoral votes in those by those narrow state wins, even if it's only by a couple thousand votes, you become the president.
And I'm here because I support what you're doing.
State Representative Ken Clark.
I want to let you know, because we didn't come with flyers or anything, some of us have already met to talk about eliminating the Electoral College or reforming it. And like I said, I don't have any. I don't have any flyers for you or anything, but please go to my Facebook page. We will start posting whatever information we can. My Facebook, it's Ken Clark. So you can either find me on Facebook, my personal page, or my Thank you. Or my campaign page is Ken Clark, F-O-R-A-Z. Okay. All right. We'll do what we can to get that information up there, and we'll start having meetings and all that. All right. Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Ken, what do you know about where the electors are coming in?
I have no idea. I know just as much as you do this morning. Yeah.
Would you doubt that they would come through this entrance?
They're going to have to come through one of two entrances. I mean, there are two side entrances, but you'll see the cars roll up. I'll say it. There's a side entrance where the legislators park, but I could see them if they felt, like security felt like they needed to. I could see them coming over there, but
You're a state representative from which district?
District 24.
And that is where?
Central Phoenix and South Scottsdale.
And you are a Democrat?
I am a Democrat.
Okay. What is the point that these folks are making as far as you're concerned?
I think the point is clear. The electors have a duty to choose a president who does not have the conflicts of interest, does not have the problems going in that this president-elect has. I don't know what their options are, and I don't know what could actually be done, but I do believe that people have a right to say what they're concerned about.
What about all the folks who voted for Donald Trump? I mean, there's a lot of people in Arizona who feel completely opposite the folks here.
I think that those folks are not getting the full information because the way that information is filtered out in our media these days. It is clear that Donald Trump has, I'm saying the word wrong, he has conflicts of interest in other countries. And I don't see him working to eliminate those conflicts of interest.
This is a loaded question, but do you think a Trump presidency would be bad for the United States, and if so, why?
Would it be bad for the United States? I think, yeah, we have very serious concerns about what he brings to this presidency. You know, I would have been happy with almost any one of the Republican candidates over Donald Trump. Because with the Republican candidates, I disagreed with their policies. With Donald Trump, I not only disagree with his policies, but I'm completely concerned that he is not fit to be president.
Yeah, but Trump won this state, and he's widely popular with a lot of people.
That's fine. So was Hillary.
All these folks have been. Do you believe all these folks have been somehow hoodwinked?
I believe that they got misinformation about this guy. Yeah. And if you look at where the information came from, Breitbart, from fake news, and the way that our media is now filtered, we said people tend to get into bubbles. Yeah, I think people had misinformation about this man. And again, Hillary won the popular vote by 2.7 million votes. So you can't discard that when you make a statement like, oh, all these people support him. Sure, they do. But he also lost the popular vote in the largest amount ever in history.
But might there be a scenario 4 years from now or 8 years from now where a Democrat who you strongly support might get fewer popular votes, yet win the presidency, and then you'd be on the other side of it, where you'd be defending that Democrat who won the Electoral College?
We need to reform the Electoral College, period. That's what we need to do.
Even if it were to hurt a Democrat in a future election.
Even if what?
Even if it were to hurt a Democrat in a future election.
Yes. Listen, if you look at my history in politics, I want to reform the redistricting system and this. If it hurts Democrats, that's not the primary purpose. The primary purpose is to have a country that works and represents the people who live there. And it does not feel like we have that right now.
The idea of the Electoral College is that it's supposed to force smaller, more agricultural states to have a voice and have a place at the table, whereas if the election were just determined by Florida, Texas, California, New York, Illinois, a lot of folks, their needs and wants would be somehow passed over.
I disagree. First of all, if you look historically at the Electoral College, it had a lot to do with making sure slavery states
got to count, despite the fact that they only counted 5/8 of a person. But what you're saying is, if you get rid of the Electoral College, these bigger states will now count, or the smaller states will count for less. It will rebalance the way it should be, which is one person, one vote. That's where we need to be. And I don't believe that people are going to have faith in this system until you feel like there's one person, one vote. And that means things like the Electoral College, campaign finance, and redistricting.
Thank you so much for your point of view. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That's State Representative Ken Clark. We're still waiting to see if any electors come through here. It's hard to imagine, frankly, that they would. But I could be wrong. This is a crowd of strong opinions where the people are peaceful. There'll be nothing more than chanting. I do see a stretched Cadillac Escalade. I wonder if could that be electors? I don't know. It's a big vehicle. But I don't know who's in it, if anybody. I could walk closer and check it out. Sami, are you still hearing us? This is Steve Kraft.
Yes, Steve, we're carrying you live continuously here on News Now.
Good. Every once in a while, I'm just checking in just to make sure that the quality is up there and that you're able to see and hear us.
Everything looks and sounds good, Steve. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. I'm going to walk over to check out this limo or whatever it is. So we're just kind of taking you viewers along with us, Fox News Now folks, and you're seeing what we're seeing. We're just kind of wandering around and peering in the windows, so to speak, and behind the curtain, wherever possible. Corey's showing a nice angle of the size of this protest. It's a spirited protest. It's a very peaceful protest. I expected nothing less. And these people have strong feelings, very strong feelings. Let's see if there's any electors in here. I walked up to this stretched Escalade, and magically the window went up. How about that? The dude's on the phone, too. I don't know if these are electors or... I don't know. Maybe folks are just waiting to see if they can get in. Hi, are there any electors in here? I don't think there's anybody at all. No, this one is empty. Just thought it was worth checking out, Corey. It's a nice ride, I'll tell you that. I think I scared the guy who was driving it. We're looking for electors.
No, I was just curious because I don't know if this is where the electors are.
Well, there's different ways into this complex. You know.
I know. That's what my assumption. I didn't know, but that to go to one of the state or
But
house
there's no reason for electors not to walk right in. I mean, the crowd is vocal, but completely.
There's a path there.
I don't even see any security folks out here.
There was just a security person.
Just one person?
Telling us to not block the path of the electors,
Right.
that they have to feel safe.
Right.
So I think they could be coming this way.
Okay, well.
In Pennsylvania, they're going to have one security detail for every elector. That was their
I don't know. I'm only looking at this state right now. It seems pretty quiet.
To send a message to Senator Fleck.
I'm just here to observe.
Oh.
The one day you guys believe in the originalist Constitution, I want to be here. Because it'll disappear tomorrow.
Sessions is going to be okay for Attorney General?
I think he's going to be great.
Now, are you a Trump supporter? I'm looking for some Trump supporters. I've talked to a lot of folks.
I'm a reluctant Trump supporter, lesser of two evils. My simple description, he will do less to destroy the Constitution than Hillary would have. That's the simple thing that I get in trouble for.
Well, it's because I think you might be the only person who is a Trump supporter who's at or maybe observing this event today.
Might be. Maybe they're on the other side. I don't know.
I think we'd hear them if they were here.
So,
The only quiet one.
so why do you think that Donald Trump would do less damage to the Constitution than Hillary Clinton?
Because he's kind of ambivalent about the Constitution as opposed to someone who's spent their life working to undermine it.
And how is Hillary trying to undermine the Constitution? I'm curious.
Attacks on the First Amendment, attacks on the Second Amendment, just go down the list.
What attack on the First Amendment?
She's advocated for, people shouldn't be able to say things attacks on free speech.
I have. Okay, I have never heard that. We've covered her a lot.
As part of this whole fake news environment, which is totally ironic, because the people who, by sins of omission, didn't report things, biggest propaganda machine going on. When something contradicts the stated propaganda, that's fake news. The Washington Post got called on it. The LA Times got called on it. Barack Obama complains about fake news in an interview with Rolling Stone, who just paid a $5 or $10 million lawsuit for fake news. So if you look at who's talking about the fake news and look at their track record.
So I understand you. Are you saying Hillary Clinton has produced fake news?
Oh, definitely. They've propaganda, misdirection. Yeah,
What examples do you have for that?
I don't have any right here. I would.
So it's more your sense of things.
No, I get you. At a certain point, you stop keeping track. I mean, there's an irony here that they're talking about Trump being Putin's puppet when the Clinton Foundation had connections through the foundation and allowed for the sale of uranium to Russia. As far as foreign influence, the Clinton Foundation is full of foreign influence. And the Obama administration donated, they had the State Department give money to a group of Israeli peace activists who turned around and interfered with the Israeli elections. From the email dumps, how the Clinton administration tried to interfere. I mean, the Clinton campaign tried to interfere with the Republican primary process.
Wait a second, let me stop you. Those email dumps came from Russian hacks, right?
We don't know where they came from. We don't. We simply don't.
You reject what the CIA has been saying about this? It has a lot of Republicans in it, of course.
Well, the CIA said it, but that's not. It may be a CIA thing, but it's not necessarily a consensus of all the intelligence communities. And it comes down to say, okay, who exactly said? You have a spokesman. They say people have this evidence. Where's the evidence? Name the evidence, the specific people, and if this is a danger to the country, why haven't these people been arrested? Why hasn't this been made public?
Would you like to see, as Senator McCain has been saying, and Senator McConnell and Senator Graham, these are Republicans, that they'd like to see a select committee of hearings about the Russian influence on our election?
Oh, it's definitely, it's definitely there, but it's got to be basically bipartisan in a sense.
Well, I know the Democrats would certainly be enthusiastic for hearings, and you have Republicans who want to do it as well. That's bipartisan.
Yeah, but the fact that Hillary has an email server that's prone to hacks, nobody was concerned about that. That wasn't an issue.
Well,
it wasn't an issue.
The hacks we're talking about are Democratic National Committee hacks, not her Gmail account.
Yeah, but there's a question then the question comes, where do those who hacked that? There's so much ambiguity and smoke being thrown around here.
So would you like to see hearings looking into this type of thing, or just
I'd like to see hearings.
What to you would represent the success of a Donald Trump presidency? What promises do you think he's made that he needs to keep in order to keep your support 4 years from now? What are you looking for specifically?
I'm a constitutionalist, and like I say, he's ambivalent about the Constitution, but he's not going to tear it down. He's not going to tear down. He's not going to tear down the country. There's plenty of. He lacks the directed contempt that Hillary has shown. Refers to people as deplorables. The fact that Obama continues to show contempt. Obama sits there and refers to the Electoral College is a vestige of an older time.
My question was, what do you think Donald Trump needs to do to maintain your support 4 years from now? What are you looking for? For example, the better jobs thing, getting folks better jobs?
I would like to see an adherence to the Constitution. And that's going to be a struggle. Not the struggle that you would get from a Democrat. The Democrats, it would be tough to come up with the worse candidate than Donald Trump, but somehow the Democrats did it. So I, as a conservative, I want to make sure that the party stays in a conservative format towards that Constitution, and that will be a struggle in itself, as opposed to a group that is actively.
Suppose Bernie Sanders had won the nomination, not Hillary Clinton. Could you see yourself as supporting him?
No.
So you're really a Republican?
I'm a conservative. Bernie Sanders, he's a communist. Simply a communist. You go through his history and look. Do a quick search. He's a communist.
Wait a minute. Vladimir Putin's a communist.
Yes, so is Bernie Sanders.
Okay. So theoretically, by your definition, Bernie Sanders would be a better buddy of Vladimir Putin than anybody?
I don't know if he'd be better or worse than Hillary. If you go back to all the Republican debates and the discussions and everything, how many questions were based on the Constitution? Very little. That wasn't the narrative. I missed a lot I was actually out of state for most of the general season. I left after the primary season. So I missed a lot of the nuances and stuff. I'm sure what I would see of the debates.
Were you out of the country? You're out of the country?
No, I took a cross-country trip.
Oh, wonderful.
Went all the way to the East Coast and back, and I went down to Washington, D.C. and turned around and saw the beauty of the country and renewed interest in the history of the country and what made the country great, and came back after the primary season and getting ready to look what my next goal is. But
would you like to see a wall along the Mexican border paid for by the Mexican government?
If it would be nice, but it's not necessary. A lot of things can be done electronically, and it's a matter of will. It's a wall is kind of it's kind of an icon that people may connect to, but it's more of a will. You just have to decide. It's like anything. You can do it. You just have to decide if you want to do it. And a wall would be part of that, but with electronic surveillance. Once you just first have to decide that that's what you want to do, then you decide how to do it.
Now, let's suppose that President Trump makes good on his promise to repeal Obamacare, which I would imagine you would favor, but then he says he's going to replace it with something better, keeping all those 22 million people who receive Obamacare getting health insurance coverage. What is that replacement?
I'm going to steal a line from someone.
Go right ahead.
The Republicans should just say, we'll pass it, then we'll see what's there. When Obamacare was passed, nobody knew what was in it. So why do the Republicans have to come up with their substitute plan when the Democrats never explained their substitute plan? I think what I'd like to see is a full repeal. I'd like to see a full repeal first, then have a debate about the replacement and make the Democrats take a stand on that replacement. So moving forward, they will be faced with a choice. Okay, do you want this compromise solution, or do you want not do anything at all? But if you repeal Obamacare, get a fresh slate, then move forward, what are we going to do for it? If they can fall back on this thing, and they'll fall back on it. If they block legislation for any additional changes, they need to take that responsibility. It's like all the thing about blocking the budget. The Congress does not block the budget and all these government shutdowns. Once that goes to Obama's desk and he refuses to sign it, that's the shutdown. Now, Congress has done their side, so you need to force the other side to make a decision and take responsibility.
What do you do for health care?
I just now got on Medicare.
So this is not a problem for you?
No, but it's my wife is still Yeah, she'll be on soon, but it's a concern for my children and grandchildren and the institutions as a whole. It's I wouldn't be fighting a lot. I get activists, and I wouldn't be fighting these battles if it wasn't for my kids and grandkids. I'm not a wealthy man, but I could coast through the end of my life and watch all this nonsense go by.
What about the 22 million people who have coverage who might be thrown off coverage once it's repealed?
I not disputing that number, but I don't know if that's a valid number because so many ridiculous numbers have been thrown out.
Let's say it's 2 million people, or let's say it's 100,000 people.
Okay. Then Republicans pass a piece of legislation to address that, and if the Democrats want to reject it, they reject it. The point is that the Democrats always take the offense and put the Republicans on defense. And I'm saying it shouldn't be that way. The Republicans should set the agenda and take responsibility of this, move forward. And if the Democrats want to block it, they need to take it.
That could be your kid or your grandkid who's kind of all of a sudden maybe working freelance or doing something like that.
But,
they want to have coverage.
In short, I would think you should be able to address those 2 million or
22 million or whatever.
Or 22 million without destroying the system for the other 300 million. So why do you have to reconstruct a system for 320 million to address, let's say, 20 million? I've got a math background by training, so why are you disrupting the 94% to address the 6%? Why not just address the 6% without destroying that of the 94%?
Well, those 94% are still covered, or actually more like 82%, but they still had their existing coverage, right?
Could be.
Okay, well, what do you think of the point of this? Do you think this is as a constitutionalist?
The point of this is just to make a show and delegitimize the Trump, the Trump election. For one thing, even if Trump doesn't get the majority, it will go to the House, and the House will vote by delegation. And at last count, there were 32 Republican delegations and 17 Democrat delegations. Maine was up in point. So if Trump doesn't get the majority, it goes to the House, and Trump's going to get it anyways. This is all for show. This is all for show. It's all to delegitimize an issue that they don't like. So,
do you think President Obama was born in the United States?
I don't know.
After all this, Donald Trump says that actually it turns out he was born in the U.S.
All right. It's a moot point. The country has to have the will. There are plenty of impeachable offenses, and Congress chose not to impeach them.
Okay.
Now, if I'm hesitant on some of these details, I don't say these things knowing I couldn't back it up. But I tell people I have to be right about what I say because people are always gunning for me. So I'm hesitant to make assertions.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm really grateful to get your point of view.
Yeah.
Because we're seeking a. Okay. Well, I guess they want us to go upstairs.
Okay.
Very nice talking to you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for your time. I really appreciate it. All right. Well, we're going to go upstairs to the 7th floor. That means I may lose connection with you, Samia, while we're in the elevator. And if that's the case, we'll try to get it turned back on as soon as possible.
Not my president! Not my president! Not my president!
And Steve, if we do lose this feed, we are going to take viewers to some other Electoral College coverage around the country.
All righty. Okay, I'm going to turn this off for a moment, if that's all right.
All right, guys, so our reporter, Steve Kraft, is going up to the floor where the electors are voting. So while we wait for them to get up there, let's take you live now to another Electoral College vote happening around the country.
You may be seated. We have a number of distinguished guests with us today.
This feed coming in from Delaware.
I will ask
Or Pennsylvania, excuse me, Pennsylvania.
That I've mentioned is finished. First, I want to recognize my fellow North Carolina Council of State member, State Auditor Beth Wood. Among our other guests from the executive branch, we have Secretary of Administration Katherine Johnson, State Comptroller Dr. Linda Combs, Secretary of Health and Human Resources Rick Brager, Secretary of Revenue Jeff Epstein, Deputy Chief of Staff for the Governor Jimmy Broughton, and State Budget Director Andrew Heath. Let's thank them for being here.
And just a quick correction, this is not the Pennsylvania feed. The Pennsylvania feed wrapped up. This is out of North Carolina.
Here today from our legislative branch, General Assembly Service Officer Paul Coble, Clerk of the Senate Sarah Lang, Clerk of the House Denise Weeks. Thank you for being here from the legislature. Representing our judicial branch of government for our North Carolina Supreme Court, we have Chief Justice Mark Martin, Justice Robert Edmonds Jr., Justice Paul Newby, Justice Barbara Jackson, Justice Sherry Beasley. Let's welcome our justices. From the North Carolina Court of Appeals, we have Judge Wanda G. Bryant, Judge Anne Marie Calabria, Judge Linda Stevens, Judge Chris Dillon, and Judge Lucy Inman. Thank you from the Court of Appeals. I would like to recognize our representatives from the North Carolina National Guard who are here today. Brigadier General Todd Hunt, and Chief Warrant Officer 5, Jim Herring. Thank you, gentlemen. As North Carolina becomes more global, we are mindful that our impact in the world is significant, as evidenced by the fact that we have many foreign consuls now in North Carolina. We are honored to have attending today the Consul General of Mexico, Remedios Gomez Anu, serving with us, and we also have honorary consuls. Please stand as I designate the country you represent. From the country of Canada, from France, from Moldova, from Sweden, from Finland, from Germany, and Japan. Ladies and gentlemen, our international delegates. We welcome all of you to this 57th meeting of the North Carolina Electoral College. Now, as we prepare to begin the voting process for this Electoral College, I'd like to mention a few key facts about this process. Meetings of the 57th Electoral College are being held all across the nation right now. Each state is holding a separate meeting, but they all meet today. It was decided long ago to have these meetings separately versus having all the state representatives go to one single Electoral College convention. Electors cannot be a powerful public official. In fact, if you are an office holder otherwise, you cannot be an elector. To become an elector, you must be a citizen who is over 21 years of age and eligible to vote. You need to offer your name to your political party for consideration. Generally, the political parties pick their slate of elector nominees at their annual political conventions in presidential election year. Every state has a formal set number of votes. They include 2 overall votes, like our U.S. Senate representation, and then the number of congressional districts that a state has. For North Carolina, that is 13 districts. So our combined total is 15 electoral votes. Finally, at the end of today's Electoral College meeting, the votes will be recorded and sent to Washington, D.C. I will just add a personal reflection that today is part of a bigger process that included the campaign season, the election, the inauguration to come next month. The real work for us as office holders, citizens, and as Americans will be in the days, months, and years ahead. No matter our political stripes, we will want the United States of America to remain the greatest nation in the world today. The heavy lifting to make that happen is still ahead of us. That greater call to service reminds me that we lost a true legend this month when fighter pilot, astronaut, senator, and real American hero John Glenn died. Senator Glenn, who was once so famous, millions of people would stand for hours just to get a glimpse of him in parades, was asked what that felt like. He replied, this is a quote, "I'm not interested in my legacy. I've made up a word, livacy. I'm more interested in living." He meant he was too busy, still working, and still trying to achieve more for the country and the people he loved than he had time to worry about the pomp and ceremony that went along with being famous. So here in the month when he died at age 95, I offer Senator Glenn's sentiments to you. Let's commit ourselves to doing more in the future so that we're honoring the legacy of both our own lives and of this great nation. Now, I would like to introduce our electors to this gathering. The 15 electors were called to Raleigh and have assembled here to cast North Carolina's 15th electoral votes for president and vice president. As I introduce each elector, would you please remain standing until after the oath is administered? We will begin with our two at-large electors, Elector at-large Lee Boson Green of Durham, Elector at-large David Smudsky of Durham. Now to our district electors, 1st District, Linda Ruth Lamb Harper of Goldsboro. 2nd District, Charles C. Staley of Sanford. Elector from the 3rd District, Karen DeYoung Kozel of Greenville. Elector from the 4th District, Martha Williams Jenkins of Chapel Hill. Elector from the 5th District, Celeste Cox Stanley of Winston-Salem. Elector from the 6th District, Donald Matthew Webb of High Point. Elector from the 7th District, Robert Muller of Hampstead. Elector from the 8th District, Jennifer Ann Dunbar. Elector from the 9th District, Andrea Shannon Arterburn. Elector from the 10th District, Glenn Pinkney Sr. of Hickory. Elector from the 11th District, Mark T. Delk of Arden. Elector from the 12th District, David Spate of Lexington. And elector from the 13th District, Ann S. Sullivan of Goldsboro. Let's give them applause. It is now my pleasure to ask Mark Martin, Chief Justice of the North Carolina Supreme Court, to come to the well of the House to administer the oath of office to the members of the Electoral College. Chief Justice Martin has served the people of North Carolina through a notable career that has included being both the youngest person ever elected to the North Carolina Court of Appeals and the youngest person in state history to become a state Supreme Court justice. He's also a former Superior Court judge and received his Juris Doctorate degree with honors from the University of North Carolina School of Law. Justice Martin, will you please administer the oath of office?
Please place your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly and sincerely swear that you will support the Constitution of the United States, that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the state of North Carolina and to the constitutional powers and authorities which are or may be established for the government thereof, that you will endeavor to support, maintain, and defend the Constitution of said state, not inconsistent with the Constitution of the United States, to the best of your knowledge and ability? And do you further swear that you will well and truly execute the duties of the office of Elector of the President and Vice President of the United States
for the state of North Carolina according to the best of your skill and ability, according to law. So help you God. All right, thank you. You may be seated.
The oath having been administered, the Electoral College will now select its officers and proceed with its business. I open the floor for the nomination of a president for the Electoral College. I recognize Elector Robert Muller of the 7th District for the purpose of nominating an elector for the office of President of the Electoral College.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I would like to place the name of Elector Mark T. Delk of the 11th District into nomination for the President of the 57th North Carolina Electoral College. Mark is a lifelong Republican, a native of North Carolina, and living in Buncombe County. He has a doctorate, he has a Juris Doctorate from Wake Forest University, and is well schooled in parliamentary procedures. Mark will serve us well as a president of this presiding body. Mark T. Delk.
Ladies and gentlemen of the college, you've heard the nomination of Elector Mark T. Delk of the 11th District for president of the college. Do I hear a second? I recognize David Smudsky, Elector at Large.
Ms. Marshall, I second the nomination of Mark T. Delk of the 11th District for the nomination of President of the Electoral College.
Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, is there a motion to close the nominations?
I so motion.
A second? All in favor of closing the nominations, vote aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and the nominations are closed. Now, all in favor of the election of Elector Mark T. Delk for the position of President of the Electoral College, signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Elector Mark T. Delk of the 11th District will become the President of the 57 Electoral College. I ask that Mr. Delk please step up and take this position to preside over the remainder of the meeting.
Thank you. Before I open the floor for nomination of officers of this Electoral College, I want to take a moment to recognize our alternates. Our alternates would serve in the event that one of our fellow electors could not serve. Today I'd like to recognize Ms. Tina Forsberg, Mr. Marcus Kindley, and Mr. David Wickersham. Thank you very much. The floor is now open for the nomination of a secretary of the Electoral College. I recognize the Honorable Elector Ann Sullivan for that purpose.
President. As secretary of the 2004 Electoral College, it is my pleasure to put in a nomination for secretary of this 2016 Electoral College, Reverend Glenn Pinckney of the 10th District for the secretary.
Is there a second for the nomination of Mr. Glenn Pinckney Sr., recognizing the Honorable Elector Jennifer Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. President. I second the nomination of Dr. Glenn Pinckney Sr. of the 10th District for the position of Secretary of the Electoral College.
Are there further nominations from the electors? Hearing none, a motion to close the nominations would be in order at this time. Recognizing Martha Jenkins.
Nominations be closed.
A motion has been made to close the nomination. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor of closing the nominations at this time will signify by saying aye. Aye.
All opposed, like sign. The nominations are closed. At this time, we will move into a vote for the election of our secretary. All in favor of electing the Honorable Glenn Pinckney Sr. will signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. The ayes have it. Secretary Pinckney, if you'll ascend to your seat, please. At this time, in order to assist with the election of the officers and President of the United States, it will be necessary for us to nominate and elect a presidential teller and a vice presidential teller. I recognize Karen DeYoung Kozel of the 3rd District for the purpose of making such a nomination.
I nominate Andrea Arterburn and David Smutsky to be presidential and vice presidential tellers, respectively.
Are there further nominations from the body? Hearing none, a motion to close the nominations would be in order at this time. Recognizing Don Webb.
Mr. President, I second both of those nominations for presidential teller and vice presidential teller.
Thank you. The Honorable Elector Don Webb. Hearing no further nominations, a motion to close the nominations would be in order at this time. Is there a second to the motion? The motion has been made and properly seconded to close the nominations. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. The ayes have it. The nominations are now closed. At this time, we will move into a vote on the election of our presidential and vice presidential teller. All in favor of election of the nominees will signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. The ayes have it. And if the tellers will assume their position at the lower podium, please. The Electoral College of the great state of North Carolina has now been duly organized, and it is our duty at this point to begin the balloting for the President and the Vice President of the United States of America. At this point, our balloting will begin. At this point, I would like to recognize the Honorable Donald Webb of the 6th District for the purpose of making a nomination for the President of the United States of America.
Mr. President, I rise to nominate someone to be President of these great United States. And I'm reminded of the words of our 13th President, James K. Polk from North Carolina. His words were, under the presence of Almighty God, the people, the representatives of these states, and the people are gathered together to deliberate over the good work to be done here. And that's exactly why we're here. Mr. President, about 18 months ago, a unique individual began an incredible journey to receive the nomination of his party and ultimately the election by the people of the United States to be president. It's my great honor at Donald M. Webb to submit the name of Donald J. Trump to be President of these United States and to make America great again.
Thank you. Is there a second to the nomination of Donald J. Trump to be President of the United States of America? At this point, I recognize the Honorable Elector Charles C. Staley of the 2nd District to make the seconding speech for the President of the United States.
Our country needs new leadership and a new direction.
And I nominate Donald J. Trump to provide that leadership and direction to our country, the United States of America.
Are there further nominations? Seeing none, a motion to close the nominations would be in order at this time, recognizing the Honorable Elector Martha Jenkins. A motion has been made to close nomination. Is there a second to the motion? Recognizing the Honorable Elector. It has been moved and properly seconded. At this point, we will move into a vote on closing the nominations. All in favor of closing nominations for the office of President of the United States of America will signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. At this point, we will move into a vote on the election of our President, Mr. Donald J. Trump. The balloting will proceed for the President of the United States of America. Would the presidential teller obtain the ballots from the Secretary and pass one to each elector as indicated? Electors, please mark your ballot for the President of the United States of America by writing the name of the candidate on the appropriate line. Be sure to sign your ballot. Madam Teller. If our balloting has completed, I would at this time ask our presidential teller, Andrea Arterburn, to now collect the ballots from the electors, count them with the assistance of our secretary. Madam Teller.
Mr. President, the electoral votes of the state of North Carolina have been cast on this 19th day of December 2016 by the 15 North Carolina Republican electors, and all 15 votes are for Donald J. Trump for President of the United States of America.
The Electoral College votes for the office of President of the United States of America have been taken, and the floor is open for the nomination of a Vice President of the United States of America at this time. I recognize the Honorable Elector David Smutsky. an at-large elector for the purpose. I'm sorry. I nominate Lee Green. I recognize the Honorable Elector Lee Green for the purpose of nominating the Vice President.
It is my distinct honor to nominate Mike Pence for the office of Vice President of the United States of America. He is a principled man who will bring dignity, godliness, wisdom, and good governance experience to the office. Mike Pence will provide wise counsel to President Donald Trump.
Thank you. At this time, I recognize Linda Harper for the purpose of seconding the nomination.
I second the nomination for Michael R. Pence because I think he is a great compliment to Donald J. Trump, and I especially appreciate his stand on religious freedom issues. So I therefore second the nomination for Mike Pence.
The nomination has been made and properly seconded. Are there additional nominations at this time? Seeing none, a motion would be in order at this time to close the nominations. I recognize Martha Jenkins for the purpose of making such a motion. A motion has been made. Is there a second to the motion? Recognizing distinguished elector Ann Sullivan. At this point, we will move into a vote on closing the nominations. All in favor of closing the nominations for the office of Vice President of the United States will signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. The ayes have it. At this point, we will begin balloting for the office of Vice President of the United States of America. Would the Vice Presidential teller obtain the ballots from the Secretary and distribute one to each elector as indicated? Electors, please mark your ballot for Vice President of the United States of America by writing the name of the candidate on the line provided, and be sure to sign your ballot. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. All right. The Vice Presidential elector will now obtain the votes from the various electors and count those votes with the assistance of the Secretary. At this time, I'll recognize our Vice Presidential teller, David Smutsky.
Mr. President, the electoral votes of North Carolina have been cast on this 19th day of December 2016 by the 15 Republican electors, and the result is as follows. All 15 votes were cast for Michael R. Pence, of Vice President of the United States of America.
Thank you. Would Secretary of State Elaine Marshall please bring forth the certificates of vote? Thank you. Each elector will need to sign 6 of the certificates that are present before us, as by law required. I want to note that to our assembled guests that while the electors are signing the certificates, the Broughton a cappella choir will bless us with a few more musical selections. I also want to emphasize that this is not the ending of the meeting of the Electoral College. We do have other documents to sign, and it will take a few minutes after those signatures before the meeting can be concluded. Maestro.
Ding dong merrily on high, in heaven the bells are ringing. Ding dong verily the sky is filled with angels singing. Gloria, 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 Gloria. Hosanna in the highest. Bill, please come home, won't you? Bill, please come home, won't you? Bill, won't you come home, Bill, baby? Won't you come home? I'm on the whole night long. Come to the cooking, honey. I'll pay the rent. I know I've done you wrong. Remember that rainy evening? I threw you out with nothing but a fine-tooth comb. You know I'm to blame. Now ain't that a shame? Bill, baby, won't you please come home? Won't you come home, Bill Bailey? Please come home. I'm on the whole night long, the whole night long. Won't you come home? Won't you come home? Bill Bailey, please come home. I'll do the cooking, I'll pay the rent. Whoa. Please, Bill, remember that rainy evening. I threw you out with nothing but a fine-tooth comb, Billy. I know that I'm to blame. Ain't it a crying shame? Bill Bailey, won't you please? Won't you come home, Bill Bailey? Won't you come home? I'm on the whole night long. I'll do the cooking, honey. I'll pay the rent. I know I've done you wrong. You remember that rainy evening? I threw you out with nothing but a fine-tooth comb. You know I'm to blame. Now ain't that a shame? Bill, baby, won't you please come home? Bill, baby, won't you please come home? Bill, baby, won't you please come home? Oh, Bill, baby, please come home.
A special thank you to those gifted students. At this time, I would like to thank the staff here at our state capitol, the Secretary of State's office and the North Carolina Republican Party, and the headquarters staff at the Republican Party for helping to make the 57th meeting of North Carolina's Electoral College a success. If there is no further business to come before this body, a motion to adjourn would be in order. At this time, I recognize the Honorable Elector, Celeste Stanley.
Mr. President, the mission and duty of the 57th North Carolina Electoral College, having successfully been completed by honorably nominating Donald J. Trump for President of the United States and Michael Pence, Vice President, I hereby move in honor of Almighty God that we adjourn.
A motion to adjourn is in order. It does require a second. I recognize the Honorable Elector Robert Mueller for that purpose.
This body, the 57th meeting of the North Carolina Electoral College, again having concluded its duties and delivered all 15 electoral votes to Donald J. Trump for President and Michael Pence for Vice President, it is my honor to second the motion to adjourn.
A motion has been made and properly seconded to adjourn the 57th meeting of North Carolina's Electoral College. All in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. It is my duty to declare this meeting is now adjourned. Thank you for your help. Although the meeting is now adjourned, it would be inhospitable of us not to recognize our host, Secretary of State Elaine Marshall, for some closing comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the Electoral College, the people of North Carolina, thank you for your service here today. I want to thank all of our other participants as well, especially these marvelous young people. Let's give them another round of applause. And thanks to those of you who are out there watching history being made once again in our state capitol and around the world through modern technology. We are grateful to the media and the Capitol staff for making this all happen. Please travel safely as you leave here today. We will ask the electors to come down front for another final official group photo, so if everyone will just stay a little bit in place. I know they'll want to talk to all of you, but as you leave here, please have a wonderful holiday season. Be safe, have a very Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year, and thank you all very, very much.
Quality public television is made possible through the financial contributions of
And that was the feed out of North Carolina. We're going to take you now to another state. We are giving you guys nonstop coverage of the Electoral College process. We have this feed right here coming in from Pennsylvania. We also have another feed. Let me go ahead and pull this up for you now.
Thank you so much. Oh, it was great. Just defrosting right now. That's all yeah.
Will the pages please bring forward the signature of the envelopes for endorsement? Will the Secretary of Electors please assemble 6 envelopes, each containing a certificate of the vote that we just signed, a certificate of ascertainment signed by the governor. While he's compiling those, on behalf of the electors, I would like to thank our chair, Alcorn, and the vice chair, Wheeler, and the secretary, McAllister, for having us, along with the Commissioner Cortez, the Deputy Commissioner Howard, and the Policy Advisor Marsh. We really appreciate you putting this together and hosting us today. I also want to extend our appreciation to the Clerk of the Senate, Ms. Susan Shaw, and to the Deputy Clerk, Ms. Jennifer Welch. Without these fine people working weeks and weeks and weeks to put this together for us, and everything is running as smoothly as I've ever seen it on clockwork, and I do appreciate, on behalf of the electors, all of y'all's hard work.
All right, guys, we're going to cut out of this feed now. We do have a live feed out of Maryland happening now. Actually, it looks like they are taking a couple minutes. We're going to stick with this feed for a few more minutes. And here's a quick look at Pennsylvania. The electors gathered in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania was a key state in determining this election.
The chair directs the secretary to record that in the open meeting of this Electoral College of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the Honorable David Urban certified on behalf of the tellers, Megan Sweeney, Betsy Hauer, Charles Giroux, and George Halkovich, that the vote for President of the United States was 20 votes for Donald J. Trump, and the vote for Vice President for the United States, 20 votes for Michael R. Pence. The chair also thanks the tellers for the efficient performance of their duties. In accordance with the law, it becomes our responsibility to certify the results. The chair recognizes the Honorable Margaret Ferraro of Northampton County for the purposes of offering a resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Resolved that the certificates of vote for President and Vice President of the United States be placed on the table and signed by the electors. Thank you.
Resolved that the certificate for the vote of President and Vice President of the United States be placed on the table and signed by the electors. Thank you, Ms. Ferraro. Those in favor of the resolution will give their assent by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is unanimously adopted. There are 6 certificates to be signed by the electors certifying the votes cast by them for President and Vice President. The Secretary will call the roll. Electors will come forward and sign in the order in which your name is called.
Thank you, Mr. President. Begin the roll. The Honorable Robert Gleason. The Honorable Joyce Haas. The Honorable Lawrence Tabus. The Honorable Robert Asher. The Honorable Mary Barquette. The Honorable Robert Bizzuto. The Honorable Michael Downing. The Honorable Margaret Ferraro. The Honorable Christopher Gleason. The Honorable Ash Kare. The Honorable James Mackerling. The Honorable Elstina Pickett. The Honorable Patricia Poprick. The Honorable Andrew Riley. The Honorable Carol Sides. The Honorable Gloria Lee Snover. The Honorable Richard Stewart. The Honorable Christine Toretti. The Honorable Carolyn Bunny Welsh. And the Honorable Theodore Christian.
Signed documents must now be directed to the appropriate authorities. The chair recognizes the Honorable Carol Sides of Lycoming County for the purposes of offering a resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Resolve that the President appoint one elector to take charge and ensure that one package of all legally required documents is directed to the President of the Senate of the United States in Washington, D.C., by delivering them by registered mail.
Thank you. Besides, those in favor of the resolution will give their assent by voting aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is unanimously adopted. The chair appoints the Honorable Robert Bizzuto of Cumberland County to deliver the required documents to the President of the United States Senate in accordance with the resolution. The package will be opened with those of the other 49 states in the District of Columbia on Friday, January the 6th, 2017, in a joint session of the United States Senate and the United States House of Representatives for the purpose of determining the national electoral vote for the President and Vice President of the United States. In addition to the signed documents, must be distributed for the purpose of maintaining the public record. The chair recognizes the Honorable Richard Stewart of Cumberland County for the purpose of offering a resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Resolved that the President appoint one elector to take charge and ensure that 2 packages of all legally required documents are directed to the Secretary of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, one of which shall be held subject to the order of the President of the Senate of the United States, the other to be preserved by the Secretary for 1 year and shall be part of the public records of his office. That one package, each of all legally required documents, is directed to the Archivist of the United States in Washington, D.C., and to the Honorable Christopher C. Connor, Chief Judge of the District Court of the United States for the Middle District of Pennsylvania, by delivering them by registered mail. Be it further resolved that a copy of the proceedings of this college be filed with the Secretary of the Commonwealth.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Those in favor of the resolution will give their assent by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the resolution is unanimously adopted. The chair appoints the Honorable Michael Downing of Cumberland County to deliver the required documents in accordance with the resolution. The chair requested the electors appointed in charge with the responsibility to seal and deliver all legally required documents meet here in the House chamber with the Secretary of the Commonwealth's designee for further instructions as to their duties immediately following adjournment. The chair recognizes the Honorable Carolyn Bunny Welsh of Chester County for the purpose of offering a resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Resolved that the President appoint 2 electors to settle the accounts and expenses of this College of Electors.
Thank you, Ms. Welsh. Those in favor of the resolution will give their assent by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is unanimously adopted. The chair appoints the Honorable Christopher Gleason of Cambria County and the Honorable James McErlane of Chester County to settle the accounts and expenses of the electors. The chair now recognizes the Honorable Patricia Poprick of Bucks County.
Thank you. Resolved that the Secretary of the Commonwealth be directed to have published in pamphlet form copies of the proceedings of the 58th College of Electors of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and to be delivered to and distributed by the Secretary of the Commonwealth.
Thank you, Ms. Poprick. Those in favor of the resolution give their assent by voting aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The chair recognizes the Honorable Elstina Pickett of Bradford County for the purpose of offering a resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Resolved that the appreciation of the electors be extended to the Secretary of the Commonwealth, the President and the other officers of the College of Electors, the pages, Samuel Casarelas, Riley Dorer, Caitlin Holland, Surya Ibrahim, McKenna Mattis, and Angelina Torres, and all others for the efficient and satisfactory performance of the duties of their appointment. Be it further resolved that the College of Electors extend their sincere appreciation to the Governor of the Commonwealth for his participation in this proceeding. Be it further resolved that the College of Electors extend their sincere appreciation to the Speaker of the House, Mike Turzai, and the members of the Pennsylvania House of Representatives for allowing us to hold this historic meeting in this magnificent chamber. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. President.
Thank you, Ms. Pickett. Those in favor of the resolution will give their assent by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is unanimously adopted. We've come to the end of these official proceedings. Does the Secretary have any announcements?
Mr. President, there are no other announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Ash Kari of Warren County for the purpose of offering a resolution.
Resolved that the College of Electors of Pennsylvania, having met in the chamber of the House of Representatives at the state capitol in the city of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution and the laws of the United States and this Commonwealth, and having completed the business for which they were elected, do stand adjourned, signed die, upon the pronouncement of the benediction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kari. Those in favor of the resolution will give their assent by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is unanimously adopted. The benediction will be pronounced by Canon Lovelace. Please rise.
Let us ask God's blessing. O God of unchangeable power and might, we give you thanks for the blessing of this day and for all who serve faithfully in the name of this nation and this Commonwealth. We pray your continual blessing upon all of us, as we have many varied traditions and backgrounds pause to celebrate during these days of early winter. May we find encouragement and strength in the transforming love made known to us in a variety of ways. May our hearts be gladdened and filled with hope as we celebrate a new year. And may your blessing, O God, remain upon us this day and guide us always, we pray. Amen.
The Chair declares the 58th session of the Electoral College of Pennsylvania adjourned sine die.
Very good. You guys did a great job. Very nice. All right, everybody. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We're going to continue our coverage here this afternoon, heading to another state right now.
And when the phone rings at 2 o'clock in the morning, not so much. But one of the best jobs that I've had has been to participate in nominating electors for those who would vote for President of the United States. A lot of people lose sight of the fact that we are a republic. We're not a democracy. And there was a reason for that. Ben Franklin had in his great comments that the founding fathers have created a republic if the citizens can keep it. The whole idea was that the president would not be chosen just by the whims of the moment, but instead there would be an opportunity for people who were thoughtful, who had judgment, who had integrity, to step back from the moment of emotion and consider truly what was in the best interest of this country. And I will tell you, that is exactly the criteria we used in nominating our electors who are before you here today, and we're so very proud of them.
All right, everybody.
I want to give them a round of applause. Privilege of getting to know, and despite what may appear on the national stage, I can tell you the relations that we developed were very cordial. So I thank the Republican Party for being here as well. I also want to thank Linda Lamone and the State Board
Mr.
of
Chairman,
Elections staff.
I move
because
that the
they are the
signed
people that
certificates of
make
vote
sure
be
that we
delivered
get
to the
this right.
Secretary Houston for distribution
Everybody
as
takes it
required
for
by law.
granted that you can just show up and vote and
Motion is
that
made. Is
somehow
there
it
a
all
second?
comes out.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The motion is second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The motion is carried, and the documents are delivered to the Secretary of State, who shall distribute them in accordance with law. Is there any other business to come before the 54th Ohio Electoral College? Being no other further business to be brought before the college, I ask that Mike Gangadakis to come forward and deliver the benediction.
Let us bow our heads and pray for God's blessing. Accept, O Lord, our thanks and praise for all that you have done for us. We thank you for the splendor of this whole creation, for the beauty of this world, for the wonder of life, all life, and for the mystery of love. We thank you for the blessing of family and friends, and for the loving care that surrounds us on every side. We thank you for setting us at tasks that demand our best effort and for leading us to accomplishments that satisfy and delight us. Above all, we thank you for your Son, Jesus Christ, for the truth of his word and the example of his life. Grant us the gift of your Spirit and place through your Spirit at all times and in all places. May we give thanks to you in all things. And may God bless us in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Merry Christmas. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Is there a motion to adjourn this meeting of the 54th Ohio Electoral College?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a motion is made? Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I second the motion.
Thank you. The motion is second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing no objection, I declare the meeting of the 54th Ohio Electoral College to be adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I want to thank Bruce Poole for selecting all of the electors today and for being the Maryland Democratic Party chair during a very trying election and always being a steady hand at the wheel. So we appreciate you, Bruce. Thank you. On behalf of the people of Maryland, it is my privilege and great honor to nominate Hillary Clinton for President of the United States.
I also am honored to second that nomination of Hillary Clinton.
I will now call a roll call vote, and I, Courtney Watson, my vote is yes. Karen Brito.
My vote is yes for Hillary Clinton.
Leslie Israel.
As a Democrat and a woman, I'm proud to vote for Hillary Clinton.
Robert Leonard.
Standing with the choice of voters in Baltimore County, the 2nd Congressional District, and the blue state of Maryland, I too vote for Hillary Clinton.
Claudia Martin.
It is my pleasure as part of the system to vote for Hillary Clinton. I say yes.
Hanger Mister.
It is my honor and pleasure to vote for Hillary Clinton today.
Susan Ness.
With great joy, I vote today for Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Lillian Norris Holmes.
It is my pleasure, my honor, and as a woman to vote for Hillary Clinton today.
Salome Peters.
As an African immigrant, a woman, it is great privilege and honor for me to cast my vote for Hillary Rodham Clinton. I vote yes.
Wayne Rogers.
I'm both pleased and proud to cast my vote as yes for Hillary Rodham Clinton.
There we have it then, 10 votes for Hillary Clinton for President of the United States. And now we will nominate the Vice President.
I am proud to nominate Tim Kaine as Vice President of the United States.
Second.
Roll call on Tim Kaine. Courtney Watson.
My vote is yes.
Leslie Israel.
My vote is yes.
Robert Leonard.
My vote is yes.
Claudia Martin.
My vote is yes.
Hagner Mister.
My vote is yes.
Susan Ness.
My vote is yes.
Lillian Norris Holmes.
My vote is yes.
Salome Peters.
My vote is yes.
Wayne Rogers.
My vote is yes.
And Karen Brito, on behalf of the citizens of the 8th Congressional District, I'm proud to say my vote is yes. That is the 10 votes for Tim Kaine to serve as Vice President of the United States.
Thank you. And now we will begin the signing of the certificate of vote that is required under the Constitution and has to be delivered. There'll be more copies than what is required, just because we want to make sure that we have some spares and give everyone. So, hope your pen hands are good. So. So as this is going on, I'll give you some interesting facts about the Electoral College. Right now, it's just a bunch of signing documents, and as riveting as this is, you know, for the viewers at home there. As the governor mentioned, this was George Washington was the first president elected with the Electoral College. He was the only president also to be unanimously elected. He was unanimously elected twice, the Electoral College. In the first meeting, which occurred in Maryland on February 4th, 1789, 6 electors met doing the exact same thing that is being done right now in 2016, and voted for George Washington and Maryland's own Robert Hanson Harrison. He was a colonel in the Revolutionary War and the chief judge of Maryland's General Court. So there were 6 of them. They were all here, and they did exactly the same thing, which was recorded then in the old book as well and sent to the first joint Congress session, where they then officially announced George Washington as president. So this has been a time-honored tradition. It was the vote of the Electoral College was actually the first act of the first Congress ever. So this is what the election of the president is about here. There was other times, too, that have made the Electoral College a little bit interesting, most notably the election of 1800, where there was a tie. And the reason why there was actually two different votes was because of that election. So when the president of the Electoral College, Ms. Watson, introduced and voted just for Hillary Clinton for president, and then when the secretary, Ms. Brito, introduced for Tim Kaine for vice president, it was a result of the election of 1800. Prior to the election of 1800 and that one, electors just cast votes for president, both. So in the first one, the 6 electors both cast their votes for president for George Washington and Robert Henry Harrison. The vice president was just basically whoever finished second in the electoral vote. After that, in the election of 1800, there was a constitutional crisis where there was a tie between Thomas Jefferson and Aaron Burr. Mostly, the millennials and everyone else will now know this because of the musical Hamilton. And we all know what happened with Aaron Burr and Alexander Hamilton in a July day in Weehawken, New Jersey. But at the time, they both received 73 electoral votes. Maryland had split their electoral votes between Thomas Jefferson, Aaron Burr, John Adams, along the line there. And Maryland was actually the last state to switch its vote to Thomas Jefferson, allowing Thomas Jefferson to take the presidency on the 36th ballot in the House of Representatives. So we've had a very interesting and important role in the formation of the government. The other point, too, is about the Electoral College itself. Maryland's role in the formation of the current system of how we elect our president was actually the model for it. The Electoral College existed in Maryland prior to the Constitution. This is how we elected our state senators. From 1776 to 1836, Maryland used an Electoral College system to elect its state senators. Alexander Hamilton himself actually used the Maryland system as a defense when he was going around in the Federalist Papers trying to create the ratification of the U.S. Constitution. So as to why they chose this method, he said, you know, if there was issues with it, Maryland would have discovered it by then through its state Senate program. In 1836, Maryland actually decided to go with the direct election of its state senators and ended the practice of the Electoral College. But the Electoral College exists today for the election of the president. So, are we all good with this? Which one? Okay, so now, we have now done the certificate of vote that they've all signed. And now they have to sign, as we deliver these, they have to sign and seal the certificate of vote. So we're not going to have them sign the envelopes. We'll have them actually sign a document, which we will then seal around the envelope so that if anybody tries to break the seal, it will then be ripped. So it would still have the same sort of impact of the sealing of the vote here. So they have to sign and seal the envelopes now. So these are all interesting facts that can also be discovered in the book, History of Maryland Electoral College Meetings, 1789 to 2016, for your reading pleasure. They're all over here. So please feel free at the end of this meeting to grab a copy of it and go forward with it.
Thank you.
Oh, let me know, yeah. Oh, I tell you, you got a hurry here. I'm in the assembly line.
Next up, so now that the meeting has basically signed all the documents here, now we will be delivering a set by federal law required to the Secretary of State, who is present here now to receive them.
And may I ask the Honorable Delegate Maggie McIntosh to come forward. Delegate McIntosh, would you please deliver these sealed votes to the Secretary of State?
Thank you very much. Let me first thank the Secretary of State, Bruce Poole, Chair of the Democratic Party, and the Electors. This is kind of an emotional moment for me. It's an emotional moment for many, many women in this country, in this state, and it certainly is an emotional moment for all those wonderful good men. Hillary Rodham Clinton was the first woman nominated by a major political party to run as President of the United States. She won the majority of votes here in Maryland. The electors today have chosen her as their president, and she won the majority of votes in this country. But since you've called me up here to present these votes, I want to speak not to you, but to that fourth grade class in Washington County. I want to read these words. Do all the good that you can for all the people you can for as long as you can. What does that mean? Do all the good that you can. I want those students who I'm speaking to right now to go home tonight and sit down and answer that question. And I will tell you that being in public office, serving in the federal government, the state government, your city or local government, can be one of the ways you do all the good you can. Do not forget and find out. Make it your business to find out what good government can do. Ask your grandparents about their Social Security check that they count on. Ask the veterans what it means to get that check every day. Ask them what it meant to serve and what it means to be at home. You're sitting in a fourth grade class right now. Those chairs, those walls, those teachers, all paid for by tax dollars that are funneled through our government. Do all the good you can. Do all the good you can, especially for those who need you. So it's my honor
to present to you, Mr. Secretary, the votes.
Thank you, Delegate McIntosh, for your for providing this to me. Just take a minute or so to tell you sort of what happens next. The federal law requires that the Secretary of State from each state in the United States receive 2 original sets of the proceedings from their state's meeting. Therefore, with the receipt of the delivery of the certificate of vote and the certificate of ascertainment, I'm fulfilling my responsibilities as the Secretary of State for the election of the President of the United States. The State Board of Elections will facilitate the delivery of the proceedings to the other required individuals, and they are the Vice President, Joe Biden, as the President of the United States Senate, the National Archivist, and the Chief Judge of the Federal District Court in Baltimore. I hope that everyone that's been watching these proceedings over the live feed have found it informative. And with that being said, at this point, I would declare that the 58th meeting of the Electoral College in Maryland is hereby concluded. Thank you very much for coming. Yeah, your call. No,
All right, everybody, you can see Maryland just wrapped up here. While we wait for another state to get a feed from, let's show you a little bit earlier today a conservative Trump supporter sharing his thoughts here in Arizona. Let's take a look.
Environment, which is totally ironic, because the people who, by sins of omission, didn't report things, biggest propaganda machine going on. It's when something contradicts the stated propaganda, that's fake news. The Washington Post got called on it. The LA Times got called on it. Barack Obama complains about fake news in an interview with Rolling Stone, who just paid a $5 or $10 million lawsuit for fake news. So if you look at who's talking about the fake news and look at their track record.
So I understand you right. Are you saying Hillary Clinton has produced fake news?
Oh, definitely. They've propaganda, misdirection. Yeah,
What examples do you have for that?
I don't have any right here. I would.
So it's more your sense of things.
No, I get you. At a certain point, you stop keeping track. I mean, there's an irony here that they're talking about Trump being Putin's puppet, when the Clinton Foundation had connections through the foundation and allowed for the sale of uranium to Russia. You know, as far as foreign influence, the Clinton Foundation is full of foreign influence. And the Obama administration donated, they had the State Department give money to a group of Israeli peace activists who turned around and interfered with the Israeli elections. From the email dumps, how the Clinton administration tried to interfere. I mean, the Clinton campaign tried to interfere with the Republican primary process.
Wait a second, let me stop you. Those email dumps came from Russian hacks, right?
We don't know where they came from. We don't. We simply don't.
You reject what the CIA has been saying about this? There's a lot of Republicans in it, of course.
Well, the CIA said it, but that's not. It may be a CIA thing, but it's not necessarily a consensus of all the intelligence communities. And it comes down to say, okay, who exactly said? You have a spokesman. They say people have this evidence. Where's the evidence? name the evidence, the specific people, and if this is a danger to the country, why haven't these people been arrested? Why hasn't this been made public?
Would you like to see, as Senator McCain has been saying, and Senator McConnell and Senator Graham, these are Republicans, that they'd like to see a select committee of hearings about the Russian influence on our election?
Oh, it's definitely, yeah, it's definitely there, but it's just, it's got to be basically bipartisan in a sense.
Well, I know the Democrats would certainly be enthusiastic for hearings,
yeah, but,
and you have Republicans who want to do it as well. That's bipartisan.
Yeah, but you know, the fact that Hillary has an email server that's prone to hacks, nobody was concerned about that. You know, that wasn't an issue.
Well,
it wasn't an issue.
The hacks we're talking about are Democratic National Committee hacks, not her Gmail account.
Yeah, but there's a question then the question comes, where do those who hacked that? There's so much ambiguity and smoke being thrown around here.
So would you like to see hearings looking into this type of thing, or just
I'd like to see hearings.
What to you would represent the success of a Donald Trump presidency? What promises do you think he's made that he needs to keep in order to keep your support 4 years from now? What are you looking for specifically?
Well, I'm a constitutionalist, and like I say, he's ambivalent about the Constitution, but he's not going to tear it down. He's not going to tear down. He's not going to tear down the country. There's plenty of. He lacks the directed contempt that Hillary has shown. Refers to people as deplorables. The fact that Obama continues to show contempt. Obama sits there and refers to the Electoral College as the vestige of an older time.
My question was, what do you think Donald Trump needs to do to maintain your support 4 years from now? What are you looking for? For example, the better jobs thing, getting folks better jobs?
I would like to see an adherence to the Constitution. And that's going to be a struggle. Not the struggle that you would get from a Democrat. The Democrats, it would be tough to come up with a worse candidate than Donald Trump, but somehow the Democrats did it. So as a conservative, I want to make sure that the party stays in a conservative format towards that Constitution. And that will be a struggle in itself, as opposed to a group that is actively.
Suppose Bernie Sanders had won the nomination, not Hillary Clinton. Could you see yourself as supporting him?
No.
So you're really a Republican?
I'm a conservative. Bernie Sanders, he's a communist. Simply a communist. You go through his history and do a quick search. He's a communist.
Wait a minute. Vladimir Putin's a communist.
All right, everybody.
Yes,
we are going to dip out of coverage here and take you now to Minnesota, where they are going to be voting as well, Electoral College.
Ladies and gentlemen, what I will do as our newly sworn-in elector, Ms. Garcia, is casting her ballots, as I will continue in the same order that we had been in before the interruption. So I will continue now with Congressional District 6, Betsy O'Berry. Mr. Wammer has cast a vote for Hillary Clinton for president and a vote for Tim Kaine for vice president. Thank you, sir. You may return to your seat. Congressional District 8, Mary Murphy. Ms. Murphy has cast a vote for Hillary Clinton for president and a vote for Tim Kaine for vice president. Thank you. You may return to your seat. State at large, Jules Goldstein.
Documented in what is lovingly referred to as the old book that you see here. It's a very creative title, the old book. Seems like we could have come up with something better, but it's, we're honored that the Maryland State Archives officials have brought the old book here today. But along with the rich history and the old traditions, we're also adding in a little bit of modern technology as well. For the very first time, Marylanders can view this Electoral College meeting live online, and we have provided the live stream link to numerous schools all across the state. I want to give a special welcome and shout out to the students in Ms. Held's third grade class at Rolling Knolls Elementary, whom I know are tuned in and watching right now. Under the Electoral College system developed by our founding fathers, each state is allocated a number of electors, which is equal to its 2 United States senators, combined with the total number of its members of the U.S. House of Representatives. Maryland has 10 total electoral votes, 1 for each of our congressional seats and for our 2 senators. As governor of Maryland, my role this afternoon is to declare and certify the winning votes of our state's electors by signing 7 certificates of ascertainment under the seal of our state. Each certificate of ascertainment lists the names of the electors whom were chosen by the voters and the number of votes received, as well as the names of all the other candidates for elector and the number of votes received. The electors are required to meet here in the State House. They are required to take an oath and then to officially cast their votes for the President and Vice President of the United States of America. The electors are to vote for the candidates who received a majority of the votes in the state of Maryland. After the vote is taken and we adjourn this meeting, the official electoral votes will be sealed and delivered from Maryland and from all the other states across the country to the President of the United States Senate, who is also the Vice President of the United States. Vice President Biden will then open and read them before both houses of Congress on January 6th, 2017. There are 538 total electoral votes being cast all across the nation, and of course a minimum of 270 electoral votes are required to officially elect the next president and vice president. For me, it is truly an honor to have this opportunity to take part in this historic ceremony, which represents such an important part of our country's democratic process. Thank you very much. Now I have to sign some things, right? I don't want to mess with this old book.
Great, thank you.
I'm going to keep the pen, too.
Yes, so you get to keep the pen. And the other one, too, if you wish.
Thank you very much. All right. And we're going to take a picture with the electors.
Oh, for the picture. Nice to see you. Yeah, I'm coming.
It's a solemn occasion. Everybody got their shots? Well, thank you. Congratulations to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe. Thank you. All right. Next up is Bessie Decker, Clerk of the Court of Appeals. She's coming in here now to swear in the electors into office. Bessie? Thank you.
Please stand. Raise your right hand and repeat in unison the oath after me. I state your full name.
I, Leslie Israel,
Do swear or affirm.
do swear or affirm
That I will support the Constitution of the United States.
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
And that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance.
and that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance
To the state of Maryland.
to the state of Maryland,
And support the Constitution and laws thereof.
and support the Constitution and laws thereof,
And that I will, to the best of my skill and judgment.
and that I will, to the best of my skill and judgment,
Diligently and faithfully.
diligently and faithfully,
Without partiality or prejudice.
without partiality or prejudice,
Execute the office of presidential elector.
execute the office of presidential elector,
According to the Constitution and laws of this state.
according to the Constitution and laws of this state.
You may be seated and you'll be signing this testimony.
Thank you. Okay. Next up is the introduction of the President and the Secretary. The Honorable D. Bruce Poole is the Chairman of the Democratic Party. As Chairman of the Democratic Party, it was his role to nominate the electors here before us. That was for the November election. So, Chairman?
Good afternoon. I've enjoyed the job of Maryland Democratic Party at times, and when the phone rings at 2 o'clock in the morning, not so much. But one of the best jobs that I've had has been to participate in nominating electors for those who would vote for President of the United States. A lot of people lose sight of the fact that we are a republic. We're not a democracy. And there was a reason for that. Ben Franklin had in his great comments that the founding fathers have created a republic if the citizens can keep it. The whole idea was that the president would not be chosen just by the whims of the moment, but instead there would be an opportunity for people who were thoughtful, who had judgment, who had integrity, to step back from the moment of emotion and consider truly what was in the best interest of this country. And I will tell you, that is exactly the criteria we used in nominating our electors who are before you here today, and we're so very proud of them. I want to give them a round of applause. I also want to make note of the fact that the governor, who is from the opposite party, a Republican, was here today to preside over this process. The Secretary of State, also a Republican, here. And I think that is absolutely essential. And somewhere out there, I want to say hello and my comments to recently retired chairwoman of the Republican Party, Diana Waterman, who I had the privilege of getting to know. And despite what may appear on the national stage, I can tell you the relations that we developed were very cordial. So I thank the Republican Party for being here as well. I also want to thank you. I want to thank Linda Lamone and the State Board of Elections staff, because they are the people that make sure that we get this right. Everybody takes it for granted that you can just show up and vote and that somehow it all comes out. But when things get tight, when things get tense, the State Board of Elections, in a very professional, dignified way, has to weigh in, be certain of the law, be certain of the standards, and make sure that we get it right. And without that, the foundations of democracy are gone. So, State Board of Elections, we thank you very much. Here's an interesting piece of information. Ben Franklin, who I like to read about a lot, I just hope that somehow I can sort of get just a little bit of his intelligence and wisdom. When I'm awake at night, I'll read about Ben Franklin and why he felt the way he did. Ben Franklin today has a direct lineal descendant, 6th-generation grandson, I guess whatever you would call it.
Joel Albin from our office will now be distributing that.
All right, everybody, now this is Colorado, folks, live in Colorado. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. Continuous coverage all day.
For those who wish to proceed, the Chief Justice will proceed with administering the oath. So we'll let you read through that first. And then we appreciate the Chief Justice being with us today.
Jason Wysocki here, or Jesse Wick, our attorneys.
There were two general attorneys out in the foyer.
Can I get counsel, request counsel from them?
Yes.
And Jason Wysocki?
Yes. Thank you, Robert.
With whom should we speak?
The justice?
I'll just make sure I don't have anything to send back.
We need some chairs. I'm sorry. We need several chairs. Huh? We do. I can't stand very long. Thank you. We only have chairs to sit on.
I'm not sure.
Ms. Williams, as you know, this order was just struck down by the district court, Judge Stars. She indicated that the secretary retained power for rulemaking that could be addressed on another day, but it was clear that this oath was not to be given today. As she addressed this ruling, or this issue last week, and again, just this morning has indicated that the oath to be given is that set forth in the Colorado State Constitution, also available on the Secretary of State's website. She specifically ruled that this language would not be given today.
Actually, if you read the whole order, you'll see that the judge specifically authorized us to issue rules that govern that, including today. There is no limitation of a future date for that. So in accordance with the judge's order, the rule has been issued. Your clients at this point need to choose whether they wish to proceed with taking the oath as authorized by rule in Colorado.
Yeah, I would agree with my colleague. I believe then we need to go back in front of Judge Stars, who indicated that she would take up further proceedings with this if the secretary attempted to violate her order or get around it with further rulemaking. So with that, my clients are here. They are prepared to take the oath of office as set forth in the Constitution and honor their federal duty to the Electoral College. But again, about 40 minutes ago, Judge Stars struck down this oath, and we do not believe it's appropriate for a new oath to be presented in the final minutes, or that she will allow that to go forward under any administrative procedure.
Thank you. Our counsel is here. You're welcome to get Judge Stars on the line.
Mind if we grab this?
Yeah, I just need that. It has been published as required, so it's gone on through gov delivery and every other process legally required.
Okay, thank you.
We will be in a short recess while we await Judge Stars.
Mayor, you need a chair?
I'm good.
I left all of my recording equipment outside. I know I don't even have that.
Outside for a while, but I'm up here on the north side.
We'll shuffle the deck here.
It's a little tight, so I don't think they're talking about this. So what are they? They're disputing. Thank you.
Watch popping in head sort of brightens everything up. All I'm getting is audio. I got to put this back.
Do we need it?
All right, everybody, we're going to go to Michigan now.
Restore America's exceptionalism. Give President-elect Donald J. Trump, Vice President Mike Pence, and the cabinet members to be confirmed the wisdom, civility, foresight, and wisdom to govern with humility and to appoint with conviction based on our traditional values and our nation's great Constitution. Bless their families, loved ones, colleagues, and peers. Bless our governor, members of the Senate and House, the Electoral College, and the totality of our nation as a whole. God bless America, and let justice roll down like waters and righteousness like a mighty stream. And all the people said amen. Amen. Say amen again. Amen.
Well, thank you, Bishop Combs. Nominations are now in order for the chair of the 2016 Presidential Electoral College. I will now recognize Hank Foos for the purpose of making a nomination.
Governor Snyder doing a hell of a job. I'd like to have him have the job. Let's give him a
Thank you. Thank you, Hank. Do we have a second? We got a second. Hearing no other nominations, our nominations are closed. Thank you. All in favor of Governor Rick Snyder for the chair of the 2016 Presidential Electoral College signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Governor Rick Snyder is unanimously elected chair of the 2016 Presidential Electoral College. Thank you. Thank you. Please be seated. And thank you for that honor. You are a little out of order, but John, what will you share with us? You have a statement you'd like us to enter? Okay. It's signed by all the electors. Okay, we have a second. All in favor of having the statement read, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. You may read your statement.
Whereas the signers of the Constitution understood the natural instinct of man to govern in such a way as to benefit themselves, their loved ones, and those who may profit from them. And whereas our founding fathers, guided by divine intervention, created a system of checks and balance described in the document called the Constitution of the United States of America. And whereas no president in the United States of America has ever been elected by direct popular vote, but by a system described in the Constitution of the United States of America, and whereas Article 2, Section 1 states, each state shall appoint in such a manner as legislature thereof may direct a number of electors equal to the whole number of senators and representatives to which that state may be entitled in the Congress, but no senator or representative or person holding office of trust or profit under the United States shall be appointed an elector. And whereas the state of Michigan has 2 senators and 14 U.S. representatives, so Michigan is allotted 16 electors. These electors are elected to their state convention at their prospective congressional districts, with the party having 2 at-large appointed positions. And whereas Republican Donald J. Trump won Michigan's popular vote by the narrowest margin in Michigan's history, winning 306 of the 270 electors needed to secure his place in history as our 45th President of the United States of America. We hereby recognize and thank the following electors for their willingness to serve in the electoral process and congratulate you on being bestowed the honor of representing the citizens of your district and the citizens of our great state of Michigan. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you. If you can please provide a copy of that to the Secretary for the minutes, please. I would like to appoint Lieutenant Governor Brian Kelly, Secretary of State Ruth Johnson, Attorney General Bill Schuette as assistant chairs. Thank you for your service. Stand up. Senate Majority Leader Arlen Meekoff as Secretary, State Representative Brant Iden as Assistant Secretary, Speaker of the House Kevin Cotter as Parliamentarian, and State Representative Tom Leonard as Assistant Parliamentarian. Thank you for your service. Oh, stand up now, guys. I've not known such august people to be as shy as they are today. Thank you for sharing with us. And thank you for your assistance. The role of official electors of President and Vice President of the United States will now be called. Indicate your presence by stating here when your name is called. Elector at large, Hank Hughes. Just got to yell out here, Hank. Elector at large, Joseph Guzman. First District, John Haggard. Second District, Jack Holmes. Third District, Kelly Mitchell. Fourth District, Judy Panos. Fifth District, Henry Hatter. Sixth District, Robert Waite. Seventh District, Wickham Seelig. Eighth District, Ross Ensign. Ninth District, Michael Bainarian. Very good. 10th District, Brian Fairbrother. 11th District, Ken Greider. 12th District, Mary Vaughn. 13th District, Jim Rhodes. 14th District, William Rotterdam. Very good. All electors are present. Chief Justice Bob Young will now give the oath of office. Chief Justice.
Thank you very much. There are many occasions I've been blessed. This is none more poignant than this. Will the electors please stand and raise your right hand? Looks like all of you figured out the right hand. Okay, good. Now, do you solemnly swear that you will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of this state, and that you will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of Elector of President and Vice President of the United States according to the best of your ability? Congratulations.
I'd now like to appoint the Sergeant at Arms for the 2016 Presidential Electoral College. Ronna Romney McDaniel of the 11th Congressional District, State Representative Eric Nesbitt of the 6th Congressional District, Steve Ostro of the 4th Congressional District, and Andrea Pollack of the 3rd Congressional District. You'd please be recognized. Thank you for your service. Nominations are now in order for the office of President of the United States. I now recognize Michael Bainarian for the purpose of a nomination.
Ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you today with the high honor and privilege of nominating a man who carries the hopes and dreams of millions of Michiganders and Americans, Democrats, Republicans, and independents alike, on his shoulders. A man who has been given the opportunity to restore the American dream, which has been out of reach for so many Americans for far too long. So I ask that all of you stand with me today to support such a man. Stand with me as I nominate Donald J. Trump for President of the United States of America.
Thank you for that nomination. Do I have a second? Multiple seconds. Very good. Are there any other nominations for the office of President of the United States? Hearing none, I call for a vote by ballot. To facilitate the voting, I'd like to call upon our Sergeant at Arms to please step forward and distribute ballots for the office of the President of the United States. Please indicate your vote on the ballot by signing your name after the candidate of your preference. Sergeants, would you please collect the ballots and tally them? Thank you. Donald J. Trump received 16 electoral votes from the state of Michigan. Very exciting. We have more work to be done. Nominations are now in order for the office of Vice President of the United States. I recognize Joseph Guzman for the purpose of a nomination.
Mr. Chairman, it is a distinct honor to nominate Governor Mike Pence for Vice President of the United States.
Great. I appreciate that. Do we have a second? We have a second. Are there any other nominations for the office of Vice President of the United States? Yeah, hearing none, I call for a vote by ballot. Sergeants, would you please step forward and distribute the ballots for the office of Vice President of the United States? Thank you. Yeah, please indicate on your vote by writing the name of the candidate of your preference. Sergeants, please collect the ballots and tally them. It's good we have the next generation of democracy up here front with us. I'm pleased to report Mike Pence received all 16 votes from the state of Michigan. We don't have that. We'll see. Well, congratulations to Donald J. Trump and Mike Pence for their elections. Thank you for your good work. We have more work to be done, though. We're going to put you to work again. It's now time to sign the certificates of vote for President and Vice President. Each official elector must sign each of the 6 certificates to certify Donald J. Trump for the office of President of the United States and Mike Pence for the office of Vice President of the United States. I now invite all electors to come forward and sign the certificates. The Sergeant at Arms will begin releasing the electors one by one. So we'll ask you to come forward and sign 6 times, and the sergeants will come get you to put your signatures down.
All right, everybody, now we're going to go to Florida here for you.
Clint Pate. Adrian Beau Rivard. Representative Ray Rodriguez. Representative Carlos Trujillo. Robert Watkins. Susie Wiles. Christian Ziegler. Thank you all. At this time, the Secretary will now sign the certificates. Thank you, sir. At this time, staff will now assemble and circulate the certificates of contents. These documents certify that the certificates of vote will go to the Florida Secretary of State, the Chief Federal Judge of the district in which the electors are assembled, the President of the United States Senate, and the Archivist of the United States. Thank you for your patience during this time.
will be given by Bishop Ira Combs. So Bishop, please come forward again. Thank you for your invocation. You're going to have us have a strong close here.
As we all rise in the spirit of humility, and let us give the Lord a round of applause for this great victory on this evening. Put your hands together for Donald J. Trump, Vice President Mike Pence. With bowed heads at this time, and now, Lord, our Heavenly Father, we bow our heads again, and in thanksgiving we reflect on this monumental and transformational victory that you have wrought in the politics of this nation that has had, Lord God, a amazing experience on all of the continents of the earth. Strengthen now the president-elect to carry out the planks and the platform of his campaign that he's promised to the American people. Give us all the fortitude of the Constitution to stand with him as he executes the same. Jobs, a strong border, a stable economy, a cut in taxes, and protection of the life of the unborn. Now, God, we ask that you send help from your sanctuary and bless our governor. Look on the members of law enforcement. Strengthen the rule of law. Those in the military, protect them and engender their families. And as we close this session, let us go and celebrate the holiday season with an attitude of appreciation and thanksgiving, world without end. In the name of Christ Jesus, everyone say amen. Amen. Say amen again. Amen. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you again, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Bishop. We're almost done with the official business. One more act. The chair will now entertain a motion to adjourn.
All right, folks, we're going to go to some
I have a
Donald
motion.
Trump
Do I have a
protesters right now.
There has been a motion to adjourn and a second.
Going
All in
to
favor
see
signify,
what state they're in right now.
signify by saying taking a commemorative photo of Michigan's 2016 Electoral College. And I thank you for your service today in electing a new president and vice president. Thank you so much.
This is Austin, Texas. Austin, Texas.
All right, everybody. Now we are going to have another musical number. This is by Alma. Everybody, give a warm welcome to Alma.
Do a warm welcome to Alma.
You're moving. We're ready to go. Up and be. Can you film some of that?
Yeah, I've already got some.
Okay.
Thanks, though. Appreciate it.
Is your so you don't need any help?
No, yeah, we came right here.
Okay.
Got stuff.
As I was walking that
Hi, everybody. And now, let's give it up for Alma. And now we have another speaker. Everybody, a warm welcome, please, for Jacob. Yeah. Hi, everybody. How y'all doing today? Feeling influential? And I just want to say before I say anything else that we're coming up on a traditional season of generosity where we share our time and our money with our friends and our families. This year I think it's important that we share those resources with the people who need it most, who are most vulnerable and marginalized now. You should give your gifts in the form of time and money to great groups like the Trevor Project, the ACLU, Fight for 15, groups like that, you know, who are really going to hear locally grassroots leadership. Clean Water Action. There's a lot of great groups around that are focused in specific areas that are threatened by this administration and its cabinet picks. I think some of those cabinet picks are almost as terrifying as our president, personally. And the reason why I want to draw your attention to those cabinet picks to people like Nikki Pompeo and Rex Tillerson is that they really show us the dimensions and the policies the regime is going to undertake that are contrary to the campaign promises that were made to even his own constituency.
Between the signs.
And it's these arguments that we need to employ them along with the emoluments clause and his recommendation that we bar certain religious groups from refugee status and immigration to this country. Fundamental violations of the Establishment Clause and the Free Exercise Clause. Do you believe that constitutional freedoms only extend within our borders? That the measure of a person is defined by their citizenship in one territory or another? No! This is why we need to stand up against this bigotry, this seeing people as merely members of collectives. And I think that this is a historic moment. I think that we today have the chance to truly change the minds of some of those 38 people who are going in there to choose our president for us, which, by the way, is an abomination. Is that a democratic system where someone in Wyoming has as many votes as 300 Californians? Is that democracy? No.
All right, everybody, we're going to work to reestablish that feed. Hold on 1 second, everybody. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. All right, everybody, coming up next here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, we want to go about an hour ago when a conservative Trump supporter right here in Arizona shared his thoughts on possible fake news going around from the DNC side.
She's advocated for, people shouldn't be able to say things that tax on free speech.
Okay, I have never heard that. We've covered her a lot.
As part of this whole fake news environment, which is totally ironic, because the people who, by sins of omission, didn't report things, biggest propaganda machine going on. When something contradicts the stated propaganda, that's fake news. The Washington Post got called on it. The LA Times got called on it. Barack Obama complains about fake news in an interview with Rolling Stone, who just paid a $5 or $10 million lawsuit for fake news. So if you look at who's talking about the fake news and look at their track record.
So I understand you. Are you saying Hillary Clinton has produced fake news?
Oh, Definitely. They've propaganda misdirection. Yeah,
What examples do you have for that?
I don't have any right here. I would.
So it's more your sense of things.
No, I get you. At a certain point, you stop keeping track. I mean, there's an irony here that they're talking about Trump being Putin's puppet when the Clinton Foundation had connections through the foundation and allowed for the sale of uranium to Russia. You know, as far as foreign influence, the Clinton Foundation is full of foreign influence. And the Obama administration donated, they had the State Department give money to a group of Israeli peace activists who turned around and interfered with the Israeli elections. From the email dumps, how the Clinton administration tried to interfere, the Clinton campaign tried to interfere with the Republican primary process.
Wait a second, let me stop you. Those email dumps came from Russian hacks, right?
We don't know where they came from. We don't. We simply don't.
You reject what the CIA has been saying about this? It has a lot of Republicans in it, of course.
Well, the CIA said it, but that's not. It may be a CIA thing, but it's not necessarily a consensus of all the intelligence communities. And it comes down to say, okay, who exactly said? You have a spokesman. They say people have this evidence. Where's the evidence? Name the evidence, the specific people, and if this is a danger to the country, why haven't these people been arrested? Why hasn't this been made public?
Would you like to see, as Senator McCain has been saying, and Senator McConnell and Senator Graham, these are Republicans, that they'd like to see a select committee of hearings about the Russian influence on our election?
Oh, it's definitely, yeah, it's definitely there, but it's just, it's got to be basically bipartisan in a sense.
Well, I know the Democrats would certainly be enthusiastic for hearings,
yeah, but,
and you have Republicans who want to do it as well. That's bipartisan.
Yeah, but you know, the fact that Hillary has an email server that's prone to hacks, nobody was concerned about that. You know, that wasn't an issue.
Well,
it wasn't an issue.
The hacks we're talking about are Democratic National Committee hacks, not her Gmail account.
Yeah, but there's a question then the question comes, where do those who hacked that? There's so much ambiguity and smoke being thrown around here.
So would you like to see hearings looking into this type of thing, or just
I'd like to see hearings.
What to you would represent the success of a Donald Trump presidency? What promises do you think he's made that he needs to keep in order to keep your support 4 years from now? What are you looking for specifically?
Well, I'm a constitutionalist, and like I say, he's ambivalent about the Constitution, but he's not going to tear it down. He's not going to tear down. He's not going to tear down the country. There's plenty of. He lacks the directed contempt that Hillary has shown. Refers to people as deplorables. The fact that Obama continues to show contempt. Obama sits there and refers to the Electoral College, the vestige of an older time.
My question was, what do you think Donald Trump needs to do to maintain your support 4 years from now? What are you looking for? For example, the better jobs thing, getting folks better jobs?
I would like to see an adherence to the Constitution. And that's going to be a struggle. Not the struggle that you would get from a Democrat. The Democrats, it would be tough to come up with the worse candidate than Donald Trump, but somehow the Democrats did it. So I as a conservative, I want to make sure that the party stays in a conservative format towards that Constitution. And that will be a struggle in itself, as opposed to a group that is actively.
Suppose Bernie Sanders had won the nomination, not Hillary Clinton. Could you see yourself as supporting him?
No.
So you're really a Republican?
I'm a conservative. Bernie Sanders, he's a communist. Simply a communist. You go through his history and do a quick search. He's a communist.
Wait a minute. Vladimir Putin's a communist.
Yes, so is Bernie Sanders.
Okay. So theoretically, by your definition, Bernie Sanders would be a better buddy of Vladimir Putin than anybody?
He's saying nobody in this
I don't know if he'd be better or worse than Hillary. If you go back to all the Republican debates and the discussions and everything, how many questions were based on the Constitution? Very little. You know, that wasn't the narrative. I missed a lot I was actually out of state for most of the general season. I left after the primary season. So I missed a lot of the nuances and stuff, but I'm sure what I would see of the debates.
Were you out of the country? You're out of the country?
No, I took a cross-country trip.
Oh, wonderful.
Went all the way to the East Coast and back, and I went down to Washington, D.C. and turned around and saw the beauty of the country and renewed interest in the history of the country and what made the country great, and came back after the primary season and getting ready to look what my next goal is. But
would you like to see a wall along the Mexican border paid for by the Mexican government?
If it would be nice, but it's not necessary. A lot of things can be done electronically, and it's a matter of will. It's a wall is kind of it's kind of an icon that people may connect to, but it's more of a will. You just have to decide. It's like anything. You can do it. You just have to decide if you want to do it. And a wall would be part of that, but with electronic surveillance. Once you just first have to decide that that's what you want to do, then you decide how to do it.
Now, let's suppose that President Trump makes good on his promise to repeal Obamacare, which I would imagine you would favor. But then he says he's going to replace it with something.
All right,
better,
everybody, we are going to continue our live coverage here. Back to another Electoral College
What is that replacement?
voting.
Would everyone please take their seats so we make sure we get a proper roll count and are able to start on time. So please take your seats at this time.
Democrats.
This is a Fox 10 News Alert.
All right, everybody, we are
relativ nah an der Kirche. Parken würde ich irgendwie am Bahnhof so und dann rüberlaufen. Das ist am besten.
All right, everybody, if you didn't hear me that first time, we're going to Go to live breaking news here in Berlin, where we're hearing reports of a truck slamming into a Christmas celebration.
Hast du eine Kamera dabei, ja? Ich habe keine Ahnung. Ich bin jetzt öfter live, ich mache Bilder, das ist gut. Und dann musst du mal gucken, ob du näher dran kommst einfach. Hast du einen Laptop auch dabei? Ja, super, super. Okay, komm erst mal zu mir und dann kann man in den Team was machen. Ja? Super, danke.
All right, everybody, as you can see here, a very fluid situation. We're working to get you the latest details, but we hearing reports that that truck right there slammed into this Christmas market.
Viewer discretion is advised. This is breaking news. Again, viewer discretion is advised. A truck has crashed into a Christmas market in Berlin, Germany. right, guys, we are working to gather some preliminary information. Multiple deaths and injuries have been reported after a truck drove onto the sidewalk at a Christmas market in Berlin's Charlottenburg district late Monday night. According to Reuters, several people killed and up to 50 people injured after a truck plowed into a Christmas market in Berlin. Again, this is according to local media in Germany.
Ja, okay, dann lassen wir dann nochmal. Ich bin da noch dabei. Ne?
For those of you just joining us, you're looking at a live feed out of Berlin, Germany. Multiple injuries reported, multiple deaths reported. It is a tragic situation out there. We know a truck drove onto the sidewalk at a Christmas market in Berlin. According to police, this incident occurred at the site of a holiday market in front of the Kaiser Wilhelm Memorial Church, a popular place for tourists. Earlier this month, Germany narrowly avoided a suspected terror attack on a Christmas market in another city in Germany. Authorities reported that a 12-year-old German boy twice planted an explosive device at a Christmas market there that had failed to detonate. We have not gotten official confirmation from police as to what provoked this incident. We'll be monitoring this situation closely and bringing you guys all the updates here on Fox 10 News Now. We know at least 2 people killed, dozens of others reportedly injured. According to officers in the area, early indications point to this incident being an attack. Images from the scene show the dark-colored truck with its windscreen smashed. Again, this is a popular area for tourists. The attack on a Christmas market in Berlin, Germany. And just a quick update, guys. According to Fox News, we can confirm, according to Berlin police, that at least 9 people killed when a truck slammed into a market. Early indications suggest that this incident was an attack. We are waiting for police to confirm that information, though. Truck slamming into a Christmas market just days before the holiday in Berlin, Germany. There are lots of videos posted online. I'm going to go ahead and show you guys some of the reaction. A viewer had this point of view of the scene of the crash. Someone posting this video witness video from the scene following the crash in Germany. Looks like that video is having some trouble loading right now, so we'll take you back live to the scene. We just received an Associated Press news alert. Berlin police say 9 killed, many injured when the truck slammed into a Christmas market. That is the latest information courtesy of the Associated Press. I am scouring Twitter to get you guys the latest information from outlets in Europe that are covering this, that are on the ground in Germany, in Berlin. For those of you just joining us, I do want to warn you, this is a live feed from Berlin, Germany. Viewer discretion is advised. We have confirmed reports from police that 9 people were killed in this incident that took place at a Christmas market in Berlin. Again, early reports indicate that it could possibly be described as an attack. We are waiting for an official confirmation from police. What we can tell you right now is a truck slammed into a market in a popular tourist area in Berlin, Germany, just days before the Christmas holiday. Again, a truck plowing into a crowded Christmas market in Berlin on Monday caused multiple injuries and killed at least 9 people. We're now learning that it is being treated as an attack, according to German news source DPA, which is citing police sources. Local German media report that at first glance, The incident was an attack at the Christmas market outside the landmark Kaiser Wilhelm Memorial Church on Monday evening. At least 50 people injured and at least one person dead, according to those reports. We've now learned from the Associated Press that the number of those killed has jumped up to 9 people killed. Again, this is preliminary information as this incident just took place. We're working to get you guys as much information as possible, and we'll continue to bring you guys these live images here on Fox 10 News Now. Now, police have commented on this situation via Twitter, saying that the truck rammed into the market outside the capital's popular Christmas market. Police say they're still investigating whether the incident was an accident or an attack. This news coming from the Associated Press. For those of you just joining us, you're looking at a live image of this Christmas market in Berlin. A devastating scene, at least 9 people killed, many people injured. Police are still trying to figure out whether this was an accident or an attack. There are some local media sources in Germany that are reporting it as an attack. Obviously a very devastating scene. This took place in an area where many tourists frequent just days before the Christmas holiday. For those of you just joining us, we do want to emphasize that viewer discretion is advised as this is a live feed.
Yeah, so it's a good time to over. But I think we have very good pictures. I'm moving now and
wir können nicht hin und her rennen. Ich renne auch nicht hin und her. Wir haben hier so viele Journalisten betreut werden müssen. Das ist dann so spannend. Der hat mich da vorne angeguckt. Ich habe gesagt, pass auf, wenn der Ring vernünftig ist, lass es bleiben.
Können Sie mir vielleicht kurz noch einen O-Ton geben?
Das ist der Pressesprecher mit der Polizei. Gehen Sie bitte zurück, wir machen alles da. Sonst kriegen wir ja einen maßlosen Erlass, nicht böse gemeint.
Alles klar.
It looks like the photographer on the scene is being asked to move back. I don't know Germany, but based on the body language.
Ja, es gibt wirklich Ärger, das geht nicht.
Wo darf ich denn hin?
Hinter die Absperrung dürfen Sie.
Kann ich Ihnen jetzt noch nicht sagen. Sie sehen, es ist ein umfangreicher Einsatz. Wir sind mit unseren Kräften hier, um zum einen die Feuerwehr und den Menschen zu helfen. Aber
Sie müssen aber auch noch.
Ja, ich versuche es gerade, ja. Sie sehen, wie ich hier irgendwie verkabelt bin.
direkt am Anfang vom Lied. Genau.
Super. Pass mal auf, dann übernehmen Sie mal das Live.
Ich glaube, das ist alles in Ordnung. Direkt an der Absperrung. Da muss ich viel das hin. Wo das noch Haus ist.
Pass auf, ich nehme einfach deinen Ton. Ja?
Ja, cool.
Hey, Donna. Okay, super. So go to the office first. Yeah, I think that is one lane. This one is maybe, I don't know, just go to the office first. Thank you.
For those of you just joining us, you're looking at a live look at our feed from Germany. Berlin, Germany, at least 9 people killed, many more injured, when a truck slammed into a Christmas market in a very popular spot in Berlin, Germany, a popular area for tourists. We're working to get you guys some more information, the latest information, here on News Now. Again, the truck ran into the Christmas market outside the landmark Kaiser Wilhelm Memorial Church. Multiple injuries reported, at least 9 people killed.
Ja, wir stellen uns einfach.
Alright guys, I want to read you some updates courtesy of Sky News, our sister station out in Europe. At least 9 people killed after a truck crashed into a crowded Christmas market in Berlin. Around 50 others are thought to have been injured, and police say early indications point to this being an attack. The driver of the truck is reportedly on the run. Images of the scene showed the dark-colored truck with its windscreen smashed after being cordoned off by officers. A number of ambulances are treating the injured. I want to go ahead and show you guys this photo of the truck that was used in this attack. Here is a quick look at that truck from the front. You can see the cameraman live at the scene zooming into that truck. You can see the windshield shattered. At least 9 people killed, about 50 other people injured. One witness who was just several feet from the crash told Sky News it wasn't an accident. It was going at 40 miles per hour through the middle of the market. There was no way it could have come off the road, and it showed no signs of slowing down. The witness described the scene. There were lots and lots of people. This is Monday evening. People had finished work. There were tourists there. She says she was about 8 feet from where the crash took place. She said, "We were sitting and drinking, then we heard a really loud bang and some of the Christmas lights being pulled down." She said, "We saw the articulated lorry going through people and just pulling everything down. It was very difficult to be there. There were lots of people screaming and yelling. The stalls we bought our mulled wine from was completely crushed. We went back to her hotel. We just didn't want to stay. We didn't know if something else was going to happen." So those quotes coming from Emma Rushton, who spoke with Sky News in Berlin. You're looking at a live picture from the scene. You can see that truck. You can see many ambulances on the scene. At least 9 dead and approximately around 50 people injured in this unfortunate incident in Germany. phrase Christmas market in Berlin now trending nationwide on Twitter. Everyone is sharing articles, images of this unfortunate incident that took place just days before the Christmas holiday. Again, a truck driving onto the sidewalk, slamming into the market, at least 9 people killed, and around 50 people injured. If you look at the front of the truck, it looks like the photographer on scene will be zooming in once again. You can see the shattered glass, the shattered windshield glass. You can see lots of ambulances, firefighters on scene to deal with the incident. We are seeing reports online that the truck driver may be in custody. Getting reports that the truck driver may now be in custody. He did flee the scene after the attack. We are now seeing some breaking news tweets coming in just now. The truck driver who fled after the attack has since been apprehended. We're hearing reports that there was a passenger inside the truck as well. The passenger is dead, and it is being treated as an attack. Again, breaking news, we are learning that the driver of the truck has been apprehended. The passenger, there was apparently a passenger inside that truck. That passenger now dead.
gar keiner weiterlaufen.
Because, you know, it's like this eerie atmosphere. You have like lights on the bikini house, you have lights on the like, you know, everywhere is Christmas lights, and then you have like yeah, on the, I mean, yeah. No, I don't. But we have now, but we have now, after the camera, we have new for it. So we have
Zweite zu ziehen. Weil wenn die das so spannen, das hält nicht mehr lange, sag mal, nicht eine halbe Stunde, dann 3 Stunden, dann ziehen sie alle nach vorne. Wenn ich nehme dann auch wieder ins zweite Band, dann zieht sie wieder mal an. Ja, aber wenn jetzt noch mal Band tun, dann wäre ich verboten. Ja, würde ich machen. Genau, würde ich so machen, weil das reißt sich doch gleich ein. Weißt du?
Axel. Da vorne neben der Frau in weiß, mit der weißen Weste, das steht da links.
For those of you just joining us, you're looking at a live look at the scene in Berlin, Germany. An unfortunate incident being treated as an attack. 9 people killed, dozens injured when a truck plows into a Christmas market in a popular area of Berlin, Germany. The driver of the truck fled the scene but has since been arrested. There was also a passenger in the truck who is now dead. We're going to get you guys new information on the driver of the truck and the motivation behind this incident. The truck driver has been captured. The passenger dead. Again, the truck jumped the sidewalk, drove into a crowd, according to witnesses describing the scene. It did not seem like an accident, it seemed like an attack. One witness described it as a truck going about 40 miles per hour. That didn't look like it was going to slow down. Again, the truck driver is in custody. A passenger was found dead in the truck's cab.
Ja gut, mach. Dann bitte heute sofort eine Gruppe hier vorne an meiner Ständerlinie, weil wie gesagt,
I'm not see a lot of things in the shopping bags. I mean by the wheels.
There's anything basic on
I haven't got I can see any more detail. Let me just adjust slightly because it's sort of behind the
ja, dauert gleich, ich schicke dir gleich jemanden.
Is it going backwards? Is that the car bed with the leg?
Es geht darum, dass wir keiner von den Leuten ich bin jetzt hier auf der Achse rüber zu
Just want to reiterate some of the information we know right now for those viewers just joining us for the first time. This information coming from the Associated Press. A truck rammed into a crowded Christmas market in central Berlin on Monday evening, killing at least 9 people as it tore through tables and wooden stands. Police say the driver was arrested nearby. The truck crashed into the market outside the capital's popular Christmas market at the Kaiser Wilhelm Memorial Church. AP television footage shows a large truck with its windshield smashed out on the sidewalk alongside the market, with a swarm of ambulances nearby. A large Christmas tree with a gold star on top was toppled over a nearby street. Police said they were still investigating whether the crash was an accident or an attack. According to Fox News, it is being described as an attack. This incident came less than a month after the U.S. State Department called for caution in markets and other public places, saying extremist groups, including ISIS and Al-Qaeda, were focused on the upcoming holiday season and associated events. ISIS and Al-Qaeda have both called on followers to use trucks in particular to attack public places. On July 14th, the truck plowed into a Bastille Day crowd in the southern French city of Nice, killing 86 people. ISIS claimed responsibility for that attack, which was carried out by a Tunisian living in France. Now, a tourist in Birmingham, England, told the Associated Press at the scene in Berlin that the large truck missed him by about 3 meters as it drove into the market, tearing through tables and wooden stands. Mike Fox says it was definitely deliberate. He said he helped people who appeared to have broken limbs and others that were trapped under Christmas stands. Dozens of ambulances lined the streets waiting to evacuate people, and heavily armed police patrolled the area. Police on Twitter urged people to stay away from the area, saying they need to keep the streets clear for the rescue vehicles. Police spokespeople have told local German media that the suspect was arrested nearby, but did not offer any other details.
spieghi un attimo perché non vedo, non so che c'è Rino in studio, avete già dato... Sì? Sta Federico? No, no.
Also der kann vom Bahnhof dann nowhere. Und dann hat er noch 150 Meter Fahrt. 200 Meter.
Il camion ha attraversato parte dello statino distruggendo alcune baracche, alcuni mercatino natalizio e si è poi rifermato nei pressi della strada, quasi rientrando, ripercorrendo la strada verso le auto. Quello che chiedo la situazione di soccorso è relativamente calma, quindi allo scopo abbiamo iniziato.
Jeg skal bare se hva som er sist.
Again, for those of you just joining us, you're looking at a live feed from outside that Christmas market that was attacked in Berlin, Germany. 9 people killed, dozens injured.
de sikre, og de er klare. Ja, jeg hører deg. De er klare. Ja, Ola får høre deg. De er klare.
Inzwischen so ballert die Kinder aus. Ich habe die Kamera hier.
Nå skal jeg være med i NRK. Da kommer jeg til å se på bilen.
Im Wireless-System. Brauche ich alles. Da brauche ich Tripod-Kamera und Wireless-System. Ja, dann brauche ich jetzt erstmal, warte mal, ich brauche jetzt einen Mann, der muss mal gucken, ob jemand hier ist. Dann muss ich kommen. Oder kannst du herkommen?
Yes, I'm there. And they for all friends and the ambulance and so
Ja, akkurat nå så står vi rett ved der lastebilen er. Hvis du kan se bakken her, så står vi altså der den grå bilen du ser der. Jeg Ja, dere ser meg nå. Det er bra. Det er altså kommet frem at det var to personer i denne bilen. Den ene kjøpte den andre ble da Det er ikke kommet noen bekreftelser rundt det ennå.
Ja, ich mache erstmal die Live-Kamera.
De sa de hadde vært på
Ja, den er installert ist. Ja, ich kann auch eine Stunde oder so. Aber dann wird es geteilt. Das wäre super. Dann will ich lieber auf andere Sachen rumrennen.
Det vi fikk beskjed om litt tidligere her, var at det fortsatt foregikk førstehjelp på stedet. Det er fortsatt en del ambulanser som står i området rundt her, rundt ved Sverdene. Det er det har absolutt vært noe man har snakket om veldig lenge, fordi vi har sett flere Tyskland er veldig så har man hatt litt inntrykk av at politi og etterretningstjenesten her har lagt på ekstreme grupper som skal ha planlagt. Det har i siste måned vært veldig mange ulike kontakter og anslag for tyske biler som da
And for those of you just joining us, I just want to reiterate the information that we know thus far. This information coming in from the Associated Press. We know a truck rammed into a crowded Christmas market in central Berlin Monday evening, killing at least 9 people as it tore through tables and wooden stands. Dozens more injured. We're seeing numbers. Approximately 50 people injured as a result of this tragic incident. It's unclear whether the crash was an accident or an attack. However, according to witnesses, many believe this was an intentional attack. Police, however, are still investigating. The truck crashed into a Christmas market outside Berlin's popular Christmas market at the Kaiser Wilhelm Memorial Church. camera on scene has now zoomed in to the truck there. You can see the black cab of the truck. If you look closely, you can see the windshield shattered.
Wir gehen jetzt durch. Ja. Wir gehen jetzt hier rum, damit
Some interesting live video coming in from Germany. You can see investigators looking into the truck that was used in this alleged attack. 9 people killed, dozens injured as a truck plowed into a market in Berlin, Germany, just days before Christmas. The driver of the truck in custody. A passenger in the truck apparently found dead.
Excuse me, sorry. Hey.
Wenn ihr nichts anderes gesagt habt, das war
Jetzt ist besser, ja. Ich wollte nicht das Kennzeichen.
die Tore, die ich jetzt haben wollte. Die Bibel kommt schon. schreibe nochmal für ihn, wenn wir ihn weg, der wollte unten Kamera irgendwo. Und dann sollte Donnerstag die Abwechslung nicht werden. Das war eine Karte. Ich bin ja nicht auf tiefsten Winter eingestellt. Ja, das geht schon, ja.
Die Kinderkräfte werden die letzten Aufgaben übernehmen.
So weit er hier ist, also bei Spannung und so, da kommt dann ist es sowieso weg. Dann kriegt ich den Leute holen. Der ist ja noch nicht da mit seiner Frau. Ja, und ein Wi-Fi, Wireless-System. Er ist irgendwo hier, steht hier und gesagt, das ist von da. Ich kenne ihn ja nicht. Auf irgendeinen Kollegen von ihm. Weiß ich nicht, der steht ja auch da vorne. Ich weiß nicht, ob er ihn findet. Aber ich weiß jetzt auch nicht mehr. Ich habe einen anderen Anruf. Hallo? 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 Hier, dann habe ich die Handwerk hier hinten.
Was ist beides?
Kann ich gleich machen. Einfach hier oben hinlegen?
Nee, einfach hier, der Herr Kühn. Er hat eigene Frau. Hast du einen Luft? Ja. Ist es eine Luftzeit hier?
Nee, also ja, das ist ein Live-Link.
Ja, ja. Hast du nicht zweite Ausgang? Ja, genau. Aber okay, warte, ich löse andere Weg. Ich komme gleich. Ich gebe eine zweite Kamera hier. Ja, mit Tripod alles. Okay, hast du diesen Kopfschutz, Satelliten, Frequenz und andere Sachen dabei? Okay, hast du iPhone-Kabel? Auch nicht? Auch nicht.
We have new updates courtesy of the Associated Press. Berlin police encouraging people to use Facebook to check in. A Facebook safety check to learn if loved ones are safe after a truck plowed into that crowded Christmas market where at least 9 people were killed. Berlin police sent out a tweet that linked out to Facebook, which has set up checks periodically after natural disasters and attacks around the world. Police asking people to refrain from spreading videos to protect privacy. Germany's justice minister says that federal prosecutors who handle terrorism cases are taking over this investigation after a truck ran into a Christmas market in Berlin. The Justice Minister did not give further details in a post on Twitter Monday night about the quote-unquote shocking news. He did say that we are mourning with the relatives of the victims. The German Interior Minister said that he's in constant touch with security authorities, but didn't give any indication in a statement whether they believe this incident was an attack. We know that, according to Berlin police, the passenger of a truck that rammed a Christmas market died at the scene. At least 9 people were killed when the truck crashed into the popular market in central Berlin on Monday evening. Police also tweeted that a suspect was arrested near the scene, and authorities are checking if it was the driver of the truck. No further details are available.
Ich hätte gerne den Rucksack und würde den anderen Austausch dann rausrüsten. Aber jetzt
All right, guys, it looks like there is some action happening in Texas. Electors voting. So we're going to cut out of this Berlin coverage. We'll continue to monitor the situation in Berlin and bring you back in case there's any additional information. In the meantime, we're going to take you to Texas.
Present and President-elect.
Any other nominations? Oh, do I have a second? Please state your name. Surround sound. Got it. All right. Any other nominations? I have a motion to cease nominations. Do I have a second? Hearing none, the nominations of Are there any objections to closing nominations for the position of chair of the presidential electors? Hearing none, the nominations for chair of the presidential electors are closed. Being that the electors have closed all nominations for chair, I will ask that you vote for your nominated candidate of choice by roll call. When your name is called, please state the name of your nominated candidate as choice as chair for the presidential electors. Deputy Secretary of State Shorter will call the roll. These are the names: Kurt Nelson, Candace Noble, Robert Bruce, and Mr. Mann, Scott Mann. Everybody got the names, right? Noble, Nelson, Bruce, and Mann. Okay, Kobe.
Rhymes, Moon, Sewell, Harper, Lenz, Sagillicus, Hickman, Este, Lamb, Edwards, Stringer, Coffee, Love, Clark, Carreras, Thaxton, Bruce, Forster, Mann, Stanco, Nelson, Gibson, Munsler, Kim, Abel, Dillard, Knight, Knowlton, Teeter, Suprin, Jewett, Fisher, Byers, Green, Urban.
What was that again?
Holt, Rodriguez, Noble.
And for those of you just joining us, you're looking at a live video feed from Texas. We're learning from Fox that Donald Trump about to pass the 270 vote threshold. He could officially become president of the United States right here in Texas.
Nobody got a majority. Why does that not surprise me? So I'm going to ask the nominees to come up so we can kind of chat and see how they'd like to handle this. But the number of votes, Nelson got 10, Candace Noble got 12, Robert Bruce got 3, and Scott Mann got 13. So will those four please come up? After conferring with the 4 nominees, Robert Bruce has elected to not be in the second round. We will call roll again, and the 3 will be Nelson, Noble, and Mann. And that was agreed upon by them, whereas the lowest vote getter would step down. So thank you, Robert. And if no one gets their 20 votes, we will do the same thing. The lowest number of the 3 remaining will drop out, and then we've got the last 2. No, we're not going to have a runoff. They've agreed to do it this way. I think we need to respect that. All right? So let the second round begin. The nominees are, well, Nelson, Noble, and Mann. Noble. Yeah, please speak up a little bit if you can.
Moon, Sewell, Harper, Lenz, Sigalakis, Hickman, Este, Lamb, Edwards, Stringer, Coffee, Love, Clark, Carreras, Thaxton, Bruce, Forster, Mann, Stanko, Nelson, Gibson, Munzler, Kim, Abel, Dillard, Knight, Knowlton, Teeter, Suprin, Jewett, Fisher, Byers, Green, Urban, Holt, Noble, Farias, Noble.
Noble 14, Mann 14, Nelson 10. So as we agreed, person with the least amount of votes, which was Nelson, stepped down, and we'll take one more roll call.
Rhymes, Moon, Sewell, Harper, Lenz, Sigalakis, Hickman, Este, Lamb, Edwards, Stringer, Coffee, Love, Clark, Carreras, Thaxton, Bruce, Forster, Mann, Stanco, Nelson, Gibson, Monsler, Kim, Abel, Dillard, Knight, Knowlton, Teeter, Suprin, Jewett, Fisher, Byers, Green, Urban, Holt, Farias, Noble.
Mary Kate Gaffney and Carrie Lake here, and we're listening into Texas as the Electoral College voting continues, and we're listening in on this one in particular because there is one Electoral College member who had threatened to revoke his vote for Donald Trump and vote for Kasich, Governor Kasich instead. So we're listening in, and we'll be joining you momentarily.
Well, you're on your way. Didn't even wait for my cue. Come on up. And you are now in charge. Thank you all very much. Thank you so much. I'm going to sit behind you in case you get in trouble. This is your packet. Yeah, and I've got some instructions for you. Oh, good. Do you want me to take time to look at this? Or? Okay. You're in charge.
So this is your roll call for the secretary of the meeting. Do you want us to help somebody? Do you want someone to help you keep track of it? Yeah, so we're going to to do that election first. That'll be the election first. And then here's instructions for the secretary. And then this is some stuff you'll sign later. So this is your most important document. If you to the extent you'd like to use a script. Right. Thank you very much. I'll help her do highlighter for anything. Yeah, maybe. Thank you so much.
Well, on behalf of the electors, thank you guys so much for joining us. And we've been on the floor very impressed with the decorum of everyone that's here today in the gallery. And we just are excited that you're here on this historic occasion. We're going to ask that as we move on to the next orders of business, that you remain just as respectful. And we're just so pleased that you're here. The next order of business will be the election of the secretary of the meeting of the presidential electors. The floor is now open for nominations for secretary of the meeting of the presidential electors. She's coming. She's coming.
Virginia Abel, Congressional District 25. I want to nominate Marion Knowlton. She's highly qualified, and that's all I'm going to say. Do I need to read something?
Do I hear a second for the nomination of... Well, there we go. We have a nomination and a second. Are there any other nominations? Are there any further nominations? Any further nominations? I would entertain a motion to close nominations. Several. Okay. I hear no objections to closing that. And we had a second. Are there any objections to closing the nominations for the position of secretary of the chair for the secretary of the presidential electors? Any objection? Assuming that hearing none, they are closed. And do we go ahead and vote? All right. He said to go ahead and do it. So we're going to do a roll call vote for secretary for Marion Knowlton. Do I do that? You want to go ahead and do it? He's got it. Yes, sir. Is there any objection to that? Hearing none, all those in favor of electing Marion by acclamation say aye. Any opposed? Congratulations, Marion. Where is she? Marion, if you will join us up here, that would help. Okay. It's exciting. We're finally to this point. We will now proceed with the balloting. Ballots are included in your packets. The Secretary of State will assist you in the distribution of these ballots, so they should be coming around. Is that correct? To collect the ballot. Sorry about that. The ballots are not in the packet. They're in my packet up here. While we're getting ready to hand those out, I will remind you that the vote for president is a vote by secret ballot, and for the President of the United States. So you will mark your ballot and you will fold it and deposit in the ballot box that will be passed around.
Yes. Yes. So the two of us are going to come together. Yeah, that's what I mean, they should be more. No, those are for the and you're doing president and vice president separately, so don't vote your vice presidential ballot until you've collected all the presidential ballots. And
You are voting the president and vice president ballots separately, so on this first ballot, you will be voting for president. Is the body ready for a collection? Yes.
yes, yes, everyone's ready to be collected. Yeah, I did. Already say that, and they were also holding them up waiting for the staff.
If the Secretary of State staff would now collect the ballots. Where's the box? Oh, there it is.
All right, you guys, I've got Carrie Lake here with me right
Hi.
now, and we're just
Got my
watching
mic
this
here.
live.
This is interesting to watch. I've never really paid that much attention because usually this is kind of a non-story, but of course this time around it's a story. There have been all sorts of threats and all sorts of trying to persuade people to vote against Donald Trump.
Right.
And we haven't seen that yet. Interestingly, though, we have seen 4, as they're called, unfaithful electors. Those are electors who are supposed to vote the way their state voted, who have voted against Hillary Clinton when their state voted for Clinton.
Mm-hmm.
So, there was a lot of push made to get these electors in these states that voted Republican to vote against Donald Trump so he wouldn't get the 306 electoral votes that he won. And it's gone just the opposite way. Right now, we're seeing the unfaithful voters who were supposed to vote for Hillary Clinton voting against her, 4 of them. So this is still really early on. We're watching what's going on in Texas. And can we have the sound up on this a little bit?
Yeah, I can put it up if you want. Right now I have
just
it down.
a bit.
So I got it up
Just so
a
that
little
our
bit.
viewers can see it. They're collecting the ballots right now.
Mhm.
The electors have marked their ballots. It's a private ballot. They check either Donald Trump or they write somebody in, fold it up, they put it in this box, and nobody knows really if there is an unfaithful elector, who it is. unless the
crazy.
person
We get to-
decides to basically say it was me.
Yeah.
And this is the state where there was one elector who said he was not going to vote for Donald Trump. So we're kind of waiting to see what happens here. It looks like they're going around and gathering up those ballots. It's a pretty simple vote.
Right.
You check a box or you write one in.
And didn't one of them just held his up to the camera, didn't he, just a few minutes ago?
He did,
don't
and I
think he had-
couldn't tell if there was anything on there. Did he write something?
I don't know if he had written anything. Are they allowed to do that? Share it with the camera?
Well, yeah, I guess you are. This gives you the option of being anonymous, but if you choose to kind of hold your ballot up and say, hey, this is what I just did,
yeah,
that's your problem.
That's interesting. We get to watch this live as they do this.
So all of these electors are placing their ballots here, and we're about to see what's going to happen. I don't know, will they then count them? I'm sure it's probably not going to be. It's kind of like watching paint dry, as I said.
I love watching paint dry. It's my
Yeah, it
favorite
depends
thing.
what color it is. I mean, if you're really loving the color and you want to just watch it, gradually change.
Yeah.
But we're kind of seeing this play out. And I don't think there's ever been, really, there hasn't been this much interest in many, many years on this kind of thing.
But isn't it hard for electors to go against the state's results and vote against what the state wanted, like change their
What
vote?
the voters, well, no, not really. I mean, you can do it. It can be very unpopular, obviously.
Yeah.
And we're watching this play out. It's funny, somebody on Twitter wrote, Texas milking the non-suspense Electoral College. We already know the winner. Yes, the winner is going to be Donald Trump.
That's what what people are saying on Twitter right now is that he's about to be at over 270.
And a lot of people are saying, rogues, where are the rogues? What happened? The only people who've gone rogue are the ones that were supposed to vote for Hillary. We've seen 4 of these electors become faithless electors or unfaithful electors, and they voted against Hillary when they were supposed to vote for her. So this, I think, is going to be the chance, if there was going to be an elector who went against what the voters of his state chose, it would probably happen here in Texas, because we've already had one elector saying that he was going to cast his vote for Governor Kasich of Ohio rather than cast it for Donald Trump, even though the voters of his state have entrusted him to make that vote. So
That's
right
interesting.
now...
and right now, so they've got all the ballots.
They've got the ballots, and we're going to see what happens here.
So why would the ones that said they were going to vote for Hillary all of a sudden then change their mind and now they're voting against Hillary?
That is interesting. I don't know. I mean, I could sit here and tell you I have some idea. The faithless elector, I don't think anybody thought it was going to come on the Hillary Clinton side, but this whole thing has been a surprise.
Right.
And there are people who think that she was not a good candidate. Obviously, she didn't win. And there are people who felt like when some of the stuff came out about how Bernie Sanders was handled and how that all went down and how the Democratic National Committee handled Bernie Sanders, they feel he was forced out. So I think there's a little bit of that.
I'm surprised the one electoral that was supposed to vote for Donald Trump then chose to vote for Kasich, and that they weren't expecting that. And so he was the one elector so far that's voted against Donald Trump, and he voted for Kasich instead.
Well,
you
and
said?
we'll find out. We'll find out because he's one of these ballots. So maybe we should
Okay.
turn this back up. And I don't know if they're counting them still. What do you think?
Yeah, it looks like she's pulling them out right now. Let me turn this up, see if we can hear.
Let's.
All right, you guys, we're also going to put the situation in Berlin on the upper right-hand corner. We're going to let you guys know we're also keeping an eye on that breaking news.
Let's real quick look at the sound up.
Donald Trump, 36 votes. For Ron Paul, 1 vote. And for John Kasich, 1 vote. By the way, Texas now puts President Trump over the top. Congratulations, Texas electors. We will now move to our secret ballot for Vice President of the United States. Please mark your ballot, fold it once, and deposit it in the ballot box being passed around by the Secretary of State staff.
Okay, so we just saw history made. Donald Trump has the number of electoral votes he needs to become president, and Texas did the honor for the president-elect, Donald Trump. Of the votes, 2 people, I guess you could say, defected and did not vote for Donald Trump. 1 voted for Ron Paul. The other one voted for Governor Kasich of Ohio. So Texas has gone ahead and made history again, and they counted their Electoral College votes, and Donald Trump has now gotten over that 270 mark that he needed. He will continue to go higher than that. There have been more defections or more faithless electors in the Hillary Clinton column, which is kind of a shocker because we've heard a lot of news about how the Clinton supporters and Democrats had been really pushing and in some cases even almost harassing some of these electors to change their vote, not vote for Donald Trump. And here we had 4 people in the state of Washington defect who should have voted according to what the people of Washington wanted for Hillary Clinton, and they defected and did not vote for Hillary Clinton. So she lost 4 electoral votes in a time when people probably didn't see that coming. Donald Trump has lost 2, but he is over the 270 needed to become president of the United States. So we just saw history unfold, and it happened there in Texas.
Wow, so he surpassed those 270 votes in the Electoral College to formally win presidency.
Yeah. Which, we all suspected would happen, but there was a little bit of drama because there were a lot of protests going on and people urging these electors not to vote the way that their voting public had basically elected them to do so.
Right.
I want to let you know what's happening here in this upper, we have a double box here you can see in the upper corner. That is the beautiful city of Berlin, Germany, where there has been a terrible accident well, we don't know if it was an accident. It may have been a planned attack. But there has been a terrible, deadly event that played out in Berlin when a truck, and this is like an 18-wheeler type truck,
yes,
plowed into a crowd of people celebrating the Christmas holiday season in an outdoor market. And of course, Berlin is known for just the beautiful the way Christmas is celebrated there is really beautiful. I've had friends who've traveled there for the Christmas holidays and said it was just absolutely
really
beautiful. They have these outdoor markets, and it's just a really special time, a beautiful time in that city. And what we're seeing here in the upper corner is the scene of that massive truck that plowed into an outdoor market. It's very reminiscent of what happened in Nice
Yes.
that was determined to be a terrorist attack. This has not been determined to be a terrorist attack. However, terror investigators are on the scene investigating. So it would not probably surprise or shock anyone if it did turn out to be a terror attack, but they have not officially ruled it that. But imagine being in an outdoor market and you're, shopping and eating and celebrating the beautiful season, and an 18-wheeler truck comes plowing into the market. And right now, I think the latest on the death toll is 50 hurt, 9 dead.
Yeah, at least 9 killed and at least 50 injured. I don't know if they've confirmed, but I have been reading that the truck deliberately drove through this Christmas market. Police say that driver was arrested near the scene, but again, at least 9 people killed.
They've been kind of going back and forth on whether this was a deliberate act. I think anybody who looks at this will think, yeah, it's got to be deliberate, but they have not completely ruled out some sort of a medical, somebody having not a heart attack, but some sort of a medical, something wrong with the truck. I don't know that it's going to pan out to be that way. I think many people would not be shocked at all if this turned out to be terror. It sure has the hallmarks of that. And the passenger in that truck has died. We don't know if how that passenger died, but we do know the passenger in the truck died, and the driver has been taken into custody. This comes an hour after the Russian ambassador in Turkey, in Ankara, Turkey, was assassinated at an art event. So there's a real heightened level of concern, and I think even a little bit of fear out there after we had this high-profile assassination of an ambassador. And it was definitely an act of terror, because the man who shot him uttered some words about Syria and what was happening in Syria.
Yes.
And it was really alarming and shocking to see that video. I don't know if we've aired that. Have we aired that video?
I don't believe we've aired it, but...
Here on News Now?
And now I believe that the situation between Turkey and Russia is even more strained than it was before. And also something that's, as you said, it's very scary there in Europe. Yesterday, the U.S. State Department issued a travel alert for Europe, citing credible information that the Islamic State of Iraq, Al-Qaeda, and their affiliates continue to plan terrorist attacks in Europe with a focus on the upcoming holiday season.
It's interesting because so many people choose to go to Europe for the holidays. It's a beautiful place to celebrate the Christmas season and the New Year, of course. And there's got to be a concern if you're one of those people planning to travel overseas and do some of this kind of thing for the next week. And this is a very busy travel time, of course. Do you watch something like this playing out in Berlin and think, yeah, I think I want to stay home? Yeah, and I think if this turns out to be terrorism, that's what the terrorists want.
Yeah.
They want people living in fear.
That we live in a world now where there's an advisory out for traveling about terrorist attacks now throughout the winter, that we have to be afraid.
Well, we have seen many of these over the years where you get State Department alerts, and we've seen, back in the 90s in Colombia when there was so much crime waves going on with the drug lords and things like that, and we've even seen them out of Mexico as well. We used to have State Department warnings for people even traveling to Rocky Point. That's happened in the past. So it's not completely unusual, but it is definitely concerning, especially when you're hearing that something like a truck could be used as a weapon and plowed into a crowd.
Right.
As I say that has not been completely confirmed, although it certainly could appear that way. Let's kind of go down the list of what happened here, and I'm just kind of going to pull this 8:35 p.m. So imagine that people eat dinner a little bit later. You're out on the town in Berlin, a beautiful town, and a lot of people off work this week. It's the holidays are a very special time over there, and that's when the truck ran into a crowded Christmas market in the center of Berlin. If you're familiar with this part of Berlin, this is the Kaiser Wilhelm Memorial Church. It is a landmark, a very well-known landmark with a market outside of it. And this happening on Monday night, tonight. And this people were sitting at tables, eating, drinking. They were shopping. There were stalls of food, and just imagine a street festival,
right?
Like you might see in downtown or in Tempe or Scottsdale. And all of a sudden an 18-wheeler comes plowing in, and this wasn't just meandering slowly, and this is going at, they say, 40 miles an hour.
And so that is very similar to the situation that happened in Nice, where again a truck plowed into people. So they say at least 9 people have died, dozens injured, and like you said, this around the holidays here in Berlin, it's a tradition to have these Christmas markets where thousands of people attend. So definitely a situation that could be vulnerable to an attack like this.
Well, it echoes the Bastille Day attack in Nice with, I think that was back in July, when that truck went through the crowd and just wreaked havoc on hundreds of people, injured, dozens of people killed. And I'm just looking at this beautiful scene. Berlin is such a unique city with modern architecture and then this beautiful old architecture. You're looking at that church we just spoke of, the Kaiser Wilhelm Memorial Church, right there in the middle, and then you see the stunning architecture. You know, where they've got the modern mixed with the beautiful ancient and old architecture that makes Germany famous.
It's beautiful there.
It's a beautiful scene, and then the crowd of the truck rather, of course, is over to the left. It's that black truck that you see, and of course you've got the police keeping people away right now, but you see the black truck right in front of the church, and those stalls were set up right along there. And this, I'm not sure how far this truck was able to make it, if it went a couple of blocks before it finally came to a stop. Have you seen that, MK?
Well, I do know that the local media there reported that the driver fled the scene. Later, Berlin police said they had arrested him near the Christmas market, but they were not immediately able to confirm whether he was the driver. The police also said a passenger was found dead, like you said. But I believe that there was someone at a shopping mall across the street from the market just before the attack. He said he saw the truck come down the street and barrel into the stands about 15 yards away from the church.
Wow.
No word yet on how fast he was going, but they use the words barrel into the stand.
Yeah.
So
there was no effort by the truck driver to stop that. That was evident. Germany's justice minister says that the federal prosecutors who handled terrorism cases have taken over this investigation after the truck rammed into that Christmas market. So this is giving us an indication that they are looking at this first as a terror attack. I guess it's better to start there and then work backwards than to, miss some really important clues initially.
Right.
They're encouraging people now in Berlin. The police are actually encouraging people who are there to use Facebook Safety Check. So we've seen this kind of play out with that new feature, relatively new feature, the Safety Check at Facebook, so you can let your loved ones know. In other words, you've checked in, you're in Berlin, you can use that safety check now to say, hey, I'm safe. Because what happens in a situation like this is the phone lines become completely overwhelmed, the cell phone lines.
Oh, so
and
that's
if you've
why
ever
they
called into an area where all of a sudden you're like, I can't get a call in, why is my cell phone not working? A lot of times they need to have the phones working so that the authorities can use them. And so they're asking people, please use a check-in on Facebook to let people know that you're okay if you're okay. That way, when you find out, oh, I know somebody was supposed to be there and I haven't heard from my loved one, then you can let the authorities know we haven't heard from our loved one, we know they were there, and we haven't heard from them.
Well, that's good that they offer that. And again, it's just strange that in July, an attack so similar to this happened in France.
Right along the beautiful Malecon in Nice, just a lovely area, when a 19-ton truck barreled through a crowd of children, revelers, partiers, elderly people. Everyone was just out. It was a gorgeous night, and they were celebrating Bastille Day when a truck came plowing through, and that turned out to be a terror attack.
Killing 86 people and injuring 434. And again, today was 9 people and injuring at least 50.
Amazing.
So that's very similar to that attack in Nice in July. So for them to say that this isn't a terrorist act would be very surprising.
It would be. I mean, I think you always want to leave a little bit of wiggle room if there was some sort of a medical situation or a truck malfunctioning. But as I said, really, really high chance that this is probably an intentional attack. We don't have that verified. But I think when you look at the justice minister in Germany saying we've got our terror prosecutors taking over the case. It gives you an indication that they believe strongly that that's what this is.
Okay, so then that definitely adds things up. Oh, it looks like they might be saying something at the electoral.
Oh, let's go back to
to
Texas.
that real quick.
I'd like to call us back to order. The great state of Texas casts 37 Electoral College votes for Vice President Mike Pence and 1 for Carly Fiorina. As required by the United States Constitution, we must prepare 6 certificates of vote. This document requires each elector's signature. The certificates will now be distributed at your seats, so stay in your seats. They will bring them around. Please be certain to sign above your typed name as you see it. You will be signing 6 certificates, so keep count.
Are you ready to bring them around?
After we get started on the signing, we're going to have these lovely young ladies come back to sing.
Looks like we might have momentarily lost the feed there. Let's take you back.
It's interesting, though, what we could maybe sum up a little bit here. Today's the big day. I mean, we all voted November 8th. Well, most everyone voted. Some people didn't, but our votes were cast, the public, and then we basically, based on how the candidates do in each state, the electors will go and make their vote for the state. And today, obviously, you have to get to 270 electoral votes. Today, that happened for Donald Trump. It just happened in the last 15 minutes in Texas. And they have 38, am I right, 38 electoral votes? I think it is.
Yes, so 36 out of 38.
And they vote for both president and vice president. And in Texas, this was the state everybody was waiting. What's going to happen? What's going to happen? Because one elector said that he was going to be a faithless elector and not vote for Donald Trump. And that one ended up being 2 faithless electors, 2 basically defectors. One of them voted for Ron Paul, one voted for Governor Kasich in Ohio. But it still wasn't enough because Donald Trump still won handily in that state. Even without those 2 votes, he's doing quite fine. And interestingly, in the state of Washington, which was a state that the voters voted for Hillary Clinton, there were 4 defectors there who did not vote for Hillary Clinton. I don't think anybody saw that coming today. There was a lot of talk from Hillary Clinton supporters and Democrats trying to urge some of these Republican state electors, the ones who could sway and change their vote, to do so, and that happened actually. It kind of happened in reverse with the Democratic electors in Washington state. 4 of them deciding not to vote for Hillary Clinton, so that's kind of a surprise. So right now, 4 Democratic electors voted against Hillary Clinton and 2 have voted against Donald Trump, but it's still not enough to really change anything. Donald Trump has passed that 270 point that he needed electoral votes and will become president of the United States. So this is just one step closer. Of course, the inauguration is the final.
Right.
And that's when, then the Trumps move into the White House and
that's crazy to
and their
me.
whole world changes.
Right. And weren't we talking about that while he's moving in, President Obama is moving out sort of around the same time? And doesn't that just seem so strange?
Yeah, I would love to, I don't know, read a story about that. I wish they had video of that. That would be a great reality show. When you watch one president move out and the other one moving in and they're like switching boxes and moving them into the moving trucks. It's just so strange. But
And him and Michelle keep joking about, we got to get our security deposit back. We're trying to keep the place clean. But what really does happen if you scratch a wall or break something?
I think you're covered on that.
You covered on that? That's good. Well, because I read that you have to pay for your own movers, which seems strange, don't you think? I mean, maybe that's normal, but if you're moving out.
I guess so. I mean, you get a lot of other freebies with the job, and maybe you get a pretty good deal on a mover.
I would assume
Hopefully,
so.
Hopefully it's not breaking the bank for anybody to do that. But so we just watched Texas play out. Of course, we've got a lot of other news going on. We've got what's happening in. Let's take a shot of the White House if we can take Sat 5.
Yeah, let me take
because
you
this
guys
is
there.
what it's all about today with these electors, is who's going to be living there, and we've all known. I mean, if you're in touch with reality, you know that Donald Trump will be residing in the White House after the inauguration in January. But there were people who really feel strongly that Donald Trump shouldn't be president, and they were urging electors all over the country, the ones who had the opportunity and could change their vote, to do so, and that did not happen today. Donald Trump just surpassed, in the last 15, 20 minutes, the 270 he needed to become president. Now we'll move on later in January, after the first of the year, to the actual inauguration. I believe it's January 20th. Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
Or am I wrong?
It's interesting because Donald Trump actually tweeted, he said, quote, "If my many supporters acted and threatened people like those who lost the election are doing, they would be scorned and called terrible names."
Yeah,
so
that's
he
true.
tweeted that. I thought that was.
I think there's some truth. I mean, it's never fun to lose, but there's nothing worse than watching a sore loser.
Right.
I think. It's like, get over it. Move on.
And also what you were talking about, and this is sort of a different subject here, is just we have the holidays coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Aside from politics, you had kind of an interesting topic about Amazon shopping, which I thought was very interesting because I still have to get my presents for my family. And I'm thinking,
are you sending them across the country?
I wanted to. Yeah, I want to. I already got my sisters, but now I'm
okay.
thinking maybe I should just get them gift cards via online. But that's so tacky.
Do you have any relatives who can go shopping for you back in Cincinnati and
yeah,
then deliver?
my mom would, and then I would probably have someone else do it, for my mom and my dad. But I feel bad making my mom do
I was
that.
just, we were having a discussion earlier in one of our meetings how obviously online shopping has kind of taken over.
Mm-hmm.
And, but we were expecting some boxes Saturday night, or last night by 8 o'clock and through Amazon. And, they're going to be there by 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock rolled around, the boxes never showed up. We kept checking on, and it says, we'll be delivered by 8. Well, it's already past 8.
Yeah.
Pretty soon, about 9:30 rolled around. Your boxes will be delivered within the next 2 days.
Oh,
so I
the
think
worst.
they're really, there's so much going on, so much shopping going on online that there's a struggle to keep up.
Mm-hmm.
So what I've noticed is that people who are realizing that when you're going to Amazon right now and trying to get something delivered by Christmas, it's getting harder.
Yeah.
I think that's where the retail is picking up. You're seeing more people at the stores going, I have to go pick up this gift on my own and buy it myself in order to make sure I can get it to the person I need.
What was Mark saying? He was like, I was going to get a movie off Amazon. Now I have to go to a store?
A
like
store.
we still sell DVDs.
Drive the car, park the car, go into the store.
And
We
then
actually
nail
were
it.
doing a little bit of shopping last night, and my husband went in to get my daughter who was at a store, and he said there were about 10 people in line at checkout in a department store, and it was just a nightmare. He said, when you don't do that, when you've grown accustomed to shopping online, that's really hard to handle. 10 people long.
Right.
Just go,
I went
my
to
gosh.
Fashion Square over the weekend, and just trying to park was so frustrating. I don't think people want to deal with the crowds.
Yeah.
I don't know if I don't think we've gotten lazy as opposed to we just don't want to dealing with the crowds.
With the crowds and all of the angst out there. Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
So-
So there's a lot of that going on. If you haven't done your shopping, you might have to actually go out and deal with the crowds and physically go to the store.
And do it the old-fashioned way. I'm going to give you guys a live look of the White House again. Carrie, thank you for chatting with me up
Sure.
here about everything that's going on today.
We will check back in a little bit later on, but I know there's a lot of news happening today with what's happening in Berlin. We're keeping an eye on that, and they're still voting in some of these states as well, but obviously
Right.
it's over the 270 mark, so awesome.
Perfect.
Good to see you.
Thank you, Carrie.
All right.
Appreciate it. All right, you guys, we are still bringing you the latest breaking news on the situation in Berlin, where 9 people were killed and at least 50 injured after a truck driver drove into a crowd. And you're watching live with us on the Fox News Now stream. If you're enjoying our stream, go ahead and hit that like button on our Facebook page or that subscribe button on our YouTube page. That way you'll always be in the know of breaking news events like this across the U.S. Again, this is live footage out of Berlin right now. A truck rammed into a Christmas market. Berlin police are encouraging people to use a Facebook safety check to learn if loved ones are safe after this truck plowed into a crowded Christmas market. At least 9 people were killed. Berlin police tweeted out that link to Facebook, which has set up checks periodically after natural disasters and attacks around the world. But police also asked people to refrain from spreading videos to protect privacy. Again, you're looking at the police officers there guarding the area where this attack happened. Germany's justice minister says that federal prosecutors who typically handled terrorism cases are now taking over the investigation in Berlin. Berlin police said that the passenger of that truck that rammed the Christmas market did die at the scene. At least 9 people were killed when the truck crashed into this popular market in central Berlin. The police there also tweeted that a suspect was arrested at the scene. and authorities were still checking if that suspect was in fact the driver of the truck. But they do say it is believed to be that truck driver. Some media outlets are reporting that it's not immediately clear whether this incident was an accident or some kind of terror attack, while other media outlets are saying that the truck driver deliberately drove through this crowd. So we'll be learning official details on that shortly, but again, this is just a live look outside of where that attack happened. 9 people killed and at least 50 people injured. All right, you guys, we're going to hop out of that and talk about, again, those Electoral College votes. I've got Steve Kraft with me here right now.
What's going on?
So I did clip a little bit of your story from earlier today, because you were outside here in Arizona.
Right.
We've got, 9
11
votes here? 11? Mm-hmm. Okay. So how has the story unfolded as the day goes on?
Well, I mean, this was a largely ceremonial event. It was not really in dispute how the votes were going to come out. This just is a formal way to sort of ratify the state of Arizona victory for Donald Trump over Hillary Clinton. He won by about 4 points, 49 to 45.
Mm-hmm.
And so the state party of the winning side, in this case the Republicans, brings in 11 ceremonial sort of folks to officially sign off on the popular vote victory for Donald Trump, and that gives 11 of those 270 electoral votes you need to win the presidency, gives them to Trump. And of course he won the presidency.
Okay. Well, it's expected, right? I don't think anyone's really surprised.
It was expected. What made this a little bit different was that there were people protesting outside, and that we don't normally see.
Yeah, let me play that video while you tell us about that.
And it was a pretty large protest by Arizona standards. This is not a very, protesty kind of state, really. We don't draw a lot of crowds. Maybe it's too hot a lot of the year to really get a large
It's too hot to go out and protest.
It's just too hot. I've been to protests that had like 4 people walking around in a circle. I'm serious.
What, here? Just 4 people?
Oh, yeah.
It's too hot to be outside.
So this one had, a couple hundred people. And they were very upset. They felt that Mr. Trump was, is an illegitimate president in the sense that, obviously by the rules of the game, he's going to get more electoral votes. He's the president. But they don't like the fact that, he trails on the popular vote by 2.8 million votes, which is, I think, the most ever that winning candidate has trailed by and yet won the presidency. But that's how it is. It's winner take all, state by state. So you can lose one state by 3 million votes, and you can win another state by 2 votes, and you'll get all the votes in the states you won.
And didn't you say that they kind of wish that, like you said, the system would be different, that they
Yeah.
didn't rely on this Electoral College, that
Right.
if Hillary won the popular vote and they decided it that way?
Right, but that would have to be ratified by most of the state legislatures in the country, and most of them are Republican, and that's not going to happen. Although, if we go through an election in 4 years or 8 years or down the road where the Republicans win the popular vote and lose the electoral vote, then all of a sudden those state legislators are going to be, maybe we ought to have a popular vote.
Right.
So whoever loses and gets more votes is going to feel that way. But we also had people just saying that, Trump's unqualified, that he's too close to the Russian dictator, Putin, and, a lot of the things that came up during the election. Meanwhile, inside, safely out of reach of the protesters, the process went forward here for the people who were installing President-elect Trump as officially going to be the president.
And this is sound from, I think you believe you talked
This
to
is
one of
Alberto
them.
Gutierrez, who's a longtime party activist. This is sort of an honorary title, being a presidential elector. It's a nice kind of thing you can put on your wall.
So let me,
he's worked for many, many, many years for the state Republican Party.
I'll take this one away and let me play this sound real quick.
Who did you vote for? Of course I'm going to vote for Donald Trump. I'm a Donald Trump supporter. I'm proud. My wife and I have been very big supporters of Donald Trump.
What did you make of the folks who were outside protesting?
I didn't see them because I got here super early. And you know what? They are exercising their First Amendment rights like we do here inside this building.
So that's someone that you spoke to earlier this morning in Arizona.
That's right. He's one of the electors. And it was... there are a lot of raw feelings. It's pretty obvious that the country's pretty much divided down the middle. There are lots of people who think Donald Trump's great, and there are some Republicans who are going along with the Trump administration who aren't particularly fans of his, but it beats having Hillary Clinton as president from their perspective. And then there are actually a majority of people by the vote in the country, and just the raw votes, a majority of people who didn't want Trump and didn't want a Republican in the White House. And one woman who's a presidential elector made an interesting point to me. She said, well, Donald Trump won the popular vote in the country except for California.
Oh, really?
But
California has so much...
California is 1/8 of the country.
Right. So it's so much...
What's she talking about?
So then that makes sense.
I was like, well, gee, there's 40 million people in California. It's not like it's some little tiny obscure island.
It's not this tiny little place, right?
No, it's like the dominant state in the United States. It would be the 5th largest economy in the world if it were an independent nation. And it actually points out to me, though, in many ways, California, to me, is kind of like a separate country.
Yeah.
I just feel like when you go to California, you cross the border, you're in a different, obviously it's America, we're all Americans, but it's a little different. Just a little different.
I think, yeah, even politics aside, California is definitely a place that feels different from the rest of the country.
And
New York,
and politically, it is different politically. I
Right.
mean, they have the fact that Hillary Clinton won a huge margin in California and struggled in so many of these other states that Democrats used to win in. It just means to me that California is in a separate kind of category compared to other places. And if you have friends or relatives or loved ones in California and you talk to them about the election, as I do, they could not understand that Donald Trump won.
Right.
They were like, how could this happen? And I was like, well, you guys are in California. And
which is always, it's typically more liberal there.
well, in
you
recent
know.
years. It hasn't always been. I mean, Ronald Reagan came out of California.
Right.
And there's been plenty of conservative Republicans from California as well. But in the last 20 years, let's say, it's been pretty much of a blue state.
Right.
Even when they had a Republican governor, Schwarzenegger, he was kind of Republican and kind of just Arnold.
Yeah.
So
gotta love Arnold always.
Yeah. So, but I was explaining, you guys are in California. You don't really know what it's like in red states or in Midwestern states or in southern states, or it's just different there than it is other places. But still, if you look at the numbers, the raw numbers, Hillary has a lot more votes.
Yeah.
She just does.
And she won, and she was the popular vote, obviously, among. So, yeah, that's interesting.
And that's part of why the feelings are so raw outside this ceremony today here in Arizona.
So so you said there were more protesters than you would have expected. It's not a place typically where people protest.
Yeah, they had a bigger crowd than I thought. You know, a lot of them look like they're Bernie people, and there weren't that many young people. That was curious to me. If you look at this crowd, it's not like a bunch of college students are out there raising a ruckus. This is
older people,
older folks who really think the country's in grave peril with Donald Trump taking over. And so he's going to take office, and it's going to be, for me as a reporter, really fascinating time to be working in this business in our country, because so many things have changed so quickly, and everything that you thought was true isn't true, and people are believing all kinds of ridiculous fake news. There's just a lot of junk going on right now, and it's kind of a
I mean,
weird
can you
time.
believe that Facebook got burned so badly about their fake news that these links were showing up in the news feed that were completely fake stories? And
well, I mean, I think we're all guilty of that to some degree, in that we just go with whatever brings in the viewers, the clickers, the readers, the consumers, the dollars. You know, it's where you get the most hits, you're going to go there, whether or not it's true.
And Facebook even said, look, I mean, there might have been some fake news stories, but we don't believe that those really swayed voters' decisions. That
How do they
one
know?
article, but right, how do they know? But I think that was their defense: is hey, just because there's a fake article doesn't mean that changed the election. Well, there could have been some really young voters out there that were clicking on clickbait articles. One of them said that the Pope endorsed Donald Trump, which obviously wasn't true, and a lot of people believed that when they read that. I've been known to click on fake articles myself.
I mean, sure, we all do for fun and amusement, but
right.
It's crazy. And then all that crazy stuff that there was a pedophile ring connected to a pizza shop in Washington, D.C. that was linked to the Hillary Clinton campaign.
Right.
A lot of this stuff came from overseas. It came from people who were trying to make money off of clicks, and they might live in, a former Soviet republic somewhere. And I think some of them were from Eastern Europe. It's kind of sad. It's funny to me that the better the technology gets, the more distortions there are, and the harder it is to really find out what's going on. It should be easier.
I know.
Why is it harder?
I don't know why. I guess
because there's a blizzard of stuff all of a sudden.
Because why do people want to create fake news? Just to then get clicks on their site and then to make money off of
Partly.
that, I guess?
Some of them it's money.
Right.
Others, it's because they want one side or the other. I think most of the fake news in this particular cycle was for people who wanted Donald Trump to win or wanted Hillary to lose, one of the two.
Right.
They just, were kind of throwing whatever they could against the wall to see if something would stick.
And some of these sites look, just one letter off. So it'll say, not foxnews.com, but it'll just say like foxmedia.com or something, a fake site. But to the untrained eye, you don't know that. And they have all the logoing the same. So it's almost, you think you're on foxnews.com.
I think our job is more important than it's ever been. And to people out there who tell me that we filter the news here and that we are slanted in how we do the news, I tell them it's a lot of BS for them to tell me that. And I can say that, right, BS?
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, no, because I think that we're always told to be balanced.
We really are trying to get both sides of everything.
Yeah, I think that when we're reporting and when we're talking on the air, we're not trying to push our own political agenda because there's just no point in doing that.
No.
I think that people at home can sense pretty quickly who you want to vote for if you try to push your own political agenda. Myself, when I watch TV, sometimes I try to guess a reporter or an anchor's side. I'm like, it's very obvious you can tell, and then others.
Well,
but
are there mostly liberal people on the major networks? I think there are. I think that's a fair statement. But so what? I mean, as long as people, no matter if they're conservative or liberal, are doing their job
and stating the facts and not reporting anything false.
Giving the facts, and if you talk to a Republican, then you go and talk to a Democrat. I even try to balance it out. If I gave one person 19 seconds, I try to give the other one 18, 19 seconds, so it's kind of the same kind of deal.
Yeah.
Who cares what my opinion is? Yeah.
Right. Yeah, because you still want to hear both sides, and the people at home are going to want to hear both sides, and you're just trying to do your job and show a good piece. Even when we're streaming a Donald Trump rally, we always stream a Hillary Clinton one right after that. It's not like, we're going to just choose which one we'd rather see,
Well, but the reality is we mostly put on Trump stuff because Trump was a better sell. He was more interesting to watch. He drew a bigger crowd, and a bigger crowd is what it's all about.
Yeah, we can't deny he does bring ratings.
Yeah,
he always brought the ratings.
We have to keep the lights on, and I went to his rallies and I went to Hillary's rallies, and there was an enthusiasm gap at her rallies.
Really?
Yes, she could fill a high school gym and a little bit more, and he was getting 4,000 or 5,000 rabid supporters every single time, pretty much.
Right.
Which isn't that much compared to what Obama was getting. President Obama was getting 20, 50,000 people. He was just getting gigantic crowds.
Right.
That was once in a generation star power. But
Yeah.
in this cycle, Donald Trump definitely was bringing in more viewers, more clickers.
And even now, and he still says it at his thank you rallies, because now he's on his thank you tour. He's still, at the beginning of every rally, he points to the cameras and he's like, they never pan out and show how many people are here. They never do it. They never do it. I don't know if that's typically like the cameras doing that on purpose. They do sometimes pan out towards the end as people are leaving. I think they just want to get their shot on him correctly while he speaks. But
Well,
he
one of
brings
the
that up.
challenges in this administration will be politely, maybe not calling out, but politely listing every single distortion or untruth that Mr. now President-elect Trump says. If he says something that's factually wrong, like there was widespread voter fraud, well, there wasn't. I think reporters for the next 4 years are going to have to say, he said that, well, actually, that wasn't true. So, well, actually, that isn't true is going to become like something that's going to follow an awful lot of sense.
Yeah, every beginning of everyone's scripts. Well, actually,
that's not true.
Yeah, he tends to, and I'm surprised that even like he can still tweet whatever he wants. That I'm surprised that his advisors haven't said like, calm down on the Twitter a little bit, just with some of the things that you tweet, even against Vanity Fair.
Yeah.
When they wrote a bad
But you know
review
what?
about his restaurant.
Let me say things that are really great about Donald Trump, at least from a political standpoint. He has a gift for connecting with people. He has an incredible gut instinct for stirring the pot and what to get people talking about and what is good television. He would be a tremendous, news executive. Great programmer, great brander. He's a very naturally gifted marketer.
He really is.
He took this slogan, "Make America Great Again," which was just capturing this how a lot of people felt. And other people just missed that, and he was able to get that. And so I think it's not some kind of accident that he won this election, because I think he has a certain genius for tapping into the sort of the subconscious of millions and millions of people and appealing to their instincts.
Sure, it didn't seem, I think a lot of people underestimated that they didn't think he had much of a strategy during the election, but I think for sure he knew how to go viral, he knew what to say, he knew what to tweet and when to tweet, and he was sensational, I think. I think that made headlines all the time, the way he would land at his rallies on the Trump plane and wear his Make America Great Again hat.
Great theatrics.
And play those songs.
I mean, and now we're all hoping that in addition to having that very important ability to connect with America, that he then also demonstrates that he actually knows what he's talking about. So an open question for me as a reporter is, we had President Obama give a 90-minute news conference last Friday.
Right.
Can you picture Donald Trump giving a news conference of 20 minutes even, and talking in detail, educated detail about some of these really crucial issues, about the economy or about immigration or about relations in the Middle East or global warming and whether he believes it or not, or the Russians, or all these different flashpoints around the world. That's what a president has to be able to do.
Right.
Can he go beyond a couple lines on Twitter? I'm getting frustrated just reading tweets from this guy.
I know.
Enough with the tweets. Can't you give me a page?
Let's see if he's tweeted anything recently.
Just a page.
Right. Right. Okay.
Everything's
so
a
that was his last
headline.
tweet.
Everything's a headline. I would like to see, just as a human being who loves the country, it would be so great to see that he can just get up in a news conference and can really go into some depth and detail about some of these really important issues facing the country. And there's a learning curve that he's going to be on. I know he can hire people and he can outsource a lot of this, and he does delegate, and he's an executive, and all of that's true. but you also have to really have some command. And if he does have that command, maybe he does, he hasn't really shown it. He didn't show it in the debates, and he hasn't shown it since he was elected.
Well, you make a really good point, too. He's great at throwing rallies and yelling and getting the people riled up.
Great.
But can he speak like President Obama did at the press conference he held before he went to Hawaii, where he's calm and he's talking about strategy and politics and things that they're planning on doing in the situation in Syria? Can he speak calmly like that for an hour and a half to media?
And even if he doesn't want to be calm, maybe that's not his style. Maybe he doesn't want to be Professor Obama. But maybe he wants to be really fired up, but still really demonstrate a real command of, strategically, what's going on in the world. I don't know. Maybe he's going to absorb all that really, really quickly, or maybe he knows it and he just has chosen not to share it with the rest of us.
Right.
But it's getting kind of late. He's been running for president. Now he is president-elect. And I guess we'll find out. It's going to be an incredible experience and a privilege for all of us to be involved in covering this historic period in our country.
Yeah, I think that we're lucky to be able to be in a situation where we can report on something. So I don't think people were expecting this, and now we'll see. It's going to be a wild ride. Again,
I wonder what our viewers are saying.
Well, let's see right now in the live chat.
Okay, now let's get rid of all the trolls. Is there anything left we can use?
Let's see. Everyone's talking pretty fast.
Come on, guys.
Obama doesn't speak, he preaches.
Well, I think probably a lot of folks who are on Fox News now are not President Obama fans. But
it's interesting. We do have a lot of Donald Trump fans
we have a lot of Trump
here.
loyalists here, and we want to hear from them. And I think we fired people up because this is in real time, all these comments.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, these
It's
are
hard
all
to
in
read
real
them.
time. Yeah, they come in really fast. Says Bobby says Trump is right again. Someone says go Trump.
Do you have anyone who screens these? And Trump actually answers questions unlike Obama, who's running around questions. That's what one person says. I love your channel. I can read that on the air, right?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Someone said MAGA. A lot of people say MAGA. in
Make
our
America
chat.
great again?
Yes.
You've got a lot of fans out there, it looks like.
Yeah, someone said marry me. Trump.
I didn't say that. I just said you got a lot of fans out there. Here's a swastika.
Maybe they
someone
meant you,
sent us
Steve.
No, I don't think so.
It said Trump is
Trump
always
will be
right.
great. Here we go. Trump, MAGA. I knew Trump would win. Talk about forgery, Obama birth certificate. Duh.
Yeah, we did talk about that for a while.
Here's another swastika. Great.
I'm
Let's
actually
move on.
surprised during the press conference that a reporter didn't ask him about the birth certificate.
That's a good point.
Do you think that would have been, I mean, I know that no one wants to be that reporter that has to ask that question.
It wouldn't bother me one bit.
Really?
Nope. Not
I
at
would
all.
be terrified.
To me,
'cause-
all these guys, whether it's Mr. Obama, Mr. Trump, or whoever it is, they're just American citizens, no better or worse than me or you. And so when I have to ask them a question, I'm just wanting to ask a question. I just want to get the question in.
Right.
But are we nervous? No. They work for you.
Well, aren't
They're
you
public
surprised then that
servants.
no one asked? I mean, because that must be, I mean, if you think that way, then they must all think that way. And I would think that it just happened the day before. Was it the day before?
Yeah.
That came out, that Sheriff Joe Arpaio said his birth certificate is fake, essentially.
I mean, Sheriff Joe Arpaio's on the way out.
Yeah.
And that's just how it is. And there was very little, it was striking that everyone just kind of shrugged. He was like, whatever. And it wasn't commented on. It was swiftly forgotten.
Yeah.
Donald Trump used that birther lie, basically. There's no evidence that any of it's true. And that was a springboard for his political career.
Right.
So.
But then he came out and he said, I regret saying that. I do believe
he
was
didn't
born...
regret it. He just said he is an American citizen. He was born in the United States. Let's make America great again. He never apologized.
I believe that.
So it was a great way to introduce yourself, I guess, to a great group of people, large group of people, and it was a springboard for him. And he kind of used it in a brilliant way to become the focus of the news cycle.
Right.
So I think that strategically, Donald Trump's a very wily guy, really, really clever guy.
Yeah, I think he's smarter than people lead on, and I think people definitely underestimated the amount of people that wanted to vote for him.
I think you're so right about that. Yeah.
I think when
everyone
people
got it wrong.
You know, when you get those calls, who do you want to vote for in the election? I think people even over the phone weren't telling the truth, that they were that afraid to say they liked Donald Trump.
So every pollster got it wrong. Every political pundit got it wrong. Every reporter who thought they knew what they were talking about was guessing.
Yeah.
Including me. Nobody
And
really,
me, yeah.
nobody knew the depth of the feeling under the surface out there.
I truly thought Hillary was going to win on Election Day. I thought, you know what, I just think that after that Access Hollywood footage came out where he spoke about women like that, I'm just not sure he can come back from it. I really thought that, I don't know. But again, we were all surprised.
I thought support for her was soft, and I thought if she won, it would be a tactical victory because I didn't see a lot of enthusiasm for her candidacy.
Yeah.
But she seemed to have all of the machinery in place. I mean, she had a magnificent campaign machine and computer models to reach every potential micro-targeted voter. But what she'd never had was just a groundswell of people who really were fans of hers. She just didn't have that.
And when she gave her speech after she lost, I thought for me was one of the first times I felt like I could really connect with her because she kind of talked off the cuff. She looked like she was on the verge of tears. To me, I felt like I was actually really connecting with her. It didn't feel scripted. It felt a lot more natural, at least to me.
How ironic that the first time she could reveal her true self was after it was all over.
Right.
I mean, the lack of being able to do that, that's what Bill Clinton could do so brilliantly. He could seem, whether he really was or wasn't, he could seem authentic and, you know, like he was empathizing with people during a campaign. You know, that line, "I feel your pain."
Right.
You know, he could empathize with people.
And maybe
She
it was, you know, the hard part of, maybe it was part of being a woman and she didn't want to show too much emotion. She didn't want to have that sort of criticism that she seems angry or she seems sad today. Oh, she's a woman. You know, maybe she just felt like there was extra pressure on her because of that.
Which is, when you think about it, highly unfair.
Right.
That's kind of a burden.
Right. Well, looks like we do have some live images.
Let's go to live stuff.
Of Berlin again, you guys. Steve, thank you so much for being up here with me and chat with me. And your story airs at
about half an hour. So
half an hour. All right. You better get going. Thanks, Steve. All right, you guys. This is streaming live again in Berlin, where that truck driver drove into a Christmas market, killing at least 9 people and injuring at least 50. You're watching live with us on the Fox News Now stream. Again, this is a live shot outside of that Christmas market where a truck driver drove into that Christmas market in Berlin, killing 9 people and injuring at least 50. Police are there right now, still investigating the scene, and you guys are watching live with us here on the Fox News Now stream. We're working to get you guys the latest information as they investigate this tragic event that happened. Again, 9 people killed and over 50 injured after a truck driver plowed through a Christmas market in Berlin. Also want to let you guys know that an advisory has been set for holiday travel. Yesterday, the U.S. State Department issued a travel alert for Europe, citing, quote, credible information that the Islamic State of Iraq, Al-Qaeda, and their affiliates continue to plan terrorist attacks in Europe with a focus on the upcoming holiday season and associated events. The alert, which is effective immediately, expires on February 20th, 2017. This alert references the terrorist attacks that have occurred over the past year in Belgium, France, Germany, and Turkey. And it warns that travelers should take precautions throughout Europe. Again, this is a travel alert for anyone coming or going from Europe, that credible information that the Islamic State of Iraq, Al-Qaeda, and their affiliates continue to plan terrorist attacks in Europe with a focus on this upcoming holiday season.
Ci sono.
You can see the police are still there investigating the scene. This truck plowed into a crowd of people gathered at a Christmas market in the German capital of Berlin, killing at least 9 people. The truck rammed into the market outside the popular Kaiser Memorial Church. At least 50 people were injured. Ambulances and heavily armed officers rushed to the area after the driver mounted the pavement of the market and a square popular to many tourists. Police later arrested the suspected driver near the scene and said that another passenger riding in the truck had died. The truck had a Polish license plate, according to police. Federal prosecutors who handle terrorism cases are now taking over this investigation. The justice minister there did not give further details in a post on Twitter, but did say this is shocking news and added, "We are mourning with the relatives of the victims." The interior minister there says he's in constant touch with security, but didn't give any indication in a statement whether they believe the incident was an accident or an attack. Photos and videos posted to social media showed rescue workers at the scene of the incident where the truck had eventually stopped. One social media user said they were, quote, crushed, and that the truck had been going, quote, too fast. This is also very familiar to the attack in Nice, which happened back in July, where a truck deliberately drove into the crowds celebrating Bastille Day, resulting in the deaths of 86 people and injuring 434.
Non confermo ufficialmente la matrice terroristica di quanto accaduto, però osservando il luogo in cui è avvenuto questo attacco è davvero difficile pensare ad un errore del conducente. Il tir attraversava una strada piuttosto piccola che si chiama Kantstrasse, alla fine della Kantstrasse, e la strada si va in mezzo a Budapest-Strasse. Ci troviamo nella Berlino occidentale, due strade sia a grande scorrimento ma anche con numerosi colori che sono zone dello shopping molto note nella Berlino occidentale. Ed è davvero difficile pensare che il conducente del tir abbia potuto per errore proseguire la propria corsa dalla Kantstrasse verso il mercatino. La polizia non conferma la matrice terroristica, però vedendo la logistica tendo ad escludere che si possa essere trattato di un errore.
also want to take you guys to a tweet that was just sent out from Donald Trump. He said, quote, "Today there were terror attacks in Turkey, Switzerland, and Germany, and it is only getting worse. The civilized world must change thinking." Again, that is a tweet just sent out about 15 minutes ago from President-elect Donald Trump. Let's take you back now to the live scene outside that Christmas market.
Ovviamente c'era la percezione di un possibile pericolo sul fatto che fosse imminente per il periodo natalizio, non sono state rese note indicazioni specifiche. Certo è che il ministro degli interni De Masiera spesso ha ripetuto che la Germania, come altri paesi, è al centro del mirino dei terroristi e della rete terroristica internazionale e che per quanto la polizia e le forze segrete, le forze sociali siano impegnate per evitare possibili attacchi, non è possibile escludere al 100% un attacco terroristico, come nel caso di questa sera sembra adesso rendere evidente. È anche vero che ci sono decine di mercatini sparsi per tutta la città e militarizzarli o renderli inaccessibili o isolati rispetto al resto della città sarebbe probabilmente anche dal punto di vista logistico impossibile, quantomeno molto difficile. Comunque comunicherebbe un'idea di militarizzazione, di chiusura della società che invece la politica tedesca tende ad evitare.
Ja, sein Kammer ist neben unserer Kammer jetzt quasi. Ich weiß nicht, ob der allein ist, aber ich weiß nicht, ob er gerade noch aufstehen und guckt und Kamera tätigen kann, das weiß ich nicht. Aber er ist da bei seinem Kopf, bei seinem positiven Einfluss, Er ist da jetzt. Okay. Ja. Irgendwann muss ich kurz weggehen, sich kurz in die Natur und bla bla bla. Ja, muss irgendwann eine nächste Stunde so. Ja. Okay. Ja, nein, keine Ahnung. Okay.
Ok.
Also want to take you to a tweet from Vice President-elect Mike Pence. He just sent out this tweet writing, "Our prayers go out to the victims of today's terror attacks and their families. Those who employ violence to inspire fear will not prevail." And again, down here, you're able to see Donald Trump's tweet, which he sent out about 15 minutes ago, saying, "Today there were terror attacks in Turkey, Switzerland, and Germany, and it is only getting worse. The civilized world must change thinking." And those are tweets from Mike Pence and Donald Trump. take you back to the live scene here in Berlin, again, where a truck driver plowed into a Christmas market here. At least 9 people killed and over 50 injured. They are investigating the scene right now. We're looking to get you guys the latest information as you watch live of this here on the Fox News Now Stream.
Qua non so, domani alle 8 c'è il traffico, cioè non è che possiamo fare il giornale da qua poi a tenere 2 minuti di studio, ci vorrà 20 minuti, mezz'ora per essere capito per poi tornare là.
Firefighters at the scene could be seen surrounding the trailer of the truck parked on the square at the base of the tower of that church. Emergency vehicles surrounded the square and the police asked people to stay at home. Wooden boards were scattered on the ground as though the truck had driven straight into one of those small stands that sell desserts and Christmas decorations. This incident immediately brought up memories of the attack that happened last July in Nice. The truck driver ran over and killed more than 80 people during the Bastille Day celebrations.
Vabbè, aspetta un secondo.
The mayor rushed to the scene saying, quote, "It's terrible to see this scene. It's exactly what we did not want to see in Berlin." The interior minister said, quote, "I am in direct contact with security officials in Berlin and have asked for support from the federal police." Federal prosecutors have now taken over this investigation.
Però posso dirti che adesso il tecnico non si può fare semplicemente qui la mattina relativamente non è così Tony alle 8 sì, ha parlato lì
Christmas markets there are a beloved German tradition. They open on the first Sunday in Advent and attract thousands of visitors throughout the month of December until Christmas Eve. One witness there was at a shopping mall across the street from the market just before the attack. He said he saw the truck hung down the street and barrel into the stands about 15 yards away from the church. Now, they did arrest one suspect at the scene. They believe he is the driver of that vehicle, but they're still investigating that. And a second person, the passenger of that truck, has been pronounced dead from that accident. This is a very busy area of the city. Some people call it the Times Square of Berlin. Thousands of people visit these Christmas markets every year. One woman there at the scene said that the truck was traveling at a very fast speed when it hit the market and that it did not look like an accident. Again, federal prosecutors are there investigating. And Berlin police tweeted, quote, "Please help us stay home and do not spread rumors." They don't want anyone taking photos or videos or making the situation worse. They just want everyone to stay home as they continue to investigate the scene here.
Was?
The Berlin police also just tweeted that 45 people were brought to local Berlin hospitals to treat those injuries. Again, at least nine have been killed. And 45 people heavily injured were brought to Berlin hospitals. That tweet just came out from the Berlin official Twitter account for police, the Berlin police Twitter account, I should say. They also tweeted that it is suspected that the truck was stolen from a construction site in Poland. The investigations are still ongoing. The license plate of that truck was Polish. We do know that. you're able to see that truck right behind the police there. That sped into that Christmas market where thousands of people attend every year there in Berlin, killing at least 9, injuring at least 50. Berlin police tweeted that at least 45 people have been taking serious injuries to local Berlin hospitals.
Ja, kann ich machen, ja. Ja. Okay. Einen Moment, bitte vorne, ganz kurz.
Die Kollegen drüben sagen, hier ist noch gar keine Polizei gewesen, das wäre mal schön. Ja. Herr Gelling, wie viele Krankenhäuser haben Sie verbracht? Zahlreiche. Also hier von der wir haben Schloss Baden nicht, aber Westend Krankenhaus, St. Gertrauden Krankenhaus. Ja. Es gibt auch noch keine abschließende Zahl, weil es haben vorher welche die Ansatzstelle. Ja, okay. Ja. Sven, ja. Das ist von der Feuerwehr.
Ja, das müsste der richtige Weg haben, ja?
Nein. Was ist jetzt dran? 3 Minuten?
And welcome everybody to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We do appreciate you being with us this evening here. I'm your host, Mike Pace. I'll be with you for the next 2 hours here on the stream. I am back on vacation, and boy, I wish I had a better story to deliver to you, but unfortunately, we are talking about a Christmas nightmare in Berlin, Germany. 9 killed and dozens more injured. Here is the very latest details that we have for you. A truck rammed into a crowded Christmas market in Berlin early Monday night, killing at least 9 people and injuring dozens of others in what witnesses described as a deliberate attack. German authorities said that they are still investigating whether the crash was an accident, but a statement from the White House National Security Council said the incident appears to have been a terrorist attack. And when you look at something like this, this has just a huge correlation to the attack in Nice, France. We all remember that horrible story where more than 80 people died there. Our thoughts are with everyone, the family, the friends involved in this just terrible, deliberate attack. We'll try to get you guys the very latest information as the evening rolls on. We are with you tonight. The Polish owner of the truck said he feared the vehicle driven by his cousin may have been hijacked. A local newspaper reported that the arrested suspect is a Pakistani known to police for minor criminal offenses but not terrorism. The newspaper also reported that the dead passenger was a Polish national. There was no immediate claim of responsibility, but the incident had a chilling echo of the July 14th truck attack in Nice, France that killed 86 people. ISIS claimed responsibility for the Nice attack, which was carried out in July. And if you're just joining us here, folks, we've just been updating you all afternoon on this terrible attack in Berlin. Our thoughts are with all the people that have loved ones, especially here. We know that there are lives ruined because of this attack already. 9 killed and just dozens injured just days before Christmas. We're being told that this was a Christmas market. So you can imagine just the festivities that were going on. You see the Christmas trees there in the background. There was probably a lot of music being played, a lot of shopping going around that area. And then when people come and they want to attack at the very heart of just what Christmas is all about, well, that right there, folks, is terrorism. Last week, German prosecutors said a 12-year-old boy attempted to set off a nail bomb at a Christmas market in the southern city of Ludwigshafen. The German-born son of Iraqi parents is alleged to have tried to set off the device at the Christmas market on November 26th and again outside City Hall on December 5th, Focus magazine reported, citing security sources. In the second failed attempt, a passerby spotted the backpack containing the device and reported it to authorities. Inside, they found a glass jar packed with firecrackers with nails taped to it. Police said it would have burned, but not have exploded. Folks, if you're just joining us, the United States says the ramming of a truck into a Christmas market in Berlin appears to have been a terrorist attack. Now, usually, if you guys remember, the White House it could sometimes take days for them to announce that something is terrorism, but just within hours, they announced that it appears to have been a terrorist attack. White House National Security Council spokesman says the U.S. condemns the attack in the strongest terms. He says the U.S. is sending condolences to Germany's government and its people and thoughts and prayers to the relatives of those killed. The spokesman went on to say that the U.S. has been in contact with German officials over the incident. He says the U.S. is ready to assist Germany in investigating the incident and responding to it. The White House says the U.S. stands with Berlin in the fight against those who target our way of life and threaten our societies. Once again, thanks to everybody joining us on the Fox 10 Facebook live stream as well, getting your breaking news updates there as well. If you haven't already done so, head to our Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. That way you'll always be in the know when we're covering breaking news here for you. The Berlin mayor says the situation is now under control after this market attack. The investigation, as we all know, is ongoing. And folks, if you're just joining us here, President-elect Donald Trump vowed Monday night that the Islamic State group and other Islamist terrorists would be eradicated from the face of the earth after violent incidents in Turkey and Berlin. Trump first released a statement on the killing of Russia's ambassador to Turkey, calling the brazen daytime shooting of the diplomat in front of a crowd of people at a photo exhibit a violation of all rules of civilized order. Trump said the ambassador was assassinated by a radical Islamic terrorist. The murder of an ambassador is a violation of all rules of civilized order and must be universally condemned, Trump said in a written statement issued as he conducted transition meetings at his Palm Beach, Florida estate. Trump said the Islamic State group and other Islamist terrorists continually slaughter Christians in their communities and places of worship as part of their global jihad. He added that they must be eradicated from the face of the earth and pledged to carry out that mission with the United States' freedom-loving partners. Trump's statements came on a busy day for the incoming president. He announced his candidate for the post of Secretary of the Army, held a round of transition meetings, and was formally elected president by the Electoral College.
Weiterhin also vom Bahnhof Zoologischer Garten bis zur Nürnberger Straße, also bis hinter den Zoo. Es sind etwas weniger Journalisten mittlerweile hier, aber die Polizei und die Berliner Feuerwehr in Verbindung von Gerdi Grenze sind für die hier hinter uns Polizeifahrzeuge, die so ein bisschen eine Blende bilden sollen in Richtung LKW, weil wahrscheinlich dort die Toten in der nächsten Zeit dann abtransportiert werden. Wer von Ihnen muss denn diese traurige Arbeit leisten? Das würde gerne bei der Polizei.
Once again, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We are covering here for you the situation that happened in Berlin. Just a terrible attack at this Christmas market. Being told that 9 killed so far, dozens injured. That could be up to 50 people injured. That was the latest report. Back in July, a similar event happening in Nice, France, that killed so many more. More than 80 people died in that attack. That was ruled terrorism as well. And welcome everybody. We are your source for breaking news. We do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. We do have you covered, giving you 12 hours of content Monday through Friday. Happy to be here. Happy to be back from vacation, but I wish we were all talking about a better story. I mean, it's so sad that we got to keep on talking about tragic things happening all around the world. All right, folks, I'm going to be recapping some other top stories of the day while we continue to show you this Christmas market attack in Germany. The much-hyped rebellion of GOP faithless electors fell flat today when only 2 Republican electors voted for someone other than Donald Trump. Far more Democratic electors defected from Hillary Clinton in the end. In Texas, 1 elector voted for Ohio Governor John Kasich, while another voted for Libertarian Ron Paul. But that was the only disruption on the Republican side, but protest votes popped up on the Democratic side in several state capitals. In Minnesota, an elector tried to vote for Bernie Sanders and was replaced for a Clinton voter per state law. Meanwhile, in Maine, an elector tried to cast a vote for Sanders, but was rebuked and voted for Clinton when he was told he could not vote for someone else. A Colorado elector who tried to back Ohio Governor John Kasich was replaced, just as in Minnesota. However, in Washington state, there was a legitimate rebellion against Clinton where she received only 8 of the 12 electoral votes. 3 electors voted for former Republican Secretary of State Colin Powell, while another voted for Native American activist Faith Spotted Eagle. Washington Secretary of State Kim Wyman vowed to work with the state attorney general and charged the 4 unfaithful electors with a violation of Washington state civil law. Such violations carry a fine of up to $1,000. In other news, Michigan cast its 16 votes for Donald Trump on Monday despite protesters outside the Senate telling electors to vote your conscience. There was no sign of rebellion from the electors, and any who had not followed the results would have been replaced. Once again, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We are taking a live look here in Berlin, Germany, where unfortunately 9 people were killed and dozens more injured in this horrible Christmas market attack. White House is calling it terrorism, and German investigators doing the same as well. Once again, folks, we are with you here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We're at fox10phoenix.com. Christmas market attack here in Germany. 9 killed, dozens injured here. We're going to get you guys the very latest details this evening. As you can see that truck there in the background, you could just imagine what that scene must have been like, and the sounds that must have been coming from the screaming of just the bystanders in that area. You got to figure you're hearing a truck plowing through people, hitting them at all different sorts of angles. I know it's just not a scene that we want to hear talk about, but sometimes you just got to break it down and say how it happened. And it's unfortunate, and I feel so bad for those families affected there, the friends, the families. It's going to be a horrible, horrible week for them as they're trying to just ask the simple question of why? Why did this happen? How? And what can we do to prevent this in the future? Once again, folks, we are here for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, working to get you guys the very latest details. We do appreciate everybody watching live right now on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live, and everybody on fox10phoenix.com. We do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., giving you 12 hours of content. And for those of you just joining us here, we're being told that more than 50 people have been injured in this attack. You can see the truck there in the background, the police tape throughout this whole Christmas market. You can imagine what's in a Christmas market here of this size. You're talking about probably a lot of arts and crafts, food, a lot of festivities for the holiday, and then ultimate terror strikes in Berlin. And that's what terrorists do. They strike at our way of life. They try to marginalize our way of life. Best thing that we can do as humans against terrorists is to continue our everyday business. They would love to shut us down. They would love to shut down our holiday celebrations. But you got to keep on going. You cannot give in to terror. And everybody, we are continuing to follow live breaking news here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. This truck plowed into this Christmas market here in Berlin, Germany. Hi, everybody. I'm your host, Mike Page. Happy to be here with you. I wish it was just on better terms here. I'll be with you for the next 90 minutes here. 9 people have been killed. We're hearing at least 50 people injured in this attack. In the coming days and hours, we're going to hear more and more about this attack and who will claim responsibility. But at the same time, an attack is an attack. A terrorist is a terrorist. At the end of the day, we can't be scared. We need to continue on our very way of life.
ちょっとリレーだけちょっと測らせて。じゃあちょっとカウント。はい、5秒前。はい。5、4、3、
画面奥に見えるのが犯行に使われたトラックです。大型トラックは多くの人で混雑する。
わかりました。OK、ありがとう。3秒半。はい、すいません。はい、よろしくお願いします。はい。
Thanks everybody watching on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. If you haven't already done so, now be that perfect time to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. That way you'll always be in the know when we are covering breaking news here for you. And we do appreciate everybody watching on Fox 10 Phoenix.com. We do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., giving you 12 hours of content a day. And boy, it's been a very, very busy day here on the stream. Before this breaking news happened in Berlin, we're taking you pretty much from state to state as the Electoral College electors were making their final votes. And it's now been official that Donald Trump clinched his 270 electoral votes, making him next president of the United States. We'll have special coverage, of course, on Inauguration Day, January 20th, right here on Fox 10 News Now. It's an event you will not want to miss. So many others will be streaming that live, but we will have all the resources of Fox News at our disposal, giving you more than 20 camera angles to that massive event and the parade route to follow. It's going to be an event that you will not want to miss. I guarantee you that, giving you all 720 HD picture quality here for you on the inauguration of Donald Trump coming January 20th. You're not going to want to miss that.
最後以上中継でしたので、はい。あと、どれぐらいですか？あと30秒ですね。はい。それは、リード、頭のリードまで、ニュースの入りまで30ですね。はい。で、ボートスタジオから振りですね。わかりました。はい。じゃあ、カウントください。はいはい、まもなくニュース入ります。はい、スタンバイだこで。はい、ニュースフェル入りました。
はい、私の後ろ、画面奥に見えるのが犯行に使われた大型トラックです。大型トラックは多くの人で混雑するマーケットの中を猛スピードで50メートルから80メートル渡って走り抜け、人々を次々に跳ね飛ばしました。事件があったのは日本時間20日午前4時頃で、警察によりますと、これまでにトラックの助手席に乗っていた男性を含め9人が死亡、およそ50人が怪我をしました。運転していた男は警察に拘束されましたが、地元メディアはこの男が過去に難民としてドイツに入国していたと伝えています。また犯行に使われたトラックはポーランドの運送業者が所有するものと判明しましたが、警察は容疑者との関係について捜査を進めています。以上、中継でした。
Once again, folks, welcome to that Fox 10 News Now stream. Part of Fox10Phoenix.com. Continuing our live coverage here of this breaking news situation. There's Christmas market attack in Berlin, Germany. Hearing more than 50 people injured and 9 killed in this horrible attack just days before Christmas. Once again, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 and News Now stream. Part of Fox10Phoenix.com, taking a look at that truck there that was involved in this terrible attack, killing 9 people, injuring dozens, being told as high as 50. Stay with us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream as we continue to give you live updates throughout the evening on this situation. Once again, folks, you are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We are with you here on this breaking news event here in Berlin, Germany. You're taking a live shot right now of that truck that slammed into dozens of people, killing 9 and injuring close to 50. All right, folks, so we did lose that. For more continuous coverage, head on over to fox10phoenix.com. Here's a look at Times Square.
What attack on the First Amendment?
She's advocated for, people shouldn't be able to say things that tax on free speech.
I have. Okay, that I have never heard that. We've covered her a lot.
As part of this whole fake news environment, which is totally ironic, because the people who, by sins of omission, didn't report things, biggest propaganda machine going on. When something contradicts the stated propaganda, that's fake news. The Washington Post got called on it. The LA Times got called on it. Barack Obama complains about fake news in an interview with Rolling Stone, who just paid a $5 or $10 million lawsuit for fake news. So if you look at who's talking about the fake news and look at their track record.
So I understand you right. Are you saying Hillary Clinton has produced fake news?
Oh, definitely. They've propaganda, misdirection. Yeah,
What examples do you have for that?
I don't have any right here. I would.
So it's more your sense of things.
No, I get you. At a certain point, you stop keeping track. I mean, there's an irony here that they're talking about Trump being Putin's puppet, when the Clinton Foundation had connections through the foundation and allowed for the sale of uranium to Russia. As far as foreign influence, the Clinton Foundation is full of foreign influence. And the Obama administration they had the State Department give money to a group of Israeli peace activists who turned around and interfered with the Israeli elections. From the email dumps, how the Clinton administration tried to interfere. The Clinton campaign tried to interfere with the Republican primary process.
Wait a second, let me stop you. Those email dumps came from Russian hacks, right?
We don't know where they came from. We don't. We simply don't.
You reject what the CIA has been saying about this? Which has a lot of Republicans in it, of course.
Well, the CIA said it, but that's not. It may be a CIA thing, but it's not necessarily a consensus of all the intelligence communities. And it comes down to say, okay, who exactly said? You have a spokesman. They say people have this evidence. Where's the evidence? Name the evidence, the specific people, and if this is a danger to the country, why haven't these people been arrested? Why hasn't this been made public?
Would you like to see, as Senator McCain has been saying, and Senator McConnell and Senator Graham, these are Republicans, that they'd like to see a select committee of hearings about the Russian influence on our election?
Oh, it's definitely, it's definitely there, but it's just, it's got to be basically bipartisan in a sense.
Well, I know the Democrats would certainly be enthusiastic for hearings,
but,
and you have Republicans who want to do it as well. That's bipartisan.
Yeah, but the fact that Hillary has an email server that's prone to hacks, nobody was concerned about that. That wasn't an issue.
Well,
it wasn't an issue.
The hacks we're talking about are Democratic National Committee hacks, not her Gmail account.
Yeah, but there's a question is, then the question comes, where do those who hacked that? There's so much ambiguity and smoke being thrown around here.
So would you like to see hearings looking into this type of thing, or just
I'd like to see hearings.
What to you would represent the success of a Donald Trump presidency? What promises do you think he's made that he needs to keep in order to keep your support 4 years from now? What are you looking for specifically?
Well, I'm a constitutionalist, and like I say, he's ambivalent about the Constitution, but he's not going to tear it down. He's not going to tear down. He's not going to tear down the country. There's plenty of. He lacks the directed contempt that Hillary has shown. Refers to people as deplorables. The fact that Obama continues to show contempt. Obama sits there and cites, refers to the Electoral College as the vestige of an older time.
My question was, what do you think Donald Trump needs to do to maintain your support 4 years from now? What are you looking for? For example, the better jobs thing, getting folks better jobs?
I would like to see an adherence to the Constitution. And that's going to be a struggle. Not the struggle that you would get from a Democrat. The Democrats, it would be tough to come up with a worse candidate than Donald Trump, but somehow the Democrats did it. So as a conservative, I want to make sure that the party stays in a conservative format towards that Constitution. And that will be a struggle in itself, as opposed to a group that is actively.
Suppose Bernie Sanders had won the nomination, not Hillary Clinton. Could you see yourself as supporting him?
No.
So you're really a Republican?
I'm a conservative. Bernie Sanders, he's a communist. Simply a communist. You go through his history and do a quick search. He's a communist.
Wait a minute. Vladimir Putin's a communist.
Yes, so is Bernie Sanders.
Okay. So theoretically, by your definition, Bernie Sanders would be a better buddy of Vladimir Putin than anybody?
I don't know if he'd be better or worse than Hillary. If you go back to all the Republican debates and the discussions and everything, how many questions were based on the Constitution? Very little. You know, that wasn't the narrative. I missed a lot of, I was actually out of state for most of the general season. I left after the primary season. So I missed a lot of the nuances and stuff, but I'm sure what I would see of the debate.
Were you out of the country? You're out of the country?
No, I took a cross-country trip.
Oh, wonderful.
Went all the way to the East Coast and back, and I went down to Washington, D.C. and turned around and saw the beauty of the country and renewed interest in the history of the country and what made the country great, and came back after the primary season and getting ready to look what my next goal is. But
would you like to see a wall along the Mexican border paid for by the Mexican government?
If it would be nice, but it's not necessary. A lot of things can be done electronically, and it's a matter of will. It's a wall is kind of it's kind of an icon that people may connect to, but it's more of a will. You just have to decide. It's like anything. You can do it. You just have to decide if you want to do it. And a wall would be part of that, but with electronic surveillance. You just first have to decide that that's what you want to do, then you decide how to do it.
Now, let's suppose that President Trump makes good on his promise to repeal Obamacare, which I would imagine you would favor, but then he says he's going to replace it with something better, keeping all those 22 million people who receive Obamacare getting health insurance coverage. What is that replacement?
I'm going to steal a line from someone.
Go right ahead.
The Republicans should just say, we'll pass it, then we'll see what's there. When Obamacare was passed, nobody knew what was in it. So why do the Republicans have to come up with their substitute plan when the Democrats never explained their substitute plan? I think what I'd like to see is a full repeal. I'd like to see a full repeal first, then have a debate about the replacement and make the Democrats take a stand on that replacement. So moving forward, They will be faced with a choice. Okay, do you want this compromise solution, or do you want not do anything at all? But if you repeal Obamacare, get a fresh slate, then move forward, what are we going to do for it? If they can fall back on this thing, and they'll fall back on it. If they block legislation for any additional changes, they need to take that responsibility. It's like all the thing about blocking the budget. The Congress does not block the budget and all these government shutdowns. Once that goes to Obama's desk and he refuses to sign it, that's the shutdown.
Now,
Congress has done their side, so you need to force the other side to make a decision and take responsibility.
what do you do for health care?
I just now got on Medicare.
So this is not a problem for you.
No, but it's my wife is still, she'll be on it soon, but it's a concern for my children and grandchildren and the institutions as a whole. It's I wouldn't be fighting a lot. I get activists, and I wouldn't be fighting these battles if it wasn't for my kids and grandkids. I'm not a wealthy man, but I could coast through the end of my life and watch all this nonsense go by.
What about the 22 million people who have coverage who might be thrown off coverage once it's repealed?
I not disputing that number, but I don't know if that's a valid number because so many ridiculous numbers have been thrown out.
Let's say it's 2 million people, or let's say it's 100,000 people.
Okay. Then Republicans pass a piece of legislation to address that, and if the Democrats want to reject it, they reject it. The point is that the Democrats always take the offense and put the Republicans on defense. And I'm saying it shouldn't be that way. The Republicans should set the agenda and take responsibility of this, move forward, and if the Democrats want to block it, they need to take it.
That could be your kid or your grandkid who's kind of all of a sudden maybe working freelance or doing something like that. They want to have coverage.
In short, I would think you should be able to address those 2 million or 5
22 million or whatever.
Or 22 million without destroying the system for the other 300 million. So why do you have to reconstruct a system for 320 million to address, let's say, 20 million? I've got a math background by training, so why are you disrupting the 94% to address the 6%? Why not just address the 6% without destroying that of the 94%?
Well, those 94% are still covered, or actually more like 82%, but they still had their existing coverage, right?
Could be.
Okay, well, what do you think of the point of this? Do you think this is, as a constitutionalist?
The point of this is just to make a show and delegitimize with Trump, the Trump election. For one thing, even if Trump doesn't get the majority, it will go to the House, and the House will vote by delegation. And at last count, there were 32 Republican delegations and 17 Democrat delegations. Maine was up in point. So if Trump doesn't get the majority, it goes to the House, and Trump's going to get it anyways. This is all for show. This is all for show. It's all to delegitimize an issue that they don't like. So,
do you think President Obama was born in the United States?
I don't know.
After all this, Donald Trump says that actually it turns out he was born in the U.S.
All right. It's a moot point. The country has to have the will. There are plenty of impeachable offenses, and Congress chose not to impeach them.
Okay.
Now, if I'm hesitant on some of these details, I don't say these things knowing I couldn't back it up. But I tell people I have to be right about what I say because people are always gunning for me. So I'm hesitant to make assertions.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm really grateful to get your point of view.
Yeah.
Because we're seeking a. Okay. Well, I guess they want us to go upstairs.
Okay.
Very nice talking to you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
All right, everybody. That was our very own Steve Kraft doing an interview with a conservative Trump supporter and his thoughts on fake news earlier today. And just A couple minutes away, we're going to have our very own Fox 10 Sports Jude LaCava on to break down the Arizona Cardinals' loss on Sunday and, well, what they can do next year to be in contention again. You guys watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, it's that time of the week again. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, joined by our very own Jude LaCava, and we're talking about the Arizona Cardinals. And unfortunately, another loss on the season, and that's officially over for them. You know, it's theoretically it was over for a couple of weeks, though.
It really was.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not, I wasn't the best when it came to calculus or algebra 2. But there's not a math equation out there that can get this team where it wanted to go.
Sure.
And this really puts an end to a season that had so much hype, and we in the media were also guilty of saying this team on paper. But we looked at things, you know, there were some warning signs in preseason. If you remember, we were talking about preseason.
Yeah.
You were asking the question, hey, man, what do we take from this? And isn't it interesting that Steve Keim said today that, maybe we played it a little too soft when it comes to some of our veteran players, and we took it a little bit too light in preseason. And as the season progressed, we didn't see that same fire and that same passion,
Sure.
that same kind of chemistry. And we saw the redundancy, almost like a Groundhog Day of storylines, special teams, the offensive line. Yeah, there were some key injuries, but it just wasn't the same explosive football team. And then yesterday, we saw this defense give up 48 points, and it looked like an Arena Football League game at one point with Drew Brees. So they're really, Mike, I have to tell your viewers that there's a ton of questions with this football team as they approach the offseason. They've got one more big game, of course, against Seattle, then the Rams to wrap it up. But, there's no getting around the disappointment. You're coming off 35 wins in 3 years, a trip to the NFC title game.
Yep.
And now I'm sitting here in mid-December saying they're toast, they're done, and they're going to finish under 500.
It's just something. But you were saying it in the beginning of the season. I mean, their special teams was just horrendous. And looking back at a lot of those games, they could have been won if the special teams came through for them.
Well, even yesterday, if you look at the total amount of points here, there's 8 points on the board. 4 games. I mean, you can look at what happened, in Miami. You can look at what happened against Seattle in that overtime game, the very first game against the New England, what happened, of course, yesterday against the Saints. And I asked Bruce Arians about special teams, Chandler Catanzaro, and he said, look, it becomes psychological when you have 3 different holders, and they went with the rookie long snapper. Then they had the problems with the bad snaps. Then they had the problems against Seattle with the jump over and the blocked field goal attempt. So it was a nightmare. I can't think of a season, and I've been around going back to my Ohio days covering the Browns and the Lions, in that I can't think of one season where there were so many mishaps on special teams for one team in 1 year that cost a team 3 or 4 games. It's really almost unheard of.
Wow. And then, folks, keep your comments going in the comment section. We'll get to those in a little bit. Some of your takeaways that you've seen from this season, we'll talk about that. But what do you think, what's going to happen with Carson Palmer? Is he going to be back?
I think Carson will come back. I do think, one of the things that he took a lot of heat, and a lot of people say, well, he's just not the same quarterback like he was. I thought he got crushed with hit after hit, sack after sack. And I thought he had a really good game yesterday. I'm not pinning this on Carson Palmer. I actually thought, under the circumstances, as many times as he was hit, he had a decent year. The bigger question is, going in the long-term future, Mike, what do they do about the heir to Carson Palmer? Will they draft a quarterback? I believe they're going to look at a veteran free agent. I think they're going to look at somebody that's currently on an NFL roster, that's been around the league for 4 or 5 years, that started maybe 10, 15, 20 games.
Tony Romo?
I don't think it's Tony Romo. I think maybe a guy like a Mike Glennon at Tampa, who's got a big arm. He's a tall, big kid, smart guy. Somebody like that could possibly be in line. And I also think this. I think Coach Arians is going to come back, and I think they just don't want to leave their careers with this kind of a sour note when it comes to Carson, Bruce, and now Larry Fitzgerald. Now, Fitz, to me, is a little different story. He's going to be in the Hall of Fame. He's put up remarkable numbers. Does he want to leave on this note? I think that's a little more of a dicier proposition. I do believe if he steps away from the game for about a month or so, he's going to want to go one more. He's going to have to go one more, because now if you have to replace Larry Fitzgerald, Michael Floyd, of course, is gone. John Brown has had the injury issues and other issues regarding his health. Now you got J.J. Nelson. All of a sudden, the most talented part of your team, the wide receiving corps, is now like, whoa, what happened here? It just shrunk. And if Fitz retires, now you really have issues. So maybe they look in the draft for a wide receiver. You have to still look at some of the problems you have defensively. Calais Campbell, I'm not sure they're going to sign him. He's a free agent. Tony Jefferson had a real good year. He's a free agent. Are they going to cough up the bucks to keep a couple of these key veteran players? And then you have to look at the tight end position. And you have to look at the backup running back to David Johnson. Now that Chris Johnson was injured most of the year, Kerwin Williams played well. I don't think Andre Ellington's going to be back as a number 2 running back. So there's a lot of moving parts, as you said.
Wow. Yeah, when you think about it, I mean, that is a lot to really think about during the offseason. Let's look at some of the comments here that we have. Tim saying, replace the kicker, all we need to do. I wish it was that easy, right?
I wish it was that easy. I think what you have to do is bring in a kicker to compete with Catanzaro. You have to go out and get a veteran long snapper, and then you got to secure your holder. You know, that hopefully is going to be your punter, and I don't know whether Matt Wiley hasn't played enough to really evaluate him. But I would say this, Tim, you're right. They're going to bring in a kicker to compete with Catanzaro. I think you have to. You know, it's competition by position makes everybody better.
Yes.
So I think that's the key issue here. You know, one of the questions has been, has the hype, all the hype, did they believe
Saul,
the press
yeah,
clip?
Saul chiming in there.
You know, did they play it too soft in preseason? You could look back and say, yeah, but this team was not a team that was reading its press clippings. This is a team that I think got caught with some key injuries, and when they started in a hole with that loss against New England, when they really had that game won, all I knew was a chip shot of a field goal. They started to
deflated
kind of
them
themselves.
right out the gate.
It really did, and they really could never get traction. I think the offensive line, I've always believed that that's the foundation of a football team, and that was never really stable enough. They got to figure out how they can get some continuity there. And we never saw the big explosive plays that we saw the previous year.
Yeah.
That was gone. But I don't think this team said, oh, we're here, we're ready to go. I don't think they took it easy and said, man, we're just going to glide into the Super Bowl. I just think that teams were more prepared for them defensively. I think that they were targeted more so. If we beat the Cardinals, they made the NFC title game, that means we're pretty good.
Yeah, sure.
And they got the A game from a lot of teams. But I also thought there was an inherent systemic problem, special teams. They never really found a corner opposite Patrick Peterson. And despite David Johnson's great year, and it's been a great year, we didn't see the deep passing game like we saw the previous years.
And how do you think this failing season will pump them up for next season?
I can tell you right now, they're going to call it the season of redemption.
Okay.
You know, let the clouds part and the sun shine, and this could possibly be billed as Bruce Arians' swan song.
Okay.
You know, maybe he comes back and says, I respect this organization that gave me a chance to be a head coach, and whether I go much longer than that is a question, but I want to leave this organization in good standing. I want them to be a winner, a winning record, a playoff team. I think Fitz wants to do that. I think Palmer wants to do that.
Because they don't want to go out like this.
They don't want to go out like this. This is not a way you want to end a career after all these years for guys like Palmer, Fitz, and Arians. So I do see they come in as an underdog. They come in with a chip on their shoulder. They've got a lot to prove after this disappointment, and they come in as kind of an underdog.
They seem to do better on the underdog.
Absolutely right. I think they are. They're a team that snuck up on teams last year with 13 wins in the regular season, and I think that's the way you want to come into a year, with a lot more to prove as opposed to a lot more to defend. There's no line in boxing. It's always easier to go become a champion. It's tougher to defend your championship.
Yeah, because everyone, you got a number on your back.
King of the hill, man, and everybody wants you.
They're all clawing at it. Okay, Jeff's saying kicker, punter, tight end, O-line. And so he's naming a bunch of stuff.
I think, Jeff, you got a pretty good handle. I mean, you want competition at the place kicking position. You need a much better punter in special teams. You got to play field position. They haven't done a good job of that over a number of years. Tight end, I think Gresham comes back, but I need depth there. I don't know if Troy Nicholas is going to be healthy enough to really be that guy they thought he could be. And yes, you're right, cornerback. Maybe they go get a veteran corner that's been around 4 or 5 years that can really play. And stability on the offensive line means everything. So you got a pretty good handle.
And Jude, I know you've been seeing some of these tweets at you. Now they're in the Facebook chat as well. A lot of people just saying, get rid of Palmer. He's getting up there and too injury prone. That's from Kyle. And then John also chiming in saying the season next year will have the same result with Palmer. So
no, you know what? I have to defend Carson. I don't agree with that. I think that, one, he's still pretty good. He got banged around quite a bit. And look at, he's had 22 career 300-yard games with the Cardinals. That ties Kurt Warner's record. And if you look behind the disappointing record, you still see a guy that's a leader. He never complains about getting crushed back there.
Yeah.
He still can make, that throw he made to J.J. Nelson that went through his hands yesterday. I mean, he can still make the big throws. I think he can play. And here's the other part of the equation. Where are you going to find better?
That's true.
There aren't top 10. And I've always said, I think he's a top 10 type quarterback. At least he was last year. You're not going to find those guys on the streets. You just don't find them. It's such a tough position. So I would never get rid of a guy that is still a good quarterback unless I've got an up-and-comer that should understudy for a year for him and then take over in a perfect scenario.
All right, so who do you think is going to make a deep playoff run?
Oh, man, how do you bet against New England? They're probably going to have home field.
Yeah.
You know, you got to go to Foxborough and try to beat the Patriots. Are you kidding me? I mean,
In
they
that
lost
weather.
in Denver last year when they got bounced in that AFC title game. And I just think New England's the prohibitive favorite in the AFC. I think it's a little more intriguing in the NFC. I'm not a total buyer on Dallas. You know, they've had a couple of tough games. They came back and they won yesterday. But I'd have to say that the Cowboys are vulnerable, and Seattle is right there. Seattle still has that dynamic. Now, they're out without Earl Thomas, the safety that has that fractured leg. But I still wouldn't bet against Seattle. I think the class of the NFC is still Seattle. Dallas, don't rule them out.
Yeah.
They're fundamentally strong, really good offensive line, good enough defense. But the team to beat, Tom Brady and the New England Patriots.
Yeah, because I don't see anybody coming out of the NFC North.
Not gonna
Detroit or
happen.
Green Bay,
Not gonna
nothing.
happen,
No.
no.
But yeah, Brady. Yeah, you could tell he
He's
wants
on that
it again.
mission, man.
Yeah,
You know,
he's on that mission.
This is like
those 4
vindication
games
from Deflategate.
Yeah.
You know? And look, you know, you can make a good argument despite losing those first 4 games. You know, not playing, I should say. He's an MVP.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the numbers he's put up.
I know.
He's been remarkable. And I, when they have home field and they have the team they have and the system they've had for over 15 years, I would never bet against them.
And their defense yesterday just totally
Strong.
stopped
Oh,
Denver.
man,
Just
what-
totally.
Yeah, I mean, they just smothered them, held them to 3 points. I think they have everything going for them. The question really is, can anybody beat New England now that Denver's down? I mean, you know, you see some of these interesting teams in the NFC. The Giants have a very good defense. I think if there's a little bit of a dark horse here, do they have enough offense with Odell Beckham and Eli Manning? Eli Manning's won a couple of Super Bowls. If you're looking at a dark horse team out of the NFC, I think the Giants represent that. They're a team that's dangerous. They beat Dallas twice already. That would be kind of my outside pick.
Okay, that's good to know. And let us know some of your predictions there in the chat as well. It's just been a year that just never seemed to get clicking, though, for the Cardinals.
Yeah,
never.
frustrating. I mean, it started from the beginning. It kind of
Started preseason.
It started in preseason. I think fans were saying, "Oh, well, it's preseason," and even we said that. Well, they'll turn it on, and sometimes you can't click it on.
No.
Sometimes you just can't click it on, and maybe that fire of what happened in the NFC title game, that hangover existed. But I do think there were problems with the injuries along the offensive line, and some of one of the things that I thought. And I'll never forget this. I'm in a locker room at Carolina. I talked to Gerard Powers right after they lost to Carolina. He goes, I don't know if I'm going to be back. I don't know if I'm going to be back. Rashad Johnson, I don't know if I'm going to be back. And those two guys really set the defense in that secondary. And I think they missed them in retrospect. Guys that were, you know, remember that no-fly zone they were talking about last year. I think they really missed Powers and Rashad Johnson. They're going to have to really be judicious in deciding who they bring aboard that really fits right away.
And what was the vibe like today at the press conference with Arians?
Disappointment. I think that he was a little bit on the defensive from a standpoint of special teams, and you know the defense really. When you give up 48 points, that's troubling.
At home.
At home. I mean, look, this is when you're what are you 4-3-1 at home record. I mean, that's just not good enough with all the talent they had on this roster. I think he still feels that he wants to win games. He's paid to win games. But he's a very tough, stubborn coach in a sense that he is sitting there going, you know what, we're still going to play it out. We'd like to beat Seattle, beat the Rams, and at least finish with a couple of wins here. So I give him credit for that. I think one of the interesting stories that came up is Calais Campbell. I've always respected Calais, and I know one of your callers there, Eric, is saying, is this it for him? I hope that he would take and be willing to take the hometown discount and finish out his career here.
Yeah.
He's probably got 2-3 years left. Give him a fair deal, and I think he would stay. I don't know if Robert Nkemdiche, the number 1 pick, first-round pick, is ready yet. He shows no signs of saying technique-wise at the NFL level he could step in as a starter next year. So I would strongly consider keeping Campbell.
Wow, so you weren't getting a lot of moving parts there.
Yes,
so it
for
should
sure.
be a busy offseason.
It is, and a lot of pressure on Steve Keim to fix this. Do I look at it as a total overall? Not if they make the right decisions. They still have a talented roster. You know, as Tyrann Mathieu gets healthy, if Fitz comes back, If you have if you have a good draft class, if you're aggressive in free agency, I don't think they're sitting here going, "Oh man, we're now falling into the ranks of a five-win team."
Sure.
They're too talented for that,
Yes.
and they're too experienced for that. So I'm still optimistic that they can be a relevant football team and at least a wild card contender next year.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Jude, for breaking it down.
You got it, Mike.
Arizona.
Wish it was better news,
I
man.
know.
mean,
Wish it
this
was.
We were kind of patching things up throughout the year, and here we sit now as bystanders watching the rest of the league.
Yeah. So we'll see who can clinch it on there come February, though.
You got it, buddy.
All right.
Anytime.
Thank you so much, Jude.
Take care.
Yep.
And there's watching the rest of the league.
Yeah. So we'll see who can clinch it on there come February, though.
You got it, buddy.
All right.
Anytime.
Thank you so much, Jude.
Take care.
Yep.
And there's watching the rest of the league.
Yeah. So we'll see who can clinch it on there come February, though.
You got it, buddy.
All right.
Anytime.
Thank you so much, Jude.
Take care.
Yep.
There's watching the rest of the league.
Yeah. So we'll see who can clinch it on there come February, though.
You got it, buddy.
All right.
Anytime.
Thank you so much, Jude.
Take care.
Yep. All right, everybody, that was our very own Jude LaCava breaking down kind of a dismal season for the Cardinals. Still 2 games left, but it doesn't matter. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. And I have about 10 more minutes here with you, everybody. Then you're going to have Mary Kate coming up next. I'll take you to some of those electors in Mississippi earlier today. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream.
Having duly elected the 6 members of the Electors, we now will cast our ballots for President of the United States. I will be circulating to you, each of you, an official ballot, presidential elector for the state of Mississippi, which shows Donald J. Trump and a blank. Y'all fill in the blank, we're going to trouble. And there are 6 originals. If you execute all 6, please, Mr. Stewart. Execute your place, Mr. Trump. That one, right. You're just extra box. There's no signature on this one.
Right here to remain.
first off, let me just thank the Secretary. Delbert Bozeman has done a remarkable job throughout this process. If you think of where we're at without any federal monitors or interference or involvement in this process, because they believe in what Mississippi has done over the years with Secretary Bozeman's great work with making certain that we have an incredible and honest election process. So that is something to be proud of. I want to thank the electors, everyone here. This is an important job. This is, of course, is the electoral process that we now are governed by, the Electoral College. Not something that I've always been a fan of, even when it works in our favor. I understand that that it is constitutional. Founding fathers believe that this process was critically important, as do I. Could there be improvement? Maybe someday there will be, but as we stand here today, the electors have done their constitutional duty and voted for Donald J. Trump and Michael Pence. Donald J. Trump, President Michael Pence, Vice President of the United States. We will have an inauguration on the 20th of January. I hope to be present at that, as some others here will be, and begin a new presidency. It is a remarkable opportunity to show the world again the effectiveness of this great republic. I hope there are no protests. They certainly have the right. They're certainly their right as Americans to do so, and if they'll do so, if anyone will do so in an orderly and safe manner, we certainly will respect that. But this is the peaceful transition of power that has occurred in this great republic since its very beginning. And we will do so again on the 20th of January, and I hope we will all then begin to work together to make America great again. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Governor. And now we have the certificate of vote, and we'll go forward. The first certificate will be for the President of the United States, and I do have 6 of those. If y'all would date them, today is December the 19th. Behind your signature, we'll start them around, and then we'll circulate the Vice President.
Breaking news. That is important.
Yes, sir. You're going to have to sign 6 on both files, so you're going to have to sign 6 of them. And the date is December 9th, and if you write that on each one. While we're signing on January the 6th at 1 o'clock p.m., the members of the House and the Senate will meet in the House chamber to count these votes. It will be presided over by Vice President Joe Biden. Each state's results are opened and announced in alphabetical order. Lawmakers can challenge any individual electoral votes at that time. And after that date, the President and the Vice President will be sworn in on January the 20th.
Mr. Secretary, aren't the electors allowed to attend that meeting without president?
They are, and I informed them on the way down here. We actually have an invitation from members of Congress that each of them will have in their packet to attend. And we welcome the electors to attend. We have a special place to do that, and also the inauguration.
All right, everybody. Coming up next, Mary Kate. She's going to take you to 7 to 9 here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, wrapping up that 12 hours of non-stop coverage. 12 hours long, 12 hours strong. Here's a look at the White House. I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Mary Kate, coming up next.
All right, everybody. Well, welcome to the Fox News Now stream. We've got a lot going on today. Obviously, those attacks in Berlin are still being investigated. At least 9 people were killed and at least 50 people were injured. We do know that 45 people were taken to the hospital, to the local hospitals there in Berlin with serious injuries. I'm going to take you guys to a video now from the Department of Defense, who goes over all of the recent issues we've had with China stealing that U.S. drone, the terror attacks in Europe, and much more. So let's take you to that video right now.
Apologize for being late. A few things going on today. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. Good to be back with you after the Secretary's 2-week trip around the world, a productive trip, and the highlight for the Secretary and for all of us was seeing so many service members deployed around the world and serving with such skill and distinction. It was great to have a chance to engage with so many of them over the course of the trip. I have updates on a number of issues before I take your questions. First off, I want to say that we are aware of the situation in Turkey and the shooting of the Russian ambassador, and we condemn this act of violence. Our thoughts are with the victims and their families. I know my colleagues at the State Department may have more to say on this situation later today. Now to the latest on our unmanned underwater vehicle that was illegally seized by a Chinese naval vessel last Thursday. We continue to engage with Chinese officials on the details and timing of the safe return of the UUV. Those conversations are ongoing. And I have an update for you with regard to the counter-ISIL campaign, several updates in fact. As you saw over the weekend, the government of national accord in Libya announced the successful conclusion of its campaign to liberate the city of Sirte, which ISIL has sought to use as a stronghold in North Africa. As you know, this has been a tough fight, and we congratulate the GNA-aligned forces for their courage and determination. We are proud to have supported this campaign to eliminate ISIL's hold over the only city it has controlled outside Iraq and Syria. AFRICOM carried out this mission with particular skill, especially limiting the risk of civilian casualties in conducting airstrikes in Sirte. We will continue to keep a close eye on the remnants of ISIL in Libya and remain prepared to assist the GNA as appropriate going forward. In Iraq, Iraqi security forces continue to degrade ISIL in Mosul, where the ISF has cleared approximately 20% of the city. Secretary Carter was able to meet with Iraqi forces during the course of his trip, as well as Peshmerga fighters conducting this campaign, to thank them personally for their courage and determination in what has been, as expected, a challenging fight in dense urban terrain. In Syria, the Syrian Democratic Forces over the weekend accomplished a significant milestone in the drive to isolate and eventually liberate Raqqa, ISIL's self-proclaimed capital. SDF forces driving south have reached the Euphrates River northwest of Raqqa, which will help to isolate ISIL forces on that side of the river. Importantly, as they continue this isolation of Raqqa, the SDF is continuing to attract Arab fighters for future operations against ISIL. And finally, an update on our counterterrorism operations in Afghanistan. We previously announced on October 23rd precision airstrike that we assessed killed Farouk al-Qahtani, the al-Qaeda emir for eastern Afghanistan. The department has now determined that the same strike killed 2 additional senior al-Qaeda leaders, Bilal al-Utaibi, al-Qahtani's deputy, and Abd al-Wahid al-Janubi, a senior al-Qaeda explosives expert. All 3 were actively involved in carrying out and planning terror attacks inside and outside Afghanistan. The deaths of these 3 senior al-Qaeda leaders will significantly disrupt the group's ability to threaten the United States, our interests, and our allies, and highlights our continuing commitment to the counterterrorism mission in Afghanistan. This strike is further evidence that those who seek to do us harm are not beyond our reach. And we will have a statement on this strike later after this briefing. And with that, I'm happy to take your questions. Thomas.
Hello, Peter. Can you talk to us a little bit about the handover of the underwater probe? I believe it's going to be given to a destroyer, a U.S. destroyer. What kind of military...
You know more, Thomas, than I do from this podium.
What kind of military posture will there be? Will this be, you know, how will the drone actually be returned? Will it be small craft to small craft, or will it...
Thomas, these are the conversations that are ongoing at this time. We're working out the logistical details with the Chinese through appropriate channels, and when we have more to announce, we will.
Okay. What do you say to the Chinese response that the drone was posing a hazard to shipping, and so they took it to have a look at it and get it out of the way?
We have used these vehicles around the world previously. We're confident they were being used in an appropriate fashion, and I'll leave it at that.
Is this the first time that one of your U.S. naval underwater probes has been taken?
I'll check with you on that. This is the first time we've had an incident like this with the Chinese Navy, to my knowledge, and obviously this is a situation that we had concern with as to how this played out. This was an underwater vehicle doing something that we've done before. It's an unclassified program, and we want the vehicle back, and we're working to arrange that.
When you do the handover, will it be in international waters, like, in other words, even waters that are claimed by China, so outside of the 9-dash line?
We will conduct this in an appropriate professional fashion, and we're having those conversations right now about how to execute that most efficiently. Louis.
Peter, these talks that are underway, who is doing them? Is it through U.S. military and Chinese military channels, or is the State Department involved?
I think it's fair to say there are multiple channels, including military-to-military conversations.
And you said in your opening statement that the drone had been illegally seized. What was the Chinese reaction to that statement?
I'll leave it to the Chinese to respond to it. They've spoken publicly about this incident. Our view is that this was seized illegally, and again, we seek its return, and that's what we're trying to execute right now.
Are there any indications that this device was being returned to China or somewhere else?
I don't have any information for you on that. We're working to seek the return of this vehicle as quickly as possible, and we're trying to execute that now. This is a vehicle that should never have left U.S. possession. Carlos.
Years to Raqqa. Last week, General Townsend mentioned that he plans to, quote, check back in with his Turkish counterparts once the envelopment of the city was complete. He also mentioned prior to the SDF's operation, he and his staff had reached out to Turkey as far as their possible participation in the advance to Raqqa. Now, from the podium in the past, you've mentioned, you welcome any support Turkish forces can provide in the fight against ISIS, but the Pentagon was not quite prepared to sort of cross the line and do open coordination with Turkish forces in either Iraq or Syria. Does General Townsend's comment mark a shift in policy now regarding the Turkish involvement in either Iraq or Syria?
We've had close coordination, Carlo, with our Turkish counterparts at every step of the ISIL fight. They're not only a NATO ally, they're a member of the coalition, and so I don't think your characterization is an accurate one. We have continued to consult on a regular basis, a daily basis, with our Turkish counterparts, and we'll continue to do so about every aspect of this campaign.
Understood as far as close coordination and support throughout the campaign, but as far as actually having Turkish forces either flying or fighting side by side with American forces in Syria or Iraq, that's what, from my take, that's what it seemed that General Townsend was indicating. Is that a correct read on that?
We have been supporting, for example, the efforts along Turkey's border with Syria, the operations in northern Syria, the taking of Dabik, Jarablus. These are activities that we have actively supported, and these are obviously operations in which the Turkish military has played a role alongside local Syrian fighters as well. And so we have done that up to this point, and are prepared to continue to collaborate with our Turkish allies. This is something that we're carefully coordinating, carefully discussing. You know that there are tensions with other groups on the ground there, and that is one of the roles we're trying to play as a member of the coalition. Other countries are doing the same to try and make sure that those tensions are addressed, and that everyone is transparent and everyone is focused on the singular goal of trying to eject ISIL from Syria, which is a goal we all share.
At some point in the near future during the Raqqa campaign, could we see Turkish fighters providing air support for SDF troops moving towards the city?
I'm not going to get into hypotheticals, Carlo, and I'm not going to speak for other governments and their operations of their military. Yes.
On the shooting of the Russian official in Turkey, has there been any discussion, granted tensions are high, of potential sharing of intelligence with Russia on potential connections between that shooter and international terrorist organizations?
I'm not going to get into intelligence matters, Mayor. This is a tragic event that's just happened in Turkey, and we'll wait to see what comes of the investigation. The Turks will obviously lead this investigation, and if there's a role for the United States to play, I'll leave it to my State Department colleagues to speak to it, but this is obviously something, an act of violence that we condemn. Am I done? Yes.
Anything on Vincent Viola as the selection for Army Secretary, especially given the fact that he's had heavy involvement with West Point, especially on cyber, some of those issues that have been priorities for the department? Is there any reaction sense of whether he might be friendly to continuing some of the, again, the technology initiatives that have gone on?
I think it's probably best for us not to comment specifically on selections by the next administration in terms of nominees, other than to say we'll be as supportive and as helpful as we can be in terms of the transition. To the extent that there are folks who are appointed to positions or named to positions that have a good understanding of the issues confronting this department, and in particular the Army, we think that's a good thing. Louis.
Follow-up on the transition. How would you describe the process right now with the transition? I mean, do the Trump transition people come in routinely? Do they operate here inside the building? Has the Secretary had any initial meetings, any other meetings with them since an initial drop by it?
The impression I have, and granted I've been away for 2 weeks, is that the transition continues to operate smoothly. There are members of the Trump transition team who have been here in the building getting updates from a variety of DoD employees and units within the Department of Defense. I'll leave it to them to speak to the pace of those briefings and what else they may be seeking to learn, but we've been trying to be as supportive as we can be. And again, the Secretary's been gone as well for 2 weeks, and he remains prepared, would like to see this operate as smoothly and efficiently as possible, and from our vantage point, that's certainly what we're trying to do.
And I think during previous transitions, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs has at times met with the incoming president. Are there plans for General Dunford to meet with President-elect Trump at some point?
I'll leave that to Chairman Dunford to speak to, and the transition team. The Joint Staff may have something for you on that.
Has General Mattis been to the Pentagon recently as part of the transition efforts?
I have not been in the Pentagon for 2 weeks, so I will leave that to General Mattis and the Trump transition team to speak to his activities. So, anything else? Okay, that was quick. Again, sorry.
All right, you guys. Well, that was an update from the Department of Defense, going over the latest news. This is a live look of the White House right now. Coming up in just a few minutes, I'm going to have Fox 10 weatherman Dave Muncy up here to discuss holiday weather across the U.S. You're watching live with us here on the Fox News Now stream. All right, everybody. Well, I've got Dave Muncy here with me. Let me move this over. Talk about the chilly temperatures that we're going to experience across the U.S. this holiday season, right?
Yeah, we are, they are experiencing some pretty cold temperatures. We've had some cold temperatures here.
Yes.
Over the weekend, early morning temperatures got down pretty low. Afternoon highs were down lower than we expect, so it was a little chilly here. Wasn't cold like it is back there. We have the map.
Yeah, let
start
me
working through
pull this up
what
here.
we're looking at for the map. You can see here where the areas of cold weather are, where the temperatures are dropping pretty rapidly. And then you look at the low temperatures this morning across the country. Look at Chicago, 13 degrees below zero. That's how they started the day. It was 25 in New York. It was 19 in Bismarck, 21 in Albuquerque, pretty cool for that far south, 16 in Dallas this morning. So that's a little chilly for those folks. And then you look at the high temperature. Dallas went all the way to 37, 31 in Omaha, 14 in Chicago. So they went from minus 13 to 14 degrees above zero, kind of a little flip-flop for them. 35 in Billings, 32 in Bismarck, which is right at the freeze mark. And then you look at Boston, New York, Washington, all in the 30s early in the day today, getting things started. So their afternoon highs didn't turn out much better. And then look at it right now. These are the current temperatures. It's still 14 in Chicago, 13 in Bismarck, 24 in Minneapolis, 35 in Dallas. Even in Washington, D.C., it's 31 degrees. And then you look at what it feels like right now. These would be the wind chill temperatures. We're looking at -7 in Detroit, -1 in Chicago, 9 in Wichita, 24 in Billings and Bismarck, 16 in New York City, 35 in Dallas, 33 in Albuquerque. So, Dallas temperature's 3 degrees off freezing right now. So pretty cool there. And then we thought we'd look at the forecast lows for overnight. Lots of 20s, lots of teens out there as well. Chicago is going to go to 11, so that's a warm-up as far as they're concerned. They had they had -13 last night, so they're warming up tonight to 11. So that's pretty good. Dallas 28 degrees overnight, and 29 in Charlotte, 24 in New York City. And here's your forecast highs now for tomorrow, right at the freeze mark in Bismarck, just a degree above that in Minneapolis. Chicago below freezing at 28, 55 in New Orleans, 42 in Washington, 42 up in Salt Lake City. So temperatures still staying down quite a bit. And then I thought I'd throw this in just to be mean. This is our forecast for the next 3 days. 75 tomorrow, we'll see a little bit of cloud cover. Late Wednesday, we might see some rain. That would be in the evening, but 70 for the high. And then even with a chance of rain on Thursday, we're still looking at 72 degrees. So some very, very nice weather. And one thing we thought we'd drop in, the Weather Center tree lighting, 35th annual, is going to be taking place on December the 22nd. That's going to be this Thursday. It's the easiest to attend. It's the latest in the season. It's the fastest. We don't take much time with this one, folks. And, of course, free parking.
Free parking.
You got it. You just leave it in the garage and you'll be fine. But that's the story as far as weather is concerned across the country tonight. Not so much stormy weather, but most certainly cold weather.
So when can we expect the really big snowstorms to happen, like in New York and Chicago?
Well, generally, they may get some snow before Christmas, but January, February are big snow months for those folks. And there's always a chance they get some in December. They can get it in November as well. But for the big storms, big places, it's usually after the New Year that you have storms.
It's never for Christmas. Why don't we ever get snow
Well,
for Christmas? It's
well,
always
I lived in North Dakota. I grew up in North Dakota, and I don't remember ever having a snowless Christmas. We always had snow.
Really?
When I was growing up, yeah. So people that get snow will probably have some snow.
Yeah. I just remember I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio, and we never got snow really on Christmas Day. It was rare if we did. It was usually after Christmas, those months.
Those are your snow months that come after Christmas.
Yeah.
I remember a lot of Christmases where we got snow.
Really?
In North Dakota, a lot of them.
But isn't that nice to get it
Oh,
on
it's real
Christmas?
nice, yeah. And the thing is when you grow up in snow, we live down here, so now snow. But when you grow up in snow, there's nothing to it. I mean, you don't think, well, there's a better. I mean, to me, when I was growing up, California, Florida, places like that. There were places on TV in the movies.
Right.
You didn't really go
They
there.
didn't exist
Yeah.
really yet. Yeah.
You didn't go there. All the weather was just like your weather, and that's just the way it was.
Right.
But I was very casual, as were my friends. With 30 below zero, you didn't have a hat on, you didn't have a scarf on. Sometimes your jacket was open. And you just, we were just casual about it.
Yeah.
It was an everyday occurrence. It happened since we were babies, and we were just used to it. Now you move out here. I remember I was out here for a few years, and we went back for Christmas, and it was so miserable. I said, I'm never going to do this again, and I haven't. I've never gone back in the winter.
Yeah, I just went back for Thanksgiving, and I couldn't take that temperature.
Yeah, it's
So-
cold. It's cold. I went back for my mom's funeral, and I went back for my grandmother's funeral. But that was it. Those are the only winter appearances that I made.
So for Christmas, you just stay here.
I stay here.
Yeah.
I don't. Well, I try not to travel on any holiday.
Yeah.
Holidays are not the time for traveling.
Yeah, I traveled on Thanksgiving Day,
Well, that's not a bad time.
which wasn't too bad.
Yeah, we traveled on Christmas Day once.
How was
And
that?
oh, it was great. It was nobody anywhere. Everybody was in a great mood.
Yeah.
It was great. Yeah, it was. Plane was half empty.
So it's bad probably right before it. Then you're
Yeah,
saying.
right before it,
Okay.
rather than right on it. But yeah, no, I wouldn't want to live in cold temperatures. Somebody
No.
said that to me. I was doing the weather, and Carrie said, "Do you ever want to go back to that?" I said, "I don't want to go back to it, but I don't mind reporting on it." So.
And where's Carrie from? She's from Iowa,
Iowa,
right? Yeah.
Iowa, which is bad, but North Dakota is just up there in the high plains.
Right.
When the wind gets blowing,
Yeah.
it gets pretty ugly.
Is that what made you want to be a weatherman? Is when you had to deal with all that terrible weather in North Dakota, and you thought, I could handle this on TV. I talk about it all the time anyway. To deal with this every season doesn't scare me.
That would be a great story, but no.
No?
No. My whole focus back then, I wanted to be a lawyer. And everything that I did, everything that I studied had to do with law and criminal law and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And my college courses were political science
Yeah.
and things like that. Very little science. And it was something that I did basically after I got out of college, was pursue a career in weather.
That's cool, though.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
now you know law and weather. So
A little bit. I know what's illegal to say on the air about the weather.
is it? Well, see, no, but that's good to know the legality of things.
There you
just
go.
in case.
There you go.
All right, good. Well, I think we're really lucky. So you said 75 tomorrow for us. That's
Yeah,
so nice.
yeah, it'll be a little cloudy.
Yeah.
It'll be breezy. We get the breezes with that, but the breezes will be over probably by Wednesday, and we'll have a couple of more days of it, and then the temperatures will drop off a little bit on Friday, Saturday, and into Sunday, Christmas Day.
I still haven't bought a real coat here yet, and I'm just wondering if I'll ever need to, or if I can just wear a light jacket pretty much all year.
I have a huge cashmere scarf, and the reason it's cashmere is for warmth only. And I have
Not for style.
not for style. I have a down jacket in my car right now
Mhm.
that would keep me warm at 50 below
Okay.
with gloves. I don't mess around. Yeah, you need a jacket. You
Okay.
need to have one. You need to have one with you at all times.
Yeah.
But yeah, I get cold. Like when I walk
Yeah.
the dog tonight. When I walk the dog tonight, nobody will see me, so I can wear what I want. But I'll have the scarf around my face. I'll have the jacket all zipped up. I'll have the hat pulled down, and I'll have the gloves on.
I would like to see that, though.
Yeah,
Maybe you
well,
should-
maybe we'll take a selfie.
You should take a selfie and
See
tweet
what
it out.
it looks like. But I don't like cold. I don't like
Yeah.
the hint of cold. I don't like the least little bit of cold. I have a mattress pad on my bed,
Yeah.
and it's two-sided. My wife doesn't want hers on. Mine's on all the time.
Really?
It's on all the time. But
That keeps
I
it warm.
always catch her sneaking over, cuddling over just a little bit,
'Cause it
especially
gets
in the
warm,
morning. Yeah,
right?
she's
Yeah.
picking up some of that warmth that she says she doesn't want.
Right.
Yeah.
So she really does want.
yeah.
She just doesn't want to admit
No,
it.
I've actually sold a lot of those mattress pads to people, just telling people about them, and they go, I have to have. Look, Carrie went and
Really?
bought one, hearing me talk about it, because
Yeah.
I love it. I just love warmth. I
Yeah.
love to be warm. I don't like to be cold.
I don't like to be cold either, and it never bothered me until I moved out here, and then going back for
Yep.
Thanksgiving, I thought I can't deal with this.
You
I
get
don't like
acclimated.
it.
You get acclimated out
Yeah.
here, and then all of a sudden you go back. Like I've decided that I cannot be in a temperature below 56 degrees. So
56 exactly.
56 is it. So even when it gets below that here, I'm in trouble.
No, yeah. I mean, it was bone chilling. I could feel it even when you're getting off the tunnel, you know, from the airplane into the airport.
Yep.
I could feel it as soon as I got off, and I thought this is a different type of cold than what we feel in Arizona.
It is too. It's a wetter cold because
Yeah.
you've got the lakes up there, you've got the ocean, and even though you're inland quite a ways, you still have that wet, moist air.
Right.
And when you're like in North Dakota, for instance, when you bundle up, you can stay warm.
Mm-hmm.
When I was living in the East Coast, I could not get warm. I could not stay warm. No matter how much you bundle up, no matter how many places you close off where
Yeah.
nothing can get in,
Ooh.
because it's that moisture in the air and it gets in your bones.
It's
it just
awful.
gets in your bones.
That's what I always
know.
say. It's
I
bone
agree.
chilling cold.
Yep.
Even when I went to Chicago, I wore 3 pairs of pants. I'm not kidding.
Yep.
Like,
No, I know.
Tights, leggings, and then pants over that, and I was still freezing.
Yeah, it's not a fashion show when you live in this kind of weather. And those of you that have lived there, you know what I'm talking about. It's warmth. You don't care how many layers you put on. You don't care what you look like. You don't care what your hat does to your hair, or in the old days did to your hair. You don't care about that sort of thing. You want to be warm.
I know. I'm always wondering when you see pictures of celebrities in New York during the Christmas time, how they still seem so chic. I'm like, aren't you freezing? It's like below zero. And they're wearing like a leather jacket.
Yeah, they're coolly chic, very coolly chic.
Yeah.
Too coolly chic.
Style doesn't matter when it gets
Go
too
for
cold for
warmth.
me. I'll
Go
wear the
for the
big
warmth.
bubble coat, put the hood on. I don't care. I
You
just wanna be
always
warm.
want to go for the warmth. Now, when I bought the car that I have right now, I had to special order it. I
Mhm.
couldn't buy it off a lot.
Your car?
The car that I own right now, because I wanted heated seats in the back. And for my mother-in-law.
You're not
Oh,
like being
she
cold at all.
loves it. She loves it. We'll be going somewhere and I'll always look back and go, is your butt warm, Peg? She goes, yes, it is.
And that's the one you drive here? You got
Yes.
a car with heated seats in Arizona.
I am the only person that's ever ordered a car with heated back seats.
Oh, that's
in Arizona.
nice.
Yeah, heated back seats. I've got front and back heated
That's
seats
nice.
now. I love them. Yeah, and my mother-in-law is just she's so snug back there. She just loves it.
That's I thought
Yeah.
they only had them in the front, so that's nice. You can have them in
You
the
have to
back,
order
too.
them for that. I think you have to order them for the back. They just said, I said, well, I want heated seats on all seats. They went, oh.
Well,
we
don't turn
yeah.
that on by accident in the summer because you would die.
Oh yeah, I've
honestly.
done that a few times. You go, man, it's really hot today. Whew, really hot.
Like my seat heaters are on and it's 110 degrees
Why
out.
is my bottom so warm? and then you realize you
That's
have
way too
the
much.
heated seats on.
I
That
still haven't
happens.
experienced the summers here yet either. I moved here in August, so I was just coming
Well,
towards the end of it.
You'll acclimate to them.
Yeah.
It's much easier to cool off than it is to warm up.
I agree. I would
Yeah.
rather deal with heat
Yeah.
than deal
You-
with the cold.
You can
anytime.
be too hot, and a half hour later, you're relaxing in a chair. When you're too cold, a half an hour later, your feet are still tingling, your hands are numb.
Yeah, you
just
still can't, like,
yeah,
text or
yeah,
anything 'cause you're like, "Oh
absolutely.
my
Your
God."
voice gets all restricted because your vocal cords get cold and
Yeah.
freezing, and
then you just feel awful and you get sick.
Yeah.
You can get sick. I mean, I guess you can get dehydrated in the heat, but
Are
you can
people
get sick.
watching us from any of those climates?
Yeah, let us know in the chat, where are you guys watching from?
I imagine that there's some people who want to wring our necks right now.
Because, I feel
Yeah.
very lucky to be here in Phoenix. But again, I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio. You're from North Dakota, so we know the pain.
We did live that life.
Yeah.
And you'll probably go back a few more times in the winter before you learn not to. I did. I made a few trips back, and then what happened was the Christmas we went back, there was an ice storm, and we got caught in it out on the freeway, and that's where I made my statement. I'm never coming
Yeah,
back.
no wonder you would want to go back in
No.
an ice storm.
I said no way, and we kept pretty good to it, except for a couple of funerals.
So someone said West Virginia, I believe, is where. So what's it like
That
in
can
West
be cold.
Virginia? Yeah.
That can be pretty cold. West Virginia mountains, of course.
And Mike just got back from Chicago, which again you said was like negative 14 there right now or something.
You know, and then when you get the air coming off the lake, that's
Again,
really
that wet,
cold there.
cold.
Yeah. And I've been to Chicago in the wintertime, and I stayed at the Drake, which is right on the lake.
It's a great hotel too.
Yeah. And when we would go out, it would just
Awful.
chill you to no end.
And Michael
Yeah.
said he's watching from Pittsburgh, and it's cold.
That's cold.
Yeah.
There's cold there too.
I haven't been to Pittsburgh. Is it pretty cold there during the winter? Is it pretty bad?
You know, any place in the east, they all have their
They're all
value and
uniquely awful in the cold weather.
when the cold weather comes. Some of them have absolutely beautiful springs and wonderful summers and great falls, but winter is just horrible.
Spring in Ohio is great. I mean, it rains a lot, but
Mhm.
it's beautiful once the flowers start blooming and stuff like that.
My
so.
favorite time of year was fall. I just love fall.
Here or in North Dakota?
In North Dakota.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was when jacket weather came around, and that's all you needed was a jacket, not a big heavy coat.
Yeah.
And things just started turning. I really like that a lot. I guess spring holds a part in my life as well, because when you came out of those winters and spring started to come, you really were like a polar bear,
so
just
nice.
coming out of hibernation. Yeah.
Well, I'm sure you experienced the same thing, at least for us, and for me in Ohio, it would stay cold until April most times. I mean, it wasn't until end of April that it started to really warm up where you didn't need a jacket anymore.
Well, I remember once when I was a young man, I made some money in June shoveling sidewalks. It was June 5th. And
Shoveling snow?
Snow. I was a young man at the time, so it was many years ago, but we did have a June snowstorm.
Oh
And
my gosh.
yeah, that can happen. That can happen. You get a little burst of cold air and a little moisture with it. There wasn't much to shovel. It was just a bit, so you hit all the places that you knew that you did in deep winter.
Yeah.
And I got it off before it melted.
Oh my gosh, it's
So
in June?
yeah, it was like keeping ahead of trying to make a couple of dollars, because I knew it was going to melt later in the day. So
Yeah.
I wanted to shovel it off before it melted and see if I couldn't get $1 for it.
Hey, smart businessman
I was
here.
trying. I was trying.
So lawyer, weatherman, mattress pad salesman on
There
the
you
side,
go.
and snow shoveler.
That's all. It
That's
all
good.
fits in. A jerk of all
Oh,
trades.
Gosh. Well, at least we have it nice here the next few days.
Yep.
I'm staying in town too. I'm so happy about it.
It is very nice. There are
So-
going to be a little bit of changes as far as the 10-day forecast. In fact, let me see if I can't find that
Yeah, let me pull that up again.
forecast for you. Oh, there's tomorrow, tonight and tomorrow. And then here, this will give you a look at, and you see there's Christmas Day on Sunday, 59 degrees, 58 on Saturday. So it's going to drop off a little bit. And you see a little chance of rain on Friday, or on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Less chances on Thursday and Friday, picking up a little bit on Saturday. But Christmas Day looks pretty good. It'll be a little chilly, but there's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, good. That's not too bad.
Okay.
We're lucky.
All righty.
All right. Well, thank you for chatting with
bet.
me. I actually personally wanted to know what it was going to be like this weekend because I'm just going to be hanging out here. I'm kind of glad not to be going back to Ohio. I mean, just don't want to deal with the temperatures.
Well,
I'm
there you
going to
go.
mail my Christmas gifts.
There you go. That's a good idea. Send some pictures and you'll be set.
I will. All right, Dave. Thank you so much for
Okay.
joining me. All right, you guys, so that was Fox 10 meteorologist Dave Muncie here with me, just talking about the temps that we can be expecting here in Phoenix as well as across the U.S. And we appreciate you watching with us right now and letting us know where you live and where you're experiencing this weather. Again, I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio, so I know how it feels to have those cold temperatures and the snow that just won't stop until April. It's no fun. But sometimes it's fun to have snow during Christmas and New Year's Eve. That's always nice to see. It's beautiful. I'm going to give you guys a live look of the White House right now. And if you're a fan of NASA, we're going to take you to an event there where the space station commander talks about his recent mission with his alma mater.
This is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Station is ready.
Georgia Institute of Technology, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call station for a voice check.
Station, this is Jason Vader from the Georgia Institute of Technology. How do you hear me?
Hey, Jason, read you loud and clear. Nice to talk to you again.
You as well, Shane. I'm digging this shirt. Oh, and I love the flag behind it. You got me,
Cool,
Shane?
just for you.
Well, so happy anniversary. We are exactly 2 months from when you actually launched into space. How's the mission going? How is everything up there?
Mission's going really well. We're Expedition 50 now. As you may remember, I was Expedition 49 when I launched, but that only lasted about a week because my other crewmates departed here a week after we showed up. But my Expedition 50 crewmates, Peggy Whitson and Tomas Pesquet and Oleg Novitsky, showed up about 6 weeks after we got here. I guess about a month after we got here. And ever since then, we've been Expedition 50, and we'll be 50 until the time I leave in the spring.
Has it, I mean, it's been 2 months. You're about halfway through it. Has it gone by fast? Can you believe that it's already halfway done?
Yeah, I'm trying not to keep track of time, but it does seem like it's flown by pretty quickly. It's already almost Christmas, which is hard to believe, and 2017 will be here in just a few weeks, so that's kind of crazy to think about. We have a lot of stuff coming up that's going to, I think, really make the time go quickly. We have 2 spacewalks in early January that we're planning right now, so gearing up for that already, so that'll make the time go quickly as well.
What's I've seen you grow lettuce. You're grabbing spacecrafts with robotic arms. Is there something that you've done, or a few things that you've done, that have really piqued your interest and really excited you?
Well, last week was the first time I'd ever captured another vehicle with a robotic arm. That was pretty special when the Japanese HTV-6 showed up. Really just huge, beautiful vehicle, and was able to capture that with the Canadian robotic arm. That was a real thrill, and being a part of that team, it's not just me, it was a whole team doing it on the ground, as well as my crewmates here on board, so that was pretty cool. Another thing that's really piquing, I think, all of our interest is just looking out the window and taking pictures of our beautiful planet and different places around the world that we may not have seen before, or that are really strikingly beautiful, even though we hadn't thought about it before.
What is that like? When you're looking out, is it hard to figure out where you are, or do you just remember back to social studies class and go, well, that looks like Italy, so that must be Rome, for example?
Yeah, I'm pretty good on the bigger things, the countries, but the cities I'm not so good at, and some of my crewmates are really good at that. We help each other out. We also have a great application on our computers that shows us exactly where we are, and we can zoom in as much as we want to see cities and towns and everything. So we have a lot of help, but by doing that, we're learning. We're always learning in different parts of the world that we were not familiar with before, so it's pretty fun.
That's cool. Would you say that you're fully acclimated to living in space, or are there some things that you might not get used to before it's time to go back?
I would say I'm fully acclimated. I don't think it took any of this crew very long to acclimate. I mean, we're talking just a few days, maybe a week at the most, for everybody to be completely acclimated. So we were very fortunate. Everybody's just a little bit different. You never know how it's going to go. But in our case, everybody adapted very quickly.
Let's talk a little bit about that, actually, and I see people floating back and forth. What's it like being up there with a crew of 6 and so many different nationalities and language? What are those interactions like, and how often do you get to just sit and chat? I know you're extremely busy up there.
Yeah, it's a great question, and our crew, we're kind of split in, I would say, in several different groups, actually. depending on which Soyuz you came up on. So my Soyuz crew is 2 cosmonauts and myself, and the other crew is a cosmonaut, an American astronaut, and a French astronaut. So very diverse. And then we're kind of also broken up into here on board into the cosmonauts and the astronauts. So typically the astronauts will eat all our meals together. The Russian cosmonauts will eat all their meals together. We do come together usually on Friday nights and Saturday nights to talk about the week and kind of just relax and enjoy meals together on the weekends. So that's how our crew interacts. Of course, we see each other every day, and we make sure everything's going well on each side of the space station. But during the workday, we're pretty much divided, and we stay on our side doing all of our tasks, and the cosmonauts will stay on their side doing their tasks.
Let's talk about the spacewalks that you referenced earlier. I think you have 2. It's coming up in January. A little bit about what you're doing and by going outside. What is your task?
Yeah, so our task is going to be to replace batteries that are on the outside of the space station that obviously provide power to this entire complex. There are 12 batteries on the starboard or the right side of the space station that we're going to go after. We're going to do on the first spacewalk, we'll take care of 6 of them. The second spacewalk will take care of the other 6. And it's not a one-for-one replacement. These new batteries that came up on the Japanese HTV-6 are much more efficient. So 1 battery and then 1 adapter plate, which is a new piece of equipment, will take the place of 2 of the old batteries or the current batteries. So it's a combination of robotic operations and spacewalk operations that are going to make this happen. So it's pretty complex, and it's going to be starting here pretty soon with the robotics operations. And then we go out the door for the first time on January 6th, and then January 13th for the second spacewalk.
I'm curious about that. I mean, every experiment you do is important, but is like the spacewalk thing kind of like this thing you constantly look forward to, or is it like, oh, it's time to go outside, it just happens to be in a different, part of the space station, outside the space station?
Well, spacewalks are pretty rare, and we're very fortunate to have a planned spacewalk. It doesn't happen on every mission, and really maybe only once a year currently are we doing planned spacewalks. So our crew's very fortunate that that's going to happen while we're here. The planned spacewalk also means that we've had a chance to train on these tasks in the Neutral Buoyancy Lab in Houston before. So we're familiar with the equipment and the hardware and the location of where we're going. So that obviously makes it a little bit easier. But it is one of those, I think, pinnacle things in your mission when you look back on it. Things that I've gotten to do already, grabbing the vehicle the other day, and spacewalking will certainly be the operational highlights. Now, we're all doing incredible experiments, like you mentioned as well, and those are really the focus of the space station right now. But operationally, going outside is very special. And again, it doesn't happen all the time, and we're just very fortunate.
How about Christmas? What's the plan? I saw your Thanksgiving meal. Now the holiday's coming up. How do you celebrate Christmas, or do you even know the meal yet?
So we're going to have, traditional, I think, probably very similar to the Thanksgiving meal you may have seen. And we'll also have some, since we have our French astronaut on board, he's going to provide a great European meal for us. And the Russian Christmas is on January 7th, so we'll enjoy Russian cuisine on that day with them. So it's going to be a great international Christmas season. We're going to get to celebrate it on December 25th and January 7th. So it'll be definitely a unique opportunity for all of us.
Cool. I only got about a minute, so we'll rush through these ones. Where are you exactly in the space station? What's that room used for?
So right now I'm in the U.S. laboratory. So this is where we do a lot of our work. A lot of our experiments are set up in here. It's kind of our command post as well. Behind me, back by the Ramblin' Wreck flag, is kind of the command post of the U.S. side of the space station. And then this kind of is a center point for all the other modules that kind of either go behind me or in front of me.
All right, and then my final one is, are you worried that perhaps your football teams play better when you're not on Earth, considering we beat Georgia and Army finally beat Navy for the first time in 15 years?
Yeah, I was really happy to see that. I told Coach Johnson a few years ago when I was talking at thing that I was 1-0 when I was in space for Tech Beat in Georgia, so now I'm 2-0. So I told him he has to tell NASA to send me to space more often.
Thank you so much, Shane. We're at the end of our time. A safe mission, a safe continued mission, a safe trip home, and a Merry Christmas to you, the crew, and also your family back in Houston. Thanks again.
All right, you guys, here's a live look of New York City right now. That was a NASA event that we just brought to you, where the space station commander there talked about his recent mission with his alma mater. And to get you guys all caught up, we're going to take you to the daily press briefing from the State Department.
I know, or at least I hope, you've seen the statement that the Secretary just put out, but if you didn't, please allow me to reiterate what Secretary Kerry said in his statement, which is that the United States condemns the assassination today in Ankara of Russian Ambassador Andrei Karlov. Our thoughts and prayers are, of course, with his loved ones, with the Russian people, and with all. I know, or at least I hope, you've seen the statement that the Secretary just put out, but if you didn't, please allow me to reiterate what Secretary Kerry said in his statement, which is that the United States condemns the assassination today in Ankara of Russian Ambassador Andrei Karlov. Our thoughts and prayers are, of course, with his loved ones, with the Russian people, and with all the other victims who were injured in this attack and their families. We stand ready to offer any assistance that may be required to Russia and Turkey as they investigate this despicable attack, which was, as the Secretary noted, also an assault on the right of all diplomats to safely and securely advance and represent their nations around the world. On Libya, this last Saturday, the 17th, marked the one-year anniversary of the signing of the historic Libyan political agreement in Morocco by the participants of the Libyan political dialogue, a broad range of Libyan society from across the country, including members of the House of Representatives. The Libyan political agreement paved the way for the formation of the Government of National Accord, the GNA, and its Presidency Council under the leadership of Prime Minister al-Sarraj.
All right, everybody, we're going to hop out of that because it looks like there's a little bit of an audio issue. I want you guys to be able to hear that, so we're going to work on that video for you. Again, that was a briefing from the State Department, but the audio was a little finicky, so we're going to take you out of that and take you to a video from the White House right now.
To move us to the next part. A pretty special treat that we have today. I have the honor of welcoming to stage right now from Elle.com, Melissa Harris Perry. My role model, Miss Marley Dias. Who every time I see, literally, I think about, should I be reading more? Should I go back to school? What do I need to do? And the two women that Jordan and I have had the absolute honor and absolute privilege, and this might actually be our last time having the opportunity to welcome them to stage. They have been a light and an inspiration to us, and they have been warriors for this administration, for issues pertaining to women and girls of color, women and girls across the country and just everyday Americans. So I have the honor of welcoming to stage Miss Valerie Jarrett and Miss Tina Chen.
So my boss, Marley, dreamed this one up. The idea here is we've been hearing about girls, but the idea here is actually to allow, in many ways, Marley to drive this conversation. She and I had our kind of pre-interview yesterday in which she developed what's going to happen here today. And so, Marley, I want to start by turning it over to you because these are really your questions. This is really your interview.
Okay, so hello, everyone. My name is Marley Dias. I am the founder and creator of the 1000 Black Girl Books campaign, a campaign that strives to promote diversity in schools and communities pertaining to girls of color specifically. But today I wanted to have a conversation with the both of you about how you became strong women of color that you are now, and like what's your favorite color, what's your favorite food, and things that we don't get to hear and while we can still hear them. So my first question is can you guys tell us the story of how you both grew up and how did girlhood affect the women that you are now?
All right, well, thank you, Marley. Thank you, Melissa. And I have to thank Melissa while I'm on the stage here for really driving this conversation and for these amazing commitments, in the academic front. So you have really made this work happen out there. So how I grew up. So I am the child of Chinese immigrants. My parents came to the United States right after World War II. In 1949, born in Columbus, Ohio, and I grew up in Cleveland, Ohio. Yeah, okay, Ohio. Little story about my dad. Both my parents have passed, but in China, boys are like the thing, right? You want to have a boy. So I'm the
Turns out it might be the thing here too.
Right, yeah. So, so I'm the firstborn in my family. My mother used to tell the story of how about 3 or 4 days after I was born, so first child, immigrant parents, they had no family. All their family was still back in China, so they're all alone in Columbus, Ohio. And my dad's kind of distracted, and he's running around, and he's realizing before, we get discharged from the hospital, he turns to my mother and says, "We have to make sure we get the baby circumcised." She looks at him and she says, "You remember it's a girl." Now, I have to say about my father, however, so he had 2 girls. My younger sister was a girl, so he only had 2 girls. That was the first and last time I think he ever thought about that. And then proceeded to pour into me and my sister everything he would have poured into a son. And, gave us both encouragement and strength and every ounce of ambition that he wanted to have and gave it to us, every bit of confidence. So that was amazing to have 2 parents who were so supportive. So that's a big thing that I'm so grateful for and fortunate to have. But then a lot of my life was shaped growing up in Cleveland, Ohio, like one of maybe 6 Chinese families on the east side of Cleveland at that time. And being, a distinct minority in a majority world there, and learning how both to respect and grow to love my Chinese culture, even though I can't speak Chinese. But I do know great food and everything else, and great holidays and great traditions, and be connected to my family. Some of it was my parents started a Chinese family camp for kids in the Midwest, where to this day, 60 years later, we still go. I take my kids to. But they had to work hard. My parents worked hard to make sure I had that cultural identity as well as living in a majority world. And I think that also, without even knowing it, gave me the strength, both as a woman and as a Chinese woman, to grow into and understand that identity, be proud of it, and also in the face of when people don't look like you, continue to speak out. So I think that's how I kind of learned it when I started going into a lot of courtrooms and places like that where nobody looked like me. And I didn't kind of matter because when I was a kid, I was always in rooms with people who didn't look like me.
That's right, yes. So I am the daughter, only child of James and Barbara Bowman. My mom grew up in Chicago. My dad grew up here. They met and fell in love and got married. And my father's was a physician, and decided to do something kind of crazy when he left the Army. And he was having a hard time finding a job in an academic institution at any of the universities here in the United States. And so out of frustration, he decided, well, let's just go and live outside of the United States for a while. So he started looking for opportunities, and he found an offer to go and help start a hospital in Shiraz, Iran. And my parents were kind of crazy, and I don't think either of them had been out of the country except for once to Europe at that point. But off they went after having been married for about 4 years to Shiraz, Iran. My father helped start the Namazi hospital there, and I was the second baby born in the hospital. And so when people say to me, well, why were you born in Iran? I say, because that's where my mother was when she gave birth. So we lived in Shiraz for 5 years. We lived on a hospital compound, and at that time, the United States and Iran had excellent diplomatic relationship, and the leadership in Iran was recruiting physicians from all over the world to come and work with Iranian doctors and share best practices. And so on our hospital compound, we had people from, every possible country, and so it was a very kind of cosmopolitan place to grow up. But after about 5 years, my parents decided that it was really hard to raise a black child in a different country with a different customs and traditions, and she wanted me to begin to think about, my blackness. And so first stop, they moved to London for a year, and then back to Chicago. And we lived in Hyde Park, where my mom still lives today, which is one of the most integrated neighborhoods in the country. And it's affiliated with the university, so you've got this kind of academic overlay on top of this rich culture of diversity. But I started in public school, and it was a predominantly black public school. And here I am. I speak 3 languages at that point: English, Farsi, and French. I skipped 2 grades because that's the education that I was getting actually in Iran and in London. So I'm 5 going on 6 in 2nd grade. And I really got bullied a lot. And I remember those early days of trying to figure out how I fit in, and it took a lot from my parents to kind of instill in me, and the big family that I have. So even though I'm an only child, we lived in basically a family compound. Within about 3 blocks, we had about 35 relatives. And that's really where I got my sense of self and my sense of black identity from this family that we had. And I'm very fortunate, similar to Tina, that I had 2 parents who loved me dearly, gave me unconditional love, set very high expectations, and then gave me the safety net of protection in case I stumbled and fell, which gave me the latitude, I think, to take risks. And I think my dad never actually admitted it, but wanted a boy as well. And when I came, he said, all right, well, we'll make the best of this situation. So he treated me like, the son he never had. So we played tennis together, and there was a lot of competition, and our family dinner table, both my nuclear family and then the larger family that would come over every Sunday for dinner, was always spirited in debate and conversation. But other than at that table, I was really pretty shy. And it may be hard for you to believe that now, but because I don't stop talking. But at that stage of my life, I really had to learn to grow out of my comfort with just my family. And it wasn't until I was a young adult, actually, that I developed my voice and the power of that voice. That's my story.
So what I love about this is when Marley and I were talking about why she wanted to start with your stories, is we knew we were going to talk a lot about data, and we were going to talk a lot about these questions of being women and girls of color, but those can feel flat. And so part of storytelling that we felt was so important is that you get inside of those numbers. You can get inside of the quantitative data. And one of the things that, that Marley is working on is this idea that every one of these identities, an identity like, for example, black girl, is actually a lot more complicated. So you might say, oh, you know, I grew up on the south side of Chicago. People presume they know everything about you. Or, oh yeah, I grew up in Cleveland. People think they know. But in fact, these stories help us to understand that even every one of these data points is actually still complicated. Did you get what you were hoping for from some of those stories, Marley?
Yes, I did. Thank you. Well, and my next question is that you both went to very elite, great universities, but how was it like for you being smart, very smart girls of color in a very strong and competitive university? And especially for you, because you were at a women's college, and though you went to law school, which was co-ed, so how was it like changing from an environment that was all about women to an environment that was not focused on them?
So actually, at the time I went to Radcliffe, I went to Electoral College at Harvard University. By the time I got there in 1974, Radcliffe had actually merged with Harvard. You know, they went through this long merger, non-merger, over a very long period of time, debating it. By the time I got there in 1974, they had not yet merged the admissions offices, so I was admitted and graduated from just Radcliffe University. But they had merged the housing, and all the classes had already been co-ed for a while. So I lived in co-ed housing. So it really felt like you were just at Harvard University. What I love about this story, for those of you who don't know it, is the next year in 1975, I was the last class to be just admitted to Radcliffe College. So the ratio was 3-to-1 because they capped the number at 400 girls, 1,200 boys. The next year they merged the admissions offices, so they went to gender-blind admissions. Went in about 1 year to almost 50-50. Because the girls were so much better than the boys. I love that story. So like instantly went almost, and when you did it just on merit, it went to like almost parity, 50-50 right away. So it wasn't that quite that experience. But my experience at Harvard was a little bit shaped by the fact that I came from public school. Came from public school in the Midwest. I was the second kid in my high school to ever go to Harvard, and that kind of messes with your head a little bit. I will say that even though I'd done really well and I came from a privileged background, going as a public school student to a place like Harvard in the 70s kind of messed with me for a while. And so Flotus talks about this, the First Lady talks about this a lot too, being a black girl from Hyde Park, from the public school system in Chicago, going to Princeton, and that you sort of feel out of place for a while. And I had that experience too. And it is really important, and I heard in the prior panel people saying, you got to get past folks who question you and the doubters and the haters, and you got to block all that out. You got to do that thing where you're just not hearing it and discovering yourself, how strong you are. I remember my first set of exams freshman year, panicked, like really panicked. I was totally convinced I did not belong there, right? And then guess what? I kind of did okay. So that's when you realize, I'm okay, I do belong here. It's something we tell kids when we bring them here to the White House all the time, that you're here at the White House now, you belong here. You belong here. And what your background is, you've been already done stuff in your life that got you here to the White House, got this administration recognize you. You can never take that away. That means you belong anywhere.
So I had a different experience. I went to the University of Chicago Laboratory Schools, private school in Chicago. And then for my last 2 years of high school, I went to a prep school, Northfield Mount Herman. And I had an experience there that I'll never forget, because I decided my freshman year of high school that I wanted to go to Stanford, because I was in the library, and Mr. Poole, the librarian, introduced me to this tall, handsome man who was at Stanford. And no lie. And Mr. Poole said, you should talk to John Hope Franklin Jr., because he's at Stanford University. And John Hope said to me, you should go to Stanford. And I said, okay. And I'm telling you, it was a 30-second conversation, and I was sold. And he said it's in California, and I love warm weather. And so that's all it took. I never visited the campus, anything. But this is the story. So when it came time to apply for colleges, I went into my admissions or counselor at Northfield Mount Herman, and I said, I want to go to Stanford. And he said, you'll never get in there. And he started giving me all these names of other schools. And so then I went home and I told my mom, and she said, well, apply to Stanford, but you better, if your counselor's telling you you're not going to get in, you better apply to a bunch of other schools too. So my parents and I sat down and we came up with 9 colleges to apply to. And I just remember going through that whole process thinking, well, why did he think that about me? What was it about me that he thought was lacking? But of course, the best thing about it was, as I started getting my acceptance letters, they were coming in one at a time, and Stanford was the last school that I heard from, and I got in the first 8. And when I got into Stanford, I went into his admissions office with those pile of letters, and I dropped them on his desk. And I said, if I had listened to you, I probably wouldn't have even applied to these schools. And I remember what it took, and I was so outraged at him because John Franklin had convinced me that I should be going there. And so when I got to Stanford, I'll be honest with you, I kind of felt like maybe I didn't belong, and maybe it had been a fluke. And Stanford had, at that time, and I think still does, a dorm within a larger dorm called Ujima. And it's a diverse dorm, and it had a lot more black students than the rest of the campus did. And I remember telling my mother I wanted to live in Ujima, and she said, you grew up in a black house. Why do you think you need to live in a black house in college? You're going to college to expand your boundaries. But I think it actually helped me, and it helped me just feel a little bit more like I belonged. But it took me a minute to get out of that insecure shell that counselor had put me in. And I think part of what we have to do is to develop our own self-confidence and our own vision and our own dreams, and don't let anybody tell you that you can't succeed. You can try, and if I hadn't gotten in Stanford, I could have gone to one of those other 8 colleges, but boy, am I glad he didn't talk me out of applying. It's a big lesson.
So Marley, if it's okay, I'm going to build on something there and jump forward in our questions just a little bit to the mentoring question that we have, because what I heard from that story is a little bit the kind of counter-mentoring, right? It's the one thing that you can hear that sticks with you for a long, long time. And I'm also thinking, though, on the other side, I can remember, for example, when I was getting my PhD and I was drowning, I always say the February of the first year of graduate school is like the lowest low point. So, and then it's March, and thank goodness. But I can remember being at my lowest low point and having a professor, John Aldridge, say, you know what, I think you might be good at this. And like, even right now, sometimes when I think I can't be. So mentors are extraordinarily important. But I'm convinced that women of color and girls of color need a slightly different kind of mentoring. That it's actually not just about us individually, but that we need what I like to call activist mentoring. So both like, let's get over this hurdle, but while we're getting over it, let's kick it down so it doesn't exist there for anybody else anymore. Marley had encouraged me to ask you all, how is it that you do mentoring, both the hands-on, high-touch mentoring right here with people like Jordan and Kalisha, but also when you've got rooms of people or maybe thousands of people who are asking advice, how do you do your mentoring?
Well, I'll tell you a story about a mentor of mine that I've shared with Tina many times. When I practiced law for 6 years at a private law firm and was miserable, just miserable. Tina thrived in a law firm, I did not. I was in agony. And I decided to join the administration of Harold Washington, who was the first African-American mayor of Chicago, and I worked in his law department. And my principal client was an African-American woman, Lucille Dobbins, who worked in the mayor's office. And she was in charge of finance and development in the mayor's office, and I was in charge of finance and development in the law department. And we grew to be very close friends. And the reason why activist mentor is such an important word is you don't just need somebody to do like a drive-by. You need somebody to actually invest in you. And one of the advantages of having worked at this big law firm is that I did learn a lot about complex real estate, and I was doing sophisticated deals with her that actually were more advanced than what my supervisor could do. And so Lucille started nudging me about asking for promotion. How many of you have ever asked for a promotion? Show of hands. All right, well, in my wildest dreams, it never occurred to me to ask for promotion. I thought that one day my boss would wake up and decide I was worthy of a promotion and that it was impolite and presumptuous to do it. And so I just ignored her, and I ignored her for months. And it got to the point where, activism, she would, at the beginning of every conversation, say, when are you going to go talk to Judd? And so she said, and prepare. Go in there and don't just say, give me a promotion. Tell him all the reasons. And she said, and I don't want you to just ask to go up one stop. I want you to be your boss's boss. I'm like, Lucille, that's ridiculous. Why would he do that? And she said, because I know the work you're doing, and I know the work that your boss and your boss's boss do. Anyway, finally, I get the nerve up, and I go into his office, and I give him all the reasons why I am worthy of this promotion. And I am sweating, really, clammy hands, down the face. And I know him really well. He's a friend of mine, but it took so much for me to do it. And so he looked at me over his glasses, and he said, okay. So then I said, and you don't have a woman in your front office suite. You have 3 offices up there, and there's no woman. I think you should have a woman. And he says, well, you are at the bottom of the totem pole of deputies, and so I got to let the other deputies have a first crack. And I said, well, how about this? I'll just move in until you decide who should have it. Well, I never moved out, of course. But my point is that Lucille really cared about me, and she pushed me to do something way outside of my comfort zone. And mentorship is really about relationships. And it's also somebody who will be an advocate for you. So they don't just coach you, but she put me at the table in the mayor's office when she didn't have to. She brought me to meetings that she really didn't need to include me in. She gave me visibility among people who were much more senior to me. And that's the activist mentor that I enjoyed. And as a result of that, I try to be that kind of mentor for the people in my life.
So just to piggyback on that story, one other piece of advice I got from a mentor of mine, Susan Getzendanner. So Susan was not your warm and fuzzy mentor. This is a woman who was the first federal judge in Chicago, and then she left to come to my law firm. And so Susan was not your embrace you kind of mentor, but she was a challenging mentor. And one of the things she used to say when she first said it to a group of the young lawyers, I thought, well, that's a little harsh, but it has proved to be true, which is, she said, no one will care about you and your career more than you. And just deal with it, realize that, at the end of the day, you gotta realize that. So that actually has stayed with me. But then the other piece about the activist mentor, so the whole group thing, and this is as recent as last night, sort of a little lesson I learned. And that is, I think, one of the things I feel lucky about having learned in this job, and now getting both to the age that I am, and now that we are in the last 30 days or so of these jobs, I feel a greater comfort to stand up here on a stage and actually talk about mistakes and be very vulnerable. And I think for those of us who are able to do that and have the experience to do that and are in jobs where there's some permission structure to do that, I think we need to do that more, because you see us as the end of my 60-year life here, right? A fully formed kind of person with all this, and you have no idea, it really took a lot to get here. I was very vulnerable, very scared about a lot of things. And I've learned this, it was reinforced most recently as last night, because Valerie and I did a program earlier this week or last week, in town on women leaders, and I told a story in a panel about a huge mistake we had made in the early days of the administration, just leaving somebody out at the gate. Actually, it was Queen Noor, leaving her out at the gate. So it wasn't just anybody. At the press
It was a
notice.
disaster.
The press notice.
God, she was a gracious queen.
Yes, right. And the press were going by because it was the gate that the press come in. It was the whole thing. But I told that story. One of our resident staff members, who's relatively new in a very good senior leadership job, but she's very new to it, stopped me last night and said she had been there and how important it was for her, because she was so nervous coming into this job. She wasn't sure she was going to get it. She wasn't sure how she's doing. And she had told her mother about hearing me tell that story last week, and that how much that had meant to her, that somebody like me, the chief of staff to the first lady, would tell this whole story about this mistake and how we got through it. And it was not a big deal, but it felt like a big deal at the time. And it was so important to her. And that just reinforced for me that you actually don't even know, as we're sitting up here on these stages and we do that, and for those of you who do it and you do it, you have no idea what effect being able to share that, and then how that will resonate with somebody out in the audience for their lives. And so that's been a pretty important thing to learn for me.
Tina and I both turned 60 this year.
Yeah.
Woo, baby. Well, you do start taking more liberties as you get older, and you can because the arc of life is long. The mistakes that you made when you were younger, it's helpful. You feel a certain distance from them, so it's easier. But you just also feel a certain confidence, and I think you're absolutely right. We should demystify and humanize ourselves. As I always say, you can't be what you can't see. But what you see is after 60 years, there was a whole journey to get here. And we still make mistakes from time to time.
So my next question is about problems that you've seen. So as an 11-year-old girl, I saw diversity lacking in my community, and I noticed that that could be happening all across the country. But I wanted to know that when you were 11, or when you were in my age, like 10 to 16, what problems did you see, and do you think that you tried to solve them in these positions of power at the Obama administration?
How badly do you think we feel right now? Because at age 11,
I was thinking the same thing.
Oh my
goodness. It was kind of like, what TV show was I watching? What clothes were I wearing?
The hardest thing I did at 11 was beat my dad at chess, which was like a major accomplishment. So you are so much ahead of where I was. I could never have been up on this stage having a conversation with us when I was your age. I'm telling you, I didn't talk to anybody outside of my family. I'd go to a dinner party with my mother and somebody on the other side, and she'd say, you have to turn your head and talk to the person on the other side of you, and I would say, why?
But I think the other piece, Marley, what is so remarkable about you, and actually what I love about the young people that we get to meet in this job is not, in addition to this amazing personality and self-confidence that you have, but that you also had the insight to identify the problem. Because I think actually the first step in a lot of this is we don't see the problem. Because I can't tell you what problem I identified, not because I wasn't like kind of out doing stuff, it's because I didn't see the problem at that age. And I didn't recognize it for what it was, that it was something that I could change and that was external to me and wasn't just like about me. And my inadequacies, and that is a remarkable gift that you have that I suspect Mom had something to do with. But it is also a message to give to young people from today who are watching that, identify the problems, look, and then you'll know you can solve them, but I think we've got to name them. All of us who are older have to help our young people name them, and name them as problems that aren't about themselves, but are about what their environment is, and then they can change that environment.
And one of the things that we got to see at L.com that I think a lot of folks don't get to see, because they'll see Marley, will be the one person on the stage, but I think it's an insight we also know, for example, from Joanne Smith's work at Girls for Gender Equity, is that Marley is undoubtedly a superstar, but she also has a superstar collective of girls around her, and so she is a real team player. She always has a crew, she's got a squad, and they're doing a lot of collective problem solving and identification, and one of our favorite things this summer was having all those young women together, all those girls together in the L.com offices, and they were actually producing collective responses, and that, I gotta say, for me, you are, the shine and the moon and the stars, but I also love that you had a whole galaxy with you. It was a wonderful thing.
Thank you. One thing that I try to tell to adults when they're trying to figure out how do I teach kids to see these problems without overwhelming them is that I say, just show it to them. Just say blatantly, if you are in a position where your boss is being racist or discriminating against you and your team, you can say that my boss is not being very nice. He is judging me because of, or he's judging my coworker because of the way that we look or the fact that we are different than him. And that my experience is in that I am just as qualified as him, and that I went to the same school and I got a better degree and whatever, that I am still as capable and that I can help that problem. And how do you want to help me tell my boss that I don't think I'm being treated fair? There's ways that you can do that. There's ways that you can just take the experiences that you've had and kind of amplify them to show your kids that you can solve these problems with them. Because it makes them afraid when you just say those things like, my boss is being mean. Then they don't know what to do with themselves. They're just like, I can't help you, because they're not pushing them. They're not pushing them to even try to conceptualize or think of ways to solve problems.
Wow.
No kidding. That's like...
She's just making me feel worse and worse. I really am seeing myself at her age and going, what in the world? But I think the reason, but there are just so many 11-year-old girls around the country watching you right now saying, well, wow, I bet I could do that too. And finding your voice and finding the confidence, as Tina said, not just to identify the problem, but to think that you could actually have an impact on it. And you can start small. I mean, you can start by tutoring a 9-year-old and helping them solve a problem. And you get this positive reinforcement each time. And the question is, how can we help our young girls of color have those early successes? Because that's the foundation you need later in life. And I was a later bloomer. But what we want to do is to create that opportunity for these young girls and figure out what are the obstacles that keep people like you from flourishing around the country, and how do we go about in a very evidence-based way of tackling those obstacles.
So my next question actually linked into it perfectly was that when did you realize that you could use your voice to make a change? And like, when do you think that girls should really start to get that? Because for me, I think it's middle school, because that's a time where you think that you're, well,
of course you think it's middle
when you're in elementary school, when you're in elementary school, you're too young to obviously sometimes to believe that you have the power, but in middle school, you're developing your identity. So for me, it's middle school.
You are the best. So, I mean, I think it's any age. I mean, I really do. I mean, I think that one of the things about diversity is not just in gender and race, but it's also in development and in personality. And I think we've got to take everyone as they come, no matter what age. But I knew you were going to ask this question, so I started thinking last night, when was it? And I had a memory which I had totally forgotten, which was when I was 12. Was when Gene McCarthy was running for president of the United States. That's how old I am. And it was during the war. And my father, remember the whole circumcision thing, actually was very anti-war. Taught me to be very anti-war. Had me where I was wearing a black armband to school, went into middle school, all of a sudden. And, I had completely forgotten that really was the start of my political activism. And he just supported me in that. It was kind of edgy to do, back at the time in 1968. But that, it was, again, having a parent who kind of showed me the way on that. So I guess I did start in middle school. What do you know?
I was later. I'm just being honest about it. I remember my first demonstration was actually in college. And it was, Tina and I grew up in the 60s and 70s, but my college campus was invested in South Africa. And we led a demonstration around the college campus with as many students as we could get, saying you must divest. And I just remember feeling passionately that I couldn't believe that my tuition payments were going and being invested in a country that believed in apartheid. And I really cared about it. And I remember when all of the college campuses started disinvesting, thinking that is the power of one. And it's contagious. And once you begin to act like a citizen and begin to hold your employer, your college, your government accountable, it becomes a part of you. And I think that I can still see myself marching proudly around that campus and feeling so good when our mission was accomplished.
So one of my final questions is, how do you feel when you are the woman in charge in a room, but you're the only woman in the room? Like, how do you handle being in those spaces where it's not diverse, but then you still have to lead a group of people and try to explain to them how to help people in diverse communities?
Well, you got to know your stuff. So that's, really my biggest lesson on all of this, what has stead, me through lots of rooms where I was the only woman and definitely the only person of color, is that you got to do your homework and be smarter than them. And it's not just knowing. I know that I'm pretty smart going into these, but actually you got to do the homework, and it takes a lot of work, because that both. There will come a point in the meeting where you will know more than they do, and that will actually garner you respect, but it also gives you self-confidence when you know going in there that you've kind of read all the stuff, and you haven't just read the summary material, you've read the stuff down below it. For me at least, that's part of what gave me gave me self-confidence. And then every now and then, I tended not, in my old job at the law firm, not to be somebody who talked about race and gender a lot. It was more about like just doing it. But every now and then, I would sort of take one of my friends, my white partners, male friends aside and said, all right, did you just see what just happened there? So let me explain to you, because they don't see it. And they are my dear friends and they love me, but don't imagine that they saw the same thing that you saw. And that's some of the way to teach folks, how, because they're not seeing it. And it's not from maliciousness or any ill intent, it's that they just don't see it. And so sometimes you have to quietly and gently sort of, point it out.
So my parents really raised me, and I think because my mom grew up in a segregated Chicago, and my dad grew up in a segregated DC, and they said, look, it's not a level playing field. And so anytime I would come home and say, so-and-so happened to me and it wasn't fair, they would say in unison, what makes you think life is fair? And I think children think life should be fair. That's the way somehow we get that societal impression. And I remember I used to just kind of recoil when they said that, and they would couple it with the best way to tackle unfairness that you're inevitably going to encounter is just be better and work harder, outwork everybody, take pride in your strength of accomplishment, and don't be afraid to talk. And it doesn't mean you have to be the sole person talking. And I can remember actually being on one of my first corporate boards, and I was terrified. And I was on the board with one of the wealthiest people in Chicago, and I was in awe of being even in his presence. And I can remember sitting in that meeting thinking, I had a question. And I thought it was a stupid question, but I really did have a question, and I didn't ask it. He asked it. He asked it. And I thought, why didn't I ask that question? And later I said to him, I had that same question, and I just thought it was stupid. And he said, there are no stupid questions when you're a board member. And that kind of stuck with me. And it just gets back to a point that Tina made earlier, which is if you're in the room, you're in the room for a reason. And it's one of the things that we have tried to say to empower women here in the White House. And women have a tendency, I think, and this is kind of a big generalization, to hold back a bit. And you have to get in there, and you have to realize that wherever you are in the positions that you're there because you've earned it. You've probably more than earned it. And tell yourself all the time, and tell your colleagues that, because I think one of the things that we try to do here is to reinforce and support one another and to push us up, because if we're pushing ourselves up, then that's good. That's good for what we're trying to do for the president. And we try to say to people, if you're around the table and you have something to say that could improve the conversation and inform the conversation and maybe keep us from making a mistake, and you don't say it, then you're not doing your job. So you have to dig deep, and you have to find your voice, and you have to accept the fact that sometimes you are going to ask stupid questions, and that's okay. The other thing that I think happens, and Tina, I know this has happened to you, and it will happen to all of you, is that you'll be at a table, and you'll be the only one, and you'll say something, and nobody will hear you, and then a man will say the same thing you said. You know what I'm talking about? Do you know what I am talking about? And you will say, did I not just say that 10 minutes ago? But this is where I do think you have to recognize that, men they need to be helped along. And Tina's point about taking them aside, I think, is a good one. Because if you shame them in the meeting, then they're just mad at you. But you've got to say, did you observe what you just did to me? Because you diminished me by not hearing me. And you also have to figure out ways of speaking so that people can hear you. And it can't always be the loudest voice. Sometimes I lower my voice to try to get people to hear what I'm saying. And that forces them to kind of lean in. And everybody has to find their own voice. And it takes experience and it takes time. But when you find it, you can see the power of the voice.
I want to affirm, again, Marley, how much I appreciated the work that you did in developing the questions today, and how important it was for us to have an opportunity to hear stories as a way of understanding and reflecting on so many of the big policy questions. I also wanted to say to you that I think we, as teachers, as mothers, as mentors, we want our beloved students and daughters and mentees to excel in the world. And we look at a world that is unfair and unjust, and so we tend to say, here are all the ways that you, beloved, can jump over, navigate around, get through it. But I also want to affirm for you that the most important thing that we can do and that you can do, and I see you doing it all the time, and so mostly I'm just hoping to line up behind you while we're doing it, is to actually make the world fairer. So it is unfair, it's deeply unfair, it will be consistently unfair, but our work is, in fact, to try to bring structural change and to try to make the world more just and more fair. And I look at this group of people who I've been so honored to work with in a variety of settings over the course of the past 8 years, and it has been an extraordinary journey. It has been such a pleasure and an honor to have any part of this history where the work of this administration has been to try to lower the barriers, to try to flatten the playing field, to try to level it so that, yeah, we're going to have to keep being extraordinary, but the excellence of black and brown girls is not really a historical question. The question is whether or not history then allows our excellence and opportunity. One of the things I'll say that we're trying to do with the collaborative to advance equity through research is obviously to develop some of that evidence for evidence-based work, but some of it is also just to say this, that for those folks who have helped us over the hurdles, it matters. One of my dearest and closest mentors, Professor Carla Holloway from Duke University, is here in the room. She retired.
Where is she?
She's right over here.
Give you a shout out. Yeah, there you go.
There you go. She retired from Duke University after almost a 4-decade career, and the Collaborative to Advance Equity is actually starting our very first funded project, and that is we have a modest gift that we will be giving each year as a mentoring award for those who do in fact mentor women and girls of color, because we do know that it matters to have the people who help us through. And so for folks who want to be part of that effort, it is the Dr. Carla Holloway Award for mentoring. We thank you so much for giving us space and time. Marley, you are the thing, the person, the work, the effort, the magic that makes it possible for so many of us to get up in the morning. Tina and Valerie, thank you for the work that you have done for 2 wonderful, extraordinary terms.
Well, thank you, and thank you all. I mean, Tina and I are spending a lot of time crying these days because we're having a series of lasts, but this is actually a beginning. And I think that the fact that we are all here and have been collectively and individually working on this effort for so many years now, and the momentum that we have built, not just in the White House and throughout the agencies that are part of the White House Council on Women and Girls, but flourishing throughout the country, the partners and the foundations and the business leaders and the advocates who've all come to the table saying, we truly care about women and girls of color, and we are going to go about the business of leveling that playing field. That is the most wonderful gift that you could give us as we come to the close. And so we just want to say how much we appreciate you, how much we love what you're doing and your commitment. And even though the president says that as we pass the baton on to the next administration, we're actually passing the baton on to you. So change the world.
And I will just say that, as Melissa just said, this was historic, and you all were part of history. And once you're in history, you can't undo history, right? So seriously, you will always be a part of this history of the last 8 years. And then I look at Marley and all these young girls who we have had the good fortune to meet, and all the young women who are out there, that you are our hope, and you are strong and beautiful and loud and proud, and we love you, and you are what is really giving us great hope that this history really lives on and continues and is just going to grow. So that I am not crying. I am feeling very, very happy right now. So thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, everybody. Well, that was a White House event that we just showed you. Here's a live look of New York City right now. Let's give you a live look from the chopper. Again, this is streaming live on the Fox News Now stream. The chopper flying over beautiful Phoenix, Arizona right now. Looks like we were able to see 2 police vehicles there. We are told that there has been a crash. We're working to get you guys the latest information. Again, you can see both those police vehicles there responding to a situation here in Arizona. You're able to see where that crash happened here, right at the light, right next to the Office Max in Arizona. Looks like a red truck. We can see someone on the back of it right now unloading some of the things in that truck. And you're watching this live right now on the Fox News Now stream. Again, you can see possibly the owner of that truck, hard to say, and another man helping him, trying to get off all of his belongings off of this truck here. You can see it's very badly damaged in the front of the truck. At this light here, right outside of the Office Max in Phoenix, Arizona. And this is coming live from the news chopper right now. Well, you're able to see those other vehicles involved in the accident there. Again, this just happened a few minutes ago here in Arizona, and you're seeing this live from the news chopper of this car accident right now. So it looks like there might have been 4 vehicles involved in that accident. You can see the police officers there on the left, quite far away from the accident actually, but they're gathered around the area there outside of Office Max in Arizona. Looks like there were 4 vehicles involved in this accident. No word yet on how it started. But we do appreciate you watching with us here on the Fox News Now stream. If you want, go ahead and hit that subscribe button on our YouTube page or that like button on our Facebook page. That way you'll always be in the know of breaking news events like this as they unfold. We can even see a fire engine parked right there in that parking lot. And again, if you're wondering why there is no sound on this video, that's because we're streaming live from the news chopper right now. So we're unable to hear what's going on the ground, but we're able to see what's happening. We can see 2 fire crew members just stepping out of the vehicle there as this situation unfolds on the Fox News Now stream. Again, if you look right now, you can see several police vehicles parked in several locations there in that parking lot. And then on the left side at that intersection, there was a 4-car accident, I should say. We're still working to get you guys more information on what's going on here, but we did see a fire vehicle as well at the scene. That is where the accident happened. You can see they're still unloading items from that red truck. You can see the front of it is badly damaged, and they're just unloading all of the items out of that truck right now. But if the chopper pans out just a little bit, we'll be able to see the other cars that were involved in this accident as well. Again, we're streaming this live right now out of Arizona. It's about 8:50 here tonight. So now you're able to see on the right there those other cars that were involved in that accident. Again, that man was taking some of his items out of that truck that was also badly damaged in that accident tonight. Looks like Chopper is leaving that scene there. We are getting a live look, though, across the beautiful Phoenix, Arizona. Traffic moving pretty easily tonight in Phoenix, Arizona. It's about 8:52 here. Looks like we did lose that feed as Chopper has left the scene. Let's give you guys a live look of New York City right now. Let's take you to the weekly address from President Obama.
If you've ever played a game of basketball in a gym, or entered a contest in school, or started a small business in your hometown, you know that competition is a good thing. It pushes us to do our best. And you know that a fight is only fair when everybody has a chance to win, when the playing field is level for everybody, and the rules are clear and consistent. That's important to our consumers, our workers, our employers, and our farmers. You deserve a fair shake, even though there might be much bigger players in the market. Without a truly competitive marketplace, those big companies can raise costs or slack off on offering good service or keep their workers' wages too low. And in an era when large corporations often merge to form even larger ones, our leaders have an even greater responsibility to look out for us as consumers. To keep America's economy growing and America's businesses thriving, we need to protect the principle of fair competition. That's not, by the way, a Democratic idea or a Republican idea. It is an American idea, because it's the best way to make sure the best ideas rise to the top. My administration has done a lot to keep the marketplace fair. We defended a free, open, and accessible internet that doesn't let service providers pick winners and losers. We cracked down on conflicts of interest by making sure professionals who give your retirement advice do so in your best interests, not in theirs. And in the last few months, we've made even more progress. This week, my Department of Agriculture took major steps to protect farmers from unfair treatment by bigger processors. These rules will help swine, beef cattle, and especially poultry growers who have fewer choices in where they sell their products. This month, the FDA started taking steps to make hearing aids more affordable for more than the nearly 30 million Americans suffering from the frustration of hearing loss. We think people with moderate hearing loss should be able to buy a hearing aid over the counter as easily as you can buy reading glasses at your local pharmacy. This year, we also addressed two other problems that keep workers and wages down: the overuse of non-compete agreements that hurt workers in the job market, and the unfair practices of companies that collude to set wages below the market rate. And we backed new steps, including a law I just signed to fight robot scalpers that artificially drive up ticket prices, and a rule that requires airlines to reimburse your baggage fees if your bags don't make it to your destination when you do. Finally, it's this principle of competition that's at the very heart of our health reform. In fact, it's the reason we call it the Affordable Care Act. It makes insurance companies compete for your business, which is helping millions afford the care that helps them get and stay healthy. By the way, it's open enrollment season right now. You can still sign up on healthcare.gov until January 31st and get covered for 2017. Our free market economy only works when there's competition, and competition only works when rules are in place to keep it fair and open and honest. Whether you're building the next big thing or just want to be treated right as a customer, that's good for you and it's good for the country. Thanks, everybody, and have a great weekend.
Well, that was the weekly address ensuring a fair and competitive marketplace from President Obama. We're giving you a live look of New York City right now. Today we covered the attacks in Berlin and the electoral votes for Donald Trump. We stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Anything that's breaking across the U.S., including Donald Trump's thank you rallies. And that is the end of tonight's Fox News Now stream. We'll be back on the air tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thanks for watching with us.